Chapter 4687. Is he that invincible city lord? As expected from a young man, his guts aren't small. He used the great slicing technique just now. It's really sharp. Without a strong armor and a physical body, one wouldn't be able to take it. I didn't expect these young masters to be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This time, I'm in deep trouble. After knowing what the other party's name was, everyone finally came back to their senses. So this was the invincible city lord who caused such a ruckus. As expected, he was invincible. He was crazy enough. Coming to Heaven City, he killed the people behind the third young master without saying a word. These young masters all had strong backgrounds. Killing them meant that he had offended all of them. Third young master Lei Guang was already half kneeling on the ground, his body covered in hundreds of wounds. None of the wounds were fatal, but they made it so that Lei Guang couldn't use his strength. He couldn't withstand it at all and was directly shaken down. Looking at the young masters behind him fall one by one, he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce. So savage. He didn't care about him at all. He was the third young master of Heaven City, and his father was the Thunder Leopard Emperor. I will kill you, I will kill you. Lei Guang's eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted rays of light. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. Every time Lei Guang's light appeared, a great slicing technique would slash down. Every strike would cause Lei Guang to spit out 3 liters of blood. After spitting out 7 to 8 times, he became extremely weak. He couldn't use any strength at all. So this is all you have? I thought that you would be able to explode. How disappointing. Lin Fei kicked. Lei Guang flew out. Only after destroying several buildings did it stop. He was buried in the rubble. I've always heard that there are many experts in Heaven City. I wonder if anyone is interested in having a good spar with me. I can't possibly come here for nothing. Otherwise, you guys will be out of luck. Lin Fei's trip here was to gain honor and hatred. Naturally, he had to make a big fuss first. It would be for the best if he could bring Emperor Lei Bao back. Lin Fei felt that this possibility was very low. He was going to start with this third young master. Who asked him to be so arrogant and despotic? He was just taking a walk, but he actually released more than 10 demonic beasts. How could he not have some face? Not kicking this third young master Lei Guang to death was already giving him face. He stretched out his hand. Then, he grabbed the lightning from the ruins. He had thrown it right under his nose. At that moment, Lei Guang was on his last breath. After all, that kick from Lin Fei wasn't easy to take. And this was the power that Lin Fei had deliberately restrained. Of course, there was no need to mention the great slicing technique. A single great cutting technique could kill the third young master's lightning over 100 times without losing any power. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. A beam of light shot out from the void and blocked it with a raise of his hand. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's palm. What a powerful archery technique! Lin Fei said with a smile. More beams of light appeared around him, covering his entire body. Lin Fei's body was protected by a treasure body. More than a dozen layers of defense appeared one after another, and they easily withstood the attacks. These dozens of layers of defense were quite useful. The opponent's archery technique was indeed powerful and could catch him off guard. However, how could he block Lin Fei's powerful body? The great cutting technique instantly entered the void. In the void, a black-clothed expert shot out beams of light, but he couldn't stop the great cutting technique. He was forced out of the void. He appeared in Heaven City. No wonder you can make the 16 city lords obey you. You're really powerful. The great cutting technique's power is also greater than I imagined. However, you shouldn't have come from the downtown area of Heaven City. After the black-clothed man came out, many people knew who he was. The deputy city lord of Heaven City, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan had been annoyed by the appearance of the invincible city lord for a long time recently. However, he didn't expect that before he could figure out a way, the other party would come to Heaven City first. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The archery technique just now was also Tu Yuan's forte, especially when it caught the other party off guard. However, he didn't expect the other party to easily withstand it. Both internal and external cultivation. It made him realize that the strength of the invincible city lord was far higher than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to come to Heaven City. Do you think City Lord Tu Yuan is more powerful, or the invincible City Lord is more powerful? I say, Tu Yuan is definitely more powerful. That's not necessarily true. I think the invincible City Lord is more powerful. Didn't you see him call himself invincible? I've never seen anyone call themselves invincible in my life. After City Lord Tu Yuan came out, many experts came one after another. These experts all looked at Lin Fei with hatred in their eyes. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely the power behind those young masters. Their gazes were like they wanted to cut Lin Fei into 18 pieces. All of a sudden, Lin Fei was surrounded by experts of all sizes. What made Lin Fei the most confused was that the few figures that had the strength of an emperor king didn't move at all. I am indeed quite daring. As the saying goes, only when you are daring can you travel the world. I just felt that your Heaven City is quite interesting, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that your third young master's temper isn't so good? I was just walking and I got bullied. Do you think I should make a move? Only then did Tu Yuan see clearly that the dying person was none other than the third young master Lei Guang. Then all the more I can't leave you here to cause trouble. Formation, come. Why didn't anyone come to cause trouble in Heaven City? Not only was there a strong law enforcement team, but there was also a strong formation. It protected the entire Heaven City, and Tu Yuan could control the formation. Didn't you just say that you are very powerful? Then let me show you how powerful a formation is. Tu Yuan naturally wouldn't miss out on something that was delivered to his doorstep. He activated the formation. After activating the formation's power, his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. It was like he was riding a rocket. After that, Tu Yuan's strength directly reached the Emperor King level. This wasn't the end. It only slowed down when he reached the late Emperor King level. At this moment, Tu Yuan's every move was filled with boundless emperor might. Chapter 4688. As soon as Heaven City's formation was activated, Tu Yuan's aura skyrocketed. He reached the level of an emperor. He unleashed one technique after another. This was the power of the Deputy City Lord. He could use Heaven City's formation to strengthen himself. This would allow his strength to skyrocket, allowing him to easily reach the level of an emperor. Because of this, even if the Thunder Leopard Emperor wasn't in Heaven City, as long as the Deputy City Lord was here, he could still defend Heaven City. Streaks of flowing light were constantly flying around. Everyone could feel the terrifying Emperor's aura. In front of this Emperor's aura, they couldn't use any strength at all. Invincible City Lord is probably going to be unlucky. It's not a matter of being unlucky, it's a matter of whether he can survive or not. The Deputy City Lord is as domineering as ever. He used the formation right away and his strength has reached the level of an emperor. Once Tu Yuan's strength appeared, he waved his hand gently. Bolts of lightning struck down. This was one of the techniques in the formation. The lightning was as thick as a water bucket. It fell directly, covering the area where Lin Fei was. At the same time, it accurately locked onto Lin Fei. It wouldn't fall on other buildings. In everyone's opinion, no matter how strong one was, how could one withstand the attack of an emperor under such power? The current Vice City Lord Tu Yuan was a bona fide imperial monarch expert. He had the strength of a late-stage emperor. Every move he made was filled with the might of an emperor. I finally know how powerful Heaven City is. This formation is indeed powerful, but you can't do it. Even if the formation is in your hands, it won't be able to unleash its power. I was happy for nothing. Under the lightning that filled the sky, a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. Streams of light flowed back and forth around Lin Fei, forming a special defense. It turned out that Lin Fei used the Great Slicer technique as a defense. As the lightning fell, it clashed with the Great Slicer technique. As they clashed, it directly reduced the power of the attack. Just like that, he appeared in front of everyone, unmoving like a mountain. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just come at me. I'm not good at anything else, but my physical body is pretty strong. Lin Fei's Great Incision technique had already reached the level of 2 stars. He could now unleash 6 times the power. Naturally, he could easily suppress these thunderbolts. One had to admit that the formation of Heaven City was quite powerful. With the help of the array's power, Vice City Lord Tu Yuan directly reached the late-stage Sovereign Emperor level. This move was indeed very ferocious. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to kneel before it. Tu Yuan had long since disregarded the other party. Xiao Qin was already a late-stage Sovereign Emperor and controlled Heavenly City's formations. He could suppress anyone he wanted, much less an outsider. Only now did he realize that he had thought too much. The opponent's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Then I'd like to see how long you can last. No one has ever walked out of Heaven City alive, not even you. The formation of Heaven City was activated once again. Attacks rained down one after another. No matter which attack it was, it made everyone's scalp go numb. This was the true formation of Heaven City. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to obediently face the formation. Deep in their bones, they still believed that Heaven City's formation would definitely be able to suppress this kid. No one could remain unscathed in the City of Heaven. Even if this person was known as the Invincible City Lord, it was the same. He just stood there without moving, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him. One had to say that the other party's methods were really powerful. All sorts of attacks came one after another. It was a little dazzling. But to Lin Fei, he didn't feel anything at all. The moment the Great Incision technique was activated, he took on all the attacks. Even if a small portion of the power seeped in, it couldn't even break through his body's defense. The other party was still too weak. It was the same even with the formation. Unless the Thunder Leopard Emperor personally attacked, then the strength of the formation would naturally be different. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Fei just stood there without moving. The people outside couldn't see through the situation at all. At this moment, all the attacks were at the Empyrean Emperor level. Looking at them made their eyes sting. Only a few people were able to see through it. Inside a building, there were 3 people gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on the battle outside. It seems like Tu Yuan is at his wit's end. I didn't expect that even with the support of Heaven City's formation, we still can't take down this invincible city lord. Heaven City might have a huge change. We've planned for so long. Something is probably going to happen. Then hurry up and contact people. While they're both injured, we'll make our move. If Lin Fei was here, he would be able to feel it. These 3 people could explode with Empyrean Emperor level existences. But their true realm was only at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. I've said it so many times. Anyway, you can't beat me. Why don't you stop? If I make a move, you'll lose your life. In the midst of the attack, Lin Fei looked up at Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan and smiled faintly. From Tu Yuan's point of view, this smile was a direct form of mockery. Mockery of his strength, mockery of Heaven City's formation. This is just the beginning. Even if you've accumulated a lot, so what? Under Heaven City's formation, you still can't unleash your full strength. All the attributes of Heaven City's formation were activated, and they all fell on Lin Fei. There were only a few methods that could affect Lin Fei. The effect was still negligible. However, for the people outside, the fact that Lin Fei was still unscathed after such a long time had passed made them feel that they were in disbelief. Under Heaven City's formation, the Empyrean Emperor could suppress him. But now, he couldn't even suppress the invincible City Lord. They all suspected that Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was going easy on him. If he wasn't going easy on him, how could it be like this? The eyes of the experts who originally wanted to take revenge for their children turned cold. Their coldness was filled with fear and uneasiness. They couldn't beat him at all. If they really went up, they would be courting death. So they silently retreated. They didn't want to get into trouble. The attack of the formation lasted for a full hour. It was really a long time. But Lin Fei was fine. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was in an even worse situation. It seems that you can't do it. Then it's my turn. Chapter 4689. Tu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress the invincible City Lord this time. He was able to last for so long under the support of the formation, and he didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. On the contrary, with the support of the formation, his energy consumption was also very fast. If it was a normal time, he would have suppressed him long ago, but now it was useless. He knew that the situation was completely wrong and that it was not under his control. Unless the first City Lord personally attacked, but the first City Lord was in seclusion and didn't come out. Tu Yuan was at his wit's end. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed around him. He hurriedly activated the defense of the formation to protect his surroundings. But just as the defense came out, the streaks of light easily cut through the defense. One after another. They reached the edge of his body. Fortunately, Heaven City's formation was amazing, so he could barely withstand it. Even so, it made Tu Yuan feel a lot of pressure. When did the great slicing technique become so powerful? It can even cut through Heaven City's defense so easily. It almost threatened my body. Tu Yuan was really frightened. He knew that the great slicing technique was very powerful. But he had never seen such a great slicing technique before. He was surrounded by beams of light that kept attacking him. And his Heaven City's formation defense seemed to be unable to withstand it. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. Lin Fei also walked towards Tu Yuan step by step. Everywhere he passed, the streaks of light became even more powerful. They were constantly increasing. There was a loud rumbling sound. Tu Yuan realized that the defense around his body couldn't take it at all, it was extremely weak. After a few dozen breaths, Heaven City's defensive array formation was instantly broken. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut dozens of times. Each blade broke through the defense of the armor and went deep into his body. After all, Tu Yuan wasn't strong and hadn't reached the Emperor Lord level. An Emperor Lord expert was different. Even if he borrowed the power of Heaven City's formation, he was still weak and couldn't withstand a single blow. Show mercy. Tu Yuan originally thought that after his body was broken, he would still have a chance to struggle. However, he knew that he had no chance to struggle at all. These lights didn't give him any chance at all as they surrounded him tightly. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. Only then did he realize that the great incision technique of the 3,000 Great Daos was truly terrifying. He could only ask the invincible City Lord to show mercy. Sorry, I'm not interested in people like you, so I can only send you on your way. The light that filled the sky instantly surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was cut into pieces. After shattering into fragments, a windstorm swept over and truly dissipated. Under Lin Fei's control, not only could the Great Slicer technique turn into light, but it could also gather into storms. Boundless might. Once Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died, Heaven City's array formation instantly lost control and returned to normal. In less than an hour, the insufferably arrogant Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed just like that. Especially under the support of Heaven City's formation, the people watching in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. How could this be? Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died just like that. It's over, it's over. Is the entire Heaven City going to fall into the hands of the invincible City Lord? If the Emperor doesn't make a move, the entire Heaven City will be completely gone. Today could be said to be the most unbelievable day for the experts in the entire Heaven City. A group of second-generation young masters were killed, followed by Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan, who was also killed under the support of the array formation. He was killed by the other party just like that. This person was definitely an Emperor realm expert. The entire heavenly city became quiet. I saw that many people wanted to take revenge on me just now. Why don't all of you stand up and I'll send you all on your way together. I'll let you all be my followers for life. Lin Fei's gaze swept over, extremely cold. The people hiding in the void turned around and left one by one. How would they dare to make a move? It's a little too late to leave now. Streams of light behind Lin Fei flew into the void. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Corpses fell out of the void one by one. First was a corpse, then 2 corpses, then more than a dozen corpses, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 corpses fell out. These were experts who had great hatred for Lin Fei. All of them had the strength of a heavenly monarch. But how could they resist the great art of cutting? Once they entered, they immediately wiped out thousands of soldiers. From today onwards, only people can enter Heaven's City, but not leave. Lin Fei's cold voice spread in the air above everyone. As for those who want to leave Heaven's City, you can think about whether you have the ability to do so. My methods are not a joke. One by one, the streams of light entered the void. As for those heavenly monarch experts, they instantly felt a chill. In other words, if they wanted to leave Heaven's City, these methods would be used. It would definitely not be so easy to leave. I personally don't like the messy Heaven's City, and I don't like the smell of blood. Those who want to wash the floor, hurry up and come out to wash the floor for me. Lin Fei landed on the street again. This time, Lin Fei's words were very useful. Soon, people came out and began to clean up the corpses on the street. Lin Fei walked towards the Heaven City Lord residence. Just now, he had already killed a group of experts. As for those who had not made a move in the dark, they were probably discussing something. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He decided to go to the City Lord residence to take a look. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed a young master. This was the 3rd young master, Lei Guang. This guy was not dead, but he was so scared that he was on the verge of death. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed, and there were so many heavenly monarch experts. This person in front of him was very likely to be the arch expert. How could Lei Guang not be afraid? The arch, please spare my life. I really didn't mean to offend you. I was blind, I beg you. Heavenly monarchs were not scary, but the arch was different. They were characters who could do whatever they wanted. Just like that, Lin Fei carried the 3rd young master, Lei Guang, and arrived in front of the City Lord residence. Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. I am lacking a guide. You are it. He was smashed into the City Lord residence's door. With a loud bang, the door was broken open. All the experts in the City Lord residence stared at Lin Fei. None of them dared to make a move. The previous scene was witnessed by everyone in Heaven City. Who would dare to go against the arch? If you don't want to die, put away the things in your hands and do what you are supposed to do. Lin Fei stepped into the City Lord residence. Chapter 4690. The experts of the City Lord's mansion did not dare to move and obediently put away their weapons. They did what they had to do and were still very obedient. They listened to Lin Fei's words. Didn't they see that even the Deputy City Lord was dead? Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Didn't they see that the great cutting technique of the 3,000 great Daos could not withstand a single move? This was the tyranny of an emperor. Lei Guang also climbed up again. He really acted as a guide. If he did not do it, he would die, but if he did it, he would live, so he was extremely obedient. This is the place where my father secluded himself. Lei Guang trembled as he brought Lin Fei in front of a secret room. Lei Guang was really panicking. He could show off in Heaven City because of his father, Emperor Lei Bao, but now another emperor had come knocking on his door. Lei Guang really did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the emperor, he was really no different from an ant. You can go out now. Let the chefs make a table of Heaven City's special delicacies. I want to stay in the City Lord's mansion for a long time. Lei Guang trembled as he went out. He did not expect that the emperor did not have the intention to leave at all. Instead, he wanted to stay in the city lord's mansion for a long time. Was he not afraid that his father would find trouble with him when he returned? Yes, I will immediately arrange it. I will definitely make the emperor lord satisfied. Lei Guang did not dare to think too much. He wanted to keep his life first. Why did Lin Fei want to stay in the city lord's mansion? It was because of the aggro and honor points that they had just farmed had increased rapidly. In other words, when he arrived in Heaven City, he would naturally gain the support of many people. This also made Lin Fei have an idea. Why not stay in the city lord's mansion for a period of time? There was no trace of Emperor Lei Bao in the city lord's mansion, not even his aura. Lin Fei could also be sure that this Emperor Lei Bao must have gone out to cultivate. At the sovereign emperor level, one had to continuously seek fortuitous encounters if they wanted to advance faster. Lin Fei understood this logic. Emperor powerhouses also understood this. Therefore, it was normal that Emperor Thunder Leopard wasn't here. After a few flashes of saber light, the door to the seclusion was cut open. The current great incisor technique was incomparably sharp. Cutting through anything was no different from cutting through tofu. This was only a 2-star great incisor technique. Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if it reached 3 stars, 4 stars, or the top 5 stars. The room was empty. There were a few boxes with some items in them. When Lin Fei saw these items, he squinted his eyes. I didn't think I would see soul beads here. Looks like this Imperial Monarch Thunder Leopard is related to the cultivation of soul beads as well. There weren't many soul pearls, only tens of thousands of them. Imperial Monarch Lei Bao has most likely gone out to collect these soul pearls. Could it be that those 3 people from before were working for Imperial Monarch Lei Bao? Because he instantly had a preconceived notion. Lin Fei looked around again but didn't find anything. He shook his head and came out again. He went to enjoy a feast with peace of mind. Ever since Lin Fei joined Heaven City, things had changed. An undercurrent began to surge. No one would have thought that the small world of heaven created by Emperor Thunder Leopard would change because of another emperor's visit. The people of Heaven City also stayed obediently and didn't dare to go anywhere. As for escaping from Heaven City, it was definitely wishful thinking. They didn't even need to see if the emperor would agree to it. Who knows what this emperor is thinking? Could it be that he is an enemy of Emperor Thunder Leopard and is waiting for him to come back? Or is he waiting for a rabbit to come to him? I'm a little scared just thinking about it. Many people were discussing this matter in the tea rooms of the restaurants. Lin Fei didn't let them leave Heaven City, but he didn't restrict them either. Therefore, some people still mustered up the courage to come out. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. There were also some people who followed along to watch the show, and they were even more regretful. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. Now, they couldn't get out. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. And in these few days, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. His honor points had directly exceeded 100 million. His hate points had also increased quite quickly. He had already obtained more than 2 million. As for hate points, it was easier to farm honor points. How could Lin Fei bear to leave? He had to farm honor points for a while longer. If he didn't farm honor points now, there wouldn't be much time left. Once that Emperor Thunder Leopard came back, a fight was inevitable. At that time, whether or not he would continue to keep it was another matter. Anyway, Lin Fei didn't have that thought now. An emperor is coming. Lin Fei, who was drinking his top-grade tea leisurely, frowned slightly. He sensed the aura of emperor experts. They were like stars in the night sky, very eye-catching. Only a powerful person like Lin Fei could sense this feeling. A total of 5 emperors came. Good lord, they can't be coming for me, right? They should be enemies of Emperor Thunder Leopard. At first, Lin Fei was a little surprised. But after taking a closer look, he realized that things weren't so simple. 5 emperors came in one go. Apart from the 5 emperors, there were actually quite a number of heaven monarchs. There were more than 100 of them. It wouldn't make sense if they weren't here for revenge. This was also the first time Lin Fei had seen so many emperors. The aura of the 5 emperors was quite different. Presumably, their realms were different. Lin Fei decided to stay calm and observe the situation first. If they came to seek revenge on Emperor Thunder Leopard, should he make a move? There was a loud rumble. Array flags appeared around Heaven City. The entire heavenly city was surrounded by them. Dark clouds shrouded, and Mount Tai pressed down. Instantly, everyone was alarmed. Array, it's a super array. Oh my god, I see the emperors. 5 emperors. Are they going to destroy Heaven City? Who knows what has happened to Heavenly City? Previously, there was a sovereign emperor, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sovereign emperors have come. How can people live in peace? The 5 emperors arrived in the sky above Heaven City one after another. Behind them, hundreds of heavenly monarch realm experts instantly formed into square teams. He controlled a circle of Heaven City. If you don't want to die, surrender. Obediently join our Sky Demon sect, and we will spare your lives. One of the emperors spoke, and his voice floated in the sky above Heaven City. When the 3-word Sky Demon sect came out, everyone in Heaven City panicked. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces all turned pale. Chapter 4691. Sky Demon Sect. Lin Fei also heard these 3 words in the City Lord Mansion. He frowned slightly as he had never heard of it before. However, this Sky Demon sect was not simple. They had sent 5 thearchs and over 100 heaven monarchs. These heaven monarchs seemed to have joined forces and were very strong. Especially this array formation, Lin Fei felt that it was unusual. It was a powerful trapping array formation. It was not easy to escape from this array formation. Lin Fei had already checked it from top to bottom. This array formation was indeed very powerful. Only a few people in Heaven City could escape from it. It was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a powerful trapping array formation. The Sky Demon sect also seemed to have their eyes on the entire Heaven City. This Sky Demon sect is a special sect in the star field. They are extremely powerful. They are best at destroying sects and refining entire cities or small worlds. Lei Guang said cautiously. These days, Lei Guang had been standing outside the door, not daring to breathe loudly. He felt that this Thearch didn't seem to understand the Sky Demon sect, so he mustered up the courage to say it. Anyway, everyone in the star field doesn't like the Sky Demon sect. However, this Sky Demon sect is very powerful and they are very good at hiding. Until now, we haven't found their hiding place. Lei Guang cautiously spoke again. That means they like to plunder. No wonder. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. He only wanted to know a general idea about it. He finally understood why these thearchs had their eyes on Heaven City. After all, there were still many experts in Heaven City. If he killed these people, many people would clap their hands and cheer. Moreover, he had done some good things for them in Heaven City. He had killed the deputy city lord and confirmed that the Thunder Leopard Thearch wasn't in Heaven City. The 5 imperial emperors came to the City of Heaven, intending to refine or subdue it in one go. He had indirectly become a good person. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he was here to farm honor and hatred, but he still encountered such a thing. The faces of the experts in Heaven City turned pale. Who hadn't heard of the Sky Demon sect? If anyone was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, they would either be enslaved or refined. It was that simple. Of course, the third option was even simpler. They would be directly killed. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. It looks like the Sky Demon sect has been eyeing Heaven City for a long time. Now that the Imperial Lord isn't here, all of us will be refined. Who said that our Heaven City doesn't have an emperor? Isn't there that invincible City Lord? He should be an Imperial Emperor. He probably can't even protect his own life. Didn't you see that even the 5 sovereign emperors are here? As soon as they finished speaking, another sovereign emperor spoke up. I heard that there's an invincible city lord here. Can you come out and meet him? I'll give you a chance. After all, our Sky Demon sect has made a move. We won't give anyone face. Lin Fei was prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect to be dragged into it. He finally understood why the 5 imperial monarchs had come. Perhaps they had come for him. I can find something to do again. Lin Fei laughed and walked out of the city lord residence. He came to the sky above Heaven City and faced the 5 imperial monarchs. The 5 imperial monarchs were of different ages. It was very uneven. I'm the invincible city lord. I wonder what the 5 imperial monarchs are planning to do around Heaven City. Are you planning to refine the entire Heaven City? If that's the case, then your methods are a bit fierce. The 5 imperial monarchs instantly stared at Lin Fei. After checking him up and down, they found it even more unbelievable. They didn't see any imperial monarch aura on him at all. He was really a genuine heaven monarch expert. However, such a heaven monarch expert had destroyed 2 Yuan. Furthermore, it was the deputy city lord who was supported by the array formation. The situation was even more abnormal. I think the invincible city lord is quite strong. I want to recruit you to join the Sky Demon sect. With your strength, you can barely become a golden sky demon. One of the imperial monarchs looked at Lin Fei and said indifferently. Golden sky demon. It sounds interesting. What are your identities? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. You don't have the right to ask such a question. To give you the identity of a golden sky demon, it means that we have taken a liking to you. One of the heaven monarchs waved his hand and a circle flew over. When it got closer, Lin Fei saw that the circle was actually a collar. This collar was covered with runes and was very unusual. Lin Fei also realized that these heaven monarch experts had this collar and understood what was going on. The Sky Demon sect used this collar to control heaven monarch experts or imperial monarch experts. Lin Fei also saw this collar on the 5 imperial monarchs. He secretly sucked in a breath of cold air towards the Sky Demon sect. They were indeed powerful. This is the demon subduing collar of our Sky Demon sect. As long as you put this demon subduing collar on, you will be a member of the Sky Demon sect. Later, you will be spared from death. Otherwise, once we activate the array, the entire Heaven City will die without a complete corpse. No one dared to refute these words coming from the mouth of an imperial monarch expert. If the imperial monarchs joined forces, they had the ability to do so. Not to mention at this time, even an imperial monarch could easily wipe out all the experts in the entire Heaven City. There was an array outside. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was the terrifying thing about an imperial monarch. I didn't expect that I would receive such treatment. However, if you destroy the Heaven City like this, aren't you afraid that Emperor Thunder Leopard will come to take revenge on you? Lin Fei said with interest. It's just a mere Emperor Thunder Leopard. He's nothing in front of us 5 imperial monarchs. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack the Sky Demon sect. In fact, this was really the case. The Sky Demon sect was very powerful. I have no interest in becoming a golden sky demon. I'll return this demon subduing collar to you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the demon subduing collar instantly flew back. I've never fought against 5 imperial monarchs in my life. It's a good opportunity for me to fight. When the people who were originally disheartened heard Lin Fei's voice, they instantly brightened up a little. They all knew how powerful this imperial monarch was. However, when they thought about how this imperial monarch had to fight against 5 imperial monarchs, it seemed like there was no chance of victory. Chapter 4692. The 5 emperors had their eyes on the small world of heaven. The small world of heaven was different from the other small worlds. The people here had walked out of life and death situations. They were also exceptionally strong, so they had always wanted to rope in the small world of heaven. Unfortunately, the Thunder Leopard Emperor had a bad temper and had never agreed. This time, they had set up a trap to injure the Thunder Leopard Emperor. Unfortunately, no one could catch him and he escaped. They had thought that he had escaped back to Heaven City, so they had been paying attention to him. They did not expect that the Thunder Leopard Emperor had not returned. They could only conquer the small world of heaven first. When the time came, they would wait for the Thunder Leopard Emperor to return. As long as the Thunder Leopard Emperor returned, he would not be able to leave. They did not expect that just as they were about to make a move, they would encounter such a thing. Another Imperial Lord had arrived. No, it should be a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor. What they found most laughable was that this guy, who was not an emperor, actually wanted to make a move against the 5 emperors. It was the funniest thing ever. All teams, you can move as a group. Old rules, those who surrender will not be killed, those who resist will be killed without mercy. The emperor waved his hand and gave the order. The hundreds of heaven monarchs behind him instantly formed into small teams and killed their way into Heaven City. Everywhere they passed, there were screams and corpses everywhere. The entire Heaven City was instantly plunged into the flames of war. The emperor's gaze was fixed on the young invincible city lord. I know that the great cutting technique is quite powerful. Let me test you and see if you can break my great Tao. When they came, they had already learned about the news. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Even if it was a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor, they had also learned about him. One of the emperors hooked his finger at Lin Fei. The area around Lin Fei instantly turned into a zone of quicksand. No one knew how the quicksand was formed. It just appeared without warning. The quicksand was not ordinary quicksand. It was a treasure that could move, which was the so-called treasure of an emperor. It was very powerful. It was formed from grains of sand, and its attack power was very strong. It was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if it wanted to drown Lin Fei in the sand. Lin Fei's great incision was instantly activated. By the time the great slicer hit the sand, the spell had already reached the sand. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the sand was extremely sturdy. Even though the great slicer art had only blasted apart a small portion of it, he finally understood that an imperial lord was indeed different. However, Lin Fei's great incision was not to be trifled with. He continued to kill his way in and out, and he really managed to withstand the quicksand. However, a small portion of the sand passed through the great cutter and landed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was also withstood by the defense of his treasured body. The defense of these treasured bodies withstood dozens of attacks. This was the strongest sovereign emperor treasure Lin Fei had seen so far. He was actually able to break through several tens of layers of the treasured body's defenses and break through 7 to 8 layers. This kind of sovereign emperor was indeed very strong. Emperor Whitewater, it turns out that there are times when your attack fails. This guy's great incision is indeed very powerful. The one called Emperor Whitewater was the one who controlled this quicksand treasure. This young sovereign expert's expression was a little ugly. His quicksand treasure was very strong. It was a middle-grade sovereign emperor treasure, and the sand was extremely hard. Even ordinary means couldn't break it, but when he attacked the other party, he could feel the sharpness of the great slicer art, which had split a lot of his sand. It had quite a lot of power. He's indeed a little strong, but no matter how strong he is, can he withstand my treasure? The power of the great slicer art that Lin Fei used suddenly increased a lot. The treasure in the quicksand was constantly being split into pieces, and its power was also becoming weaker and weaker. Lin Fei was even more at ease. Your sand is too weak. If I can handle it for 2 hours, your treasure will be useless. It's better to get another emperor. Emperor Whitewater suddenly put away the treasure in his hand. Indeed, as he said, his treasure relied on the sand. But now, the sand had been split into pieces by the great slicer art. As a result, the sand had been reduced a lot, and its power had also decreased. His heart was bleeding. I didn't expect your great slicer art to be so powerful. Even Emperor Whitewater's quicksand treasure was at a disadvantage. Let's try my method. Another imperial lord came up. This Empyrean emperor's skin was as black as charcoal. Treasures were much easier to find. A green lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei. After the lotus appeared, a black fog appeared. The black fog corroded the void as soon as it appeared. Aren't you very strong? Then try to break my heaven extermination lotus. The monarch laughed smugly. Lin Fei retracted the great slicer art around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the black fog passed, it was rather domineering. Lin Fei's great slicer art was incomparably sharp. Although it could shatter the black fog a little, it couldn't completely shatter it. On the contrary, the great slicer art's power was corroded by the black fog. This was an eye-opener. An emperor expert's methods were really endless. Interesting, interesting. Even the great slicer art that was 6 times stronger couldn't do anything to the black fog. Lin Fei had another great Dao. With a wave of his hand, the great thunderclap descended. Things were different with the great thunderclap. Wherever the lightning passed, there was a loud rumble and the black fog was blasted away. Of course, the lotus became the focus of the lightning. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightning bolts descended. The emperor groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He put away the lotus in a panic and glared at Lin Fei. How dare you trick me? Such a treasure was most afraid of being attacked by lightning, the purest yang method. Once it attacked, the power of the attack would be greatly reduced. Just now, the lotus flower had lost at least half of its power. If he wanted to recover, it would be impossible for him to do so without a few decades. You didn't say that I can't cultivate lightning. This is the second of my 3,000 great Dao, the great thunderclap. I wonder how it feels. Whoosh! The 5 emperors were instantly struck by lightning. They were within the attack range of the 3,000 great Dao. Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly used their imperial lord-level treasures to withstand the lightning. With this, they felt that the lightning was stronger and more destructive than they had imagined. After all, this was the great thunderclap of the 3,000 great Dao. Chapter 4693. Heaven City was already in a state of blood and fire. The teams formed by these Heaven Monarch experts were rather sharp, and there weren't many people who could withstand their attacks. It could be said that along the way, they were practically harvesting the lives of others, as well as the treasures of their possessions. Ha 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 ha, the experts from the Sky Demon sect are also having a headache. The invincible city lord is too powerful. He killed the Heaven Monarchs with just one thunderbolt. Not a few. Good job. At least we don't have to worry about being killed. Once Lin Fei used the great thunderbolt, not only did the arch-experts have a headache, but the Heaven Monarchs below were also out of luck. After all, Lin Fei's great thunderbolt was very powerful and destructive, especially when it was an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, those Heaven Monarch experts were unlucky for a moment. A single thunderbolt instantly turned them into ashes. Countless people began to dodge the thunderbolts. For a moment, the one-sided situation stopped. The 5 arch-experts from the Sky Demon sect were indeed having a headache. Although the Great Thunderbolt was also one of the 3,000 Great Daos, it wasn't easy to cultivate it. Being able to use the Great Slicer technique was already frightening enough. Now that he had used the Great Thunderclap technique, it was simply too shocking. Where did this invincible city lord come from? He actually mastered 2 types of the 3,000 Great Daos with great power. Did he still want them to live? Most importantly, when they resisted, they could feel that the Great Thunderbolt had the power of the Arch. This made them want to vomit blood. Could this kid be an old monster who was deliberately hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could he make the Great Thunderbolt exhibit the power of the Arch? Just now, you guys were the ones fighting. Now it's my turn. At the very least, let's have a warm-up exercise. That way, it'll be fairer. I wonder how powerful my great art of Thunderclap is. If it's not enough, I'll add another dish for you. This sort of destructive ability wasn't something that imperial monarchs could easily endure. Lin Fei used the Great Slicer art again. Once the Great Slicer art was used, they could feel the sharpness of the Great Slicer art. Fortunately, the treasures they had brought with them were exceptionally powerful, so they wouldn't be destroyed by the Great Slicing technique. However, it also caused them to consume energy at an exceptionally fast rate. Just like that, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, using the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap to restrain the 5 monarchs and even deflect their attacks. They had switched from passive defense to active offense, and the 5 imperial emperors had also switched from offensive type to defensive type. This change caused the 5 imperial monarchs to suffer unspeakably. The consumption of passive defense was also exceptionally fast, and the power of the other party's Great Incision and Great Thunderclap were also exceptionally strong. As soon as they were unleashed, they immediately gained the upper hand. This made it impossible for them to use any other methods. If they relaxed even a little, they would be injured in an instant. What they couldn't accept the most was that those Heaven Monarch experts who went down were also unlucky. The great cutting art that appeared from time to time was also harvesting the lives of these Heaven Monarch realm experts. An accident happened just like that when the net was pulled in against Heaven City. No one could stop Lin Fei's great cutting art. Do you really want to become enemies with our Sky Demon sect? The oldest sovereign emperor finally could not help but speak up. Ripples appeared around him continuously. That's right, Xiaochen said. I don't have any opinion on the matter between your Sky Demon sect and Heaven City, but you shouldn't have any ideas on me. Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't think that you 5 imperial emperors are very powerful. I alone can suppress all of you. You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave today. Today was also the first time Lin Fei fought with 5 imperial emperors. He had to admit that these 5 imperial emperors had different levels of strength. For example, the old man who spoke was quite powerful, and his defense was also very powerful. It was really difficult for Lin Fei to take the lives of 5 imperial emperors. It wasn't as simple as he imagined, but he was satisfied that he could suppress the 5 imperial emperors with 2 of the 3,000 great Dao. At this time, they were probably very sullen. 1 imperial emperor could suppress a Heaven Monarch expert. Now that 1 imperial emperor had suppressed 5 imperial emperors, it was indeed very sullen. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would be killed. This also made Lin Fei have a great understanding of his own strength. He could suppress 5 imperial emperors, but it was a little difficult to kill them. If it was a single imperial emperor, it would be easy. Once the 2 of the 3,000 great Dao were opened, it wouldn't take long for him to kill an imperial emperor. At this time, the 5 imperial emperors were indeed quite sullen. They didn't complete their mission and were suppressed by a young imperial emperor. No one would believe it if they said it out. Yet, this was the truth. A single Great Incision technique was already very terrifying. For example, there were traces of it left on their treasures. If this continued for a long time, these marks would be infinitely magnified and eventually become cracks that would damage the treasures. Not to mention the Great Thunder art later. Scram as far as you can. At the very least, don't come when I'm in Heaven City. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The 5 imperial emperors instantly felt the pressure lessen. They knew that if they continued to fight, there would be no results. They might as well leave first. We have learned a lesson from Invincible City Lord's brilliant move. We admit our loss. The 5 imperial emperors immediately withdrew and left with the remaining Heaven Monarchs. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. I'm still a little too weak. 5 imperial emperors are enough to stump me. If the 5 emperors were to hear this, they would probably cry until they fainted. It wasn't easy for them to resist, and such a battle result was very rare in the circle of imperial emperors. But to the entire Heaven City, the retreat of the 5 imperial emperors meant that they could finally survive. Invincible City Lord, long live Invincible, long live the City Lord. Cheers filled the air. In an instant, Lin Fei's honor point skyrocketed. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. His honor points, which were originally a little more than 100 million, instantly skyrocketed to more than 200 million, and it was still rising. Lin Fei really didn't think that he could get so many honor points in Heaven City. Now, he realized that he had really underestimated it. Their contribution points hadn't been squeezed dry yet. Since he chased away the 5 imperial emperors, he had undoubtedly gained their recognition. Instead, their hatred decreased. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4694. The Sky Demons sect had given Lin Fei a lot of benefits on this trip. This included hatred and honor. This made Lin Fei beam with joy. This made Lin Fei even more determined. No matter what, he had to stay in Paradise City for a while. Otherwise, he would really miss the opportunity. This was a good thing for Heaven City. After all, with such a powerful emperor overseeing Heaven City, they didn't have to worry about anything. Now that the entire small world of heaven was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, if he left the Sky Demon sect, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. He wouldn't even know how he died. Who didn't know the ferocious reputation of the Sky Demon sect? It seems that the Sky Demon sect must have schemed against Emperor Thunder Leopard. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have dared to come here so brazenly. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and drank tea leisurely. He flipped through a lot of information in his hands. After reading along the way, he had some understanding of the small world of heaven. He also knew why the Sky Demon sect targeted heaven. This Emperor Thunder Leopard refused to be roped in by the Sky Demon sect, so he was schemed against. Since he was schemed against, he must have been injured. As for whether he was killed on the spot, that was another matter. This time, I slapped them in the face. 5 emperors left, but they will probably come again next time. When they come again, there should be more than 5 emperors. When he thought that there would be more emperors coming next time, Lin Fei suddenly became excited. This way, he could also gain more hatred and honor. He definitely couldn't miss such an opportunity. It seems that I have to exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao so that I can deal fatal damage to the emperors. Previously, Lin Fei's movement technique was indeed a little weaker, so he let the 5 emperors leave. Otherwise, just the Great Incision technique and the Great Thunderclap technique would make them feel despair. Fortunately, this time, Heaven City contributed a lot of hatred to him. With these hatred points, he could exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao. There were indeed many speed-type Great Dao in the 3000 Great Dao. They were all quite cheap. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too happy about this. If he wanted to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate the best. Thus, he continued to search. Along the way, he found quite a number of good speed-type movement techniques. This is not bad, spiritual descent. Lin Fei immediately set his eyes on the 3000 Great Ways. Just the name of the 3000 Great Daos made Lin Fei feel that it was extraordinary, because it was called spiritual descent. After looking at it carefully, Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Good heavens, there's actually such a speed type. This body movement technique is really incredible. It seems to be one of the most difficult Great Daos to cultivate among the 3000 Great Daos. This spiritual descent was indeed very different, very special, and very mysterious. In an instant, he could descend into the other party's body. Never dealt him a fatal blow. Even if he didn't descend into the other party's body, he could still appear beside him in an instant. Moreover, the other party did not notice anything at all. He really came and went without a trace, killing without a trace. There were quite a lot of exchanges, requiring 2 million hatred points. It was much more expensive than the Great Daos that Lin Fei had exchanged for before. 2 million hatred points was indeed not low, but this spiritual descent was indeed quite useful. It was said that when cultivated to the highest level, it could descend on many people. It was very terrifying, causing great damage to their souls. It could also be regarded as an alternative attack technique. Because of this Great Dao was extremely difficult to cultivate. There were very few people who could master it, but now Lin Fei only needed 2 million hatred points to easily master it. Lin Fei looked at some other speed-type Great Daos, but compared to this spiritual descent, they seemed to be far inferior. Because this spiritual descent had a very wide range of prospects, Lin Fei instantly fell in love with it. Without saying a word, Lin Fei spent 2 million hatred points and quickly learned this spiritual descent. Just like before, this spiritual descent Great Tao could also be upgraded. Of course, the hatred points for upgrading would also increase, even more than the Great Slicing technique. This also made Lin Fei secretly shocked. He didn't expect this spiritual descent to have such a strong background. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei was glad that he had made the right choice. The 2 million hatred points were not spent in vain. It was really worth it. For example, as soon as Lin Fei used spiritual descent, spots of light appeared in his mind. As long as he thought about it, he could come to the side of these spots of light. Interesting, really interesting. If another emperor comes this time, it won't be so easy to get away. Lin Fei's great slicing technique was completely enough to deal with an emperor. Due to the distance, it naturally couldn't cause the greatest damage. But once there was this spiritual descent, it would be completely different. It could really catch them off guard. After using up 2 million hatred points, Lin Fei's hatred points were almost completely gone. He had to find a way to get more hatred points. In the future, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any more hatred points in Heaven City. On the other hand, his honor points were increasing. I hope the people from the Sky Demon sect come quickly. At least let me get a batch of hatred points. Otherwise, I'll go find trouble with the Sky Demon sect. Lin Fei immediately wanted to cause trouble for the Celestial Demon Disc. He quickly shook his head because the Sky Demon sect was hiding too well. He couldn't find them at all. At the end of the day, my hatred points are too little. If I had enough hatred points, I would definitely be able to find traces of the Sky Demon sect if I exchanged for another tracking method. There were many tracking methods in the 3000 Great Tao. They were very powerful. For example, the Great Karma technique that Lin Fei had encountered before. This was considered awesome. It could directly contact the people around him. He could track down his whereabouts and pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with such a method. Unfortunately, he could only stare at it now. This also made Lin Fei a little unable to sit still. He had to get some hatred points. Thus, the unlucky Lei Guang was pulled over by Lin Fei. This guy knew a lot of things, so he could ask him about it. He wanted to see where he could get more hatred points. It wasn't easy to count on the Sky Demon Sect's Emperor to come over. Lin Fei had to rely on himself and work hard. He had to give it a good fight. Lei Guang was also brought over immediately. This guy could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was saved. Chapter 4695. Lin Fei really wanted to find out from Thunderlight if there was any other way to increase the aggro of the boss. Now it seemed that it would be troublesome to gain more hatred in the small world of Heaven City. Do you have any orders, my lord? Every time Lei Guang came, he would feel a little uneasy, not knowing what he would do. What do you think is more interesting in the vicinity of Heaven City? It's like me picking 18 trading places by myself. These words confused Lei Guang, and he couldn't figure out what they meant at that moment. At this time, Lei Guang kept telling himself to calm down. Only then would he know what was going on. Lei Guang started to analyze in his heart. This lord must have some ideas. He must be someone who can't stay any longer. It's really not easy to find someone who can challenge 17 trading grounds by himself. Lei Guang was Lei Guang. He was indeed a little different from others. He also knew that the Invincible City Lord had a different way of thinking. With one look, it was obvious that the Invincible City Lord wanted to go out and play. Lei Guang wasn't sure what kind of place would be fun, but he had to deal with the current one first. If my lord wants to find an interesting place, then I think you can go to the Demon Hunter Land. Demon Hunter Land? Lin Fei had never heard of this place. He wanted to hear what Lei Guang had to say about it. The Demon Hunter Land is a very interesting place. I heard that it is connected to a place from another world. As long as you pay a certain amount of benefits, you can go to the Demon Hunter land. You can kill those experts from another world here. It is a very interesting place. After listening to Lei Guang's explanation, Lin Fei understood what was going on. So it was a Demon Hunter land. It was specially used to kill experts from another world. This was not very interesting to Lin Fei. Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to be frowning slightly, Lei Guang hurriedly said, "This place is actually quite conscious. This place is actually quite conscious. Don't underestimate this Demon Hunter land. In this Demon Hunter land, once you kill the most experts from another world, you will be able to obtain a Heavenly God tool." This piqued Lin Fei's interest. "Sir, you will never be able to guess where this Heavenly God tool came from. It came from the most famous dwarf clan in our star field." Of course, Lin Fei knew about the situation of the dwarfs. It was said that the dwarf race was a very powerful existence in the star field. In the past, their race had always been inconspicuous, but after they produced a heavenly god, everything changed. He rose to power immediately. The armors and heavenly deity weapons they forged were all of the best quality. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it. But now, they had already concealed their tracks. Basically, no one could find any trace of them. It wasn't easy to obtain a heavenly god armor or a heavenly god artifact. It was quite interesting to obtain a heavenly god artifact in the Demon Hunter's land. Hearing you say that, I'm a little interested. I can go with you to have a look. You can lead the way. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Lei Guang really wanted to slap himself. Of all things, he had to mention the Demon Hunter's land. Now that this sir had said so, Lei Guang, of course, couldn't say anything else. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Lin Fei's movements were also very fast. He couldn't stay idle at all. He left with Lei Guang. Originally, Lei Guang wanted to take a break, but he immediately gave up on that idea. As expected, this senior was burning with anxiety, so he could only bring Lin Fei to the Demon Hunter land. The Demon Hunter's land was located in an uninhabited star small world. If Lei Guang hadn't led the way, he wouldn't have known. There are many entrances to this Demon Hunter's land. This is the closest entrance to the heavenly small world. Many people enter from here. Lei Guang happened to be one of the members of the Demon Hunter's land. He took out a token and activated it, directly opening a door. This is the long-distance teleportation that they created. It's a very powerful ability. Lin Fei was also a little shocked. There were actually people who could create long-distance teleportation. This force was really not ordinary. However, his information seemed to not have many records about the Demon Hunter's land. Could it be a new force? At this time, Lin Fei couldn't care so much. He would go and take a look first. What was the difference between entering the Demon Hunter's land and entering it? As long as he could farm aggro, it would be enough. Who asked Lin Fei to be lacking aggro now? Without aggro, he could only stare at the honor points. Whoosh! Lei Guang and Lin Fei directly entered the door. Following that, a force directly pulled. This pull was very gentle, not rough. It was very incredible and very mysterious. Lin Fei finally believed that this place really had a long-distance teleportation set up here. This kind of method was really rare. The more it was like this, the more interested Lin Fei was in this Demon Hunter's land. The whole process didn't last long. When they reappeared, they were standing in a huge square. This square was quite lively with people coming and going. Lin Fei was the first to come back to his senses. The surrounding noise directly floated into his ears. 3 short 1, 3 short 1. We still need an Emperor Lord expert. The Life and Death Adventure team is ready. We can bring 3 Heaven Monarchs. If you want to get rich, hurry up and form a team. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will get it again. Such voices floated into Lin Fei's ears one by one. Lei Guang had also recovered. Looking at the surging crowd around him, he quickly said, "This is the Demon Hunter's land. This is the demon hunting ground. Everyone who is teleported here will appear in this square. Later, we will go to the main hall of the demon hunting ground to register. Lin Fei looked at Lei Guang a few times. It seems that you have come to this demon hunter's land frequently. You look like you are familiar with this place. You must have gained a lot. Lei Guang smiled bitterly. My lord, you think too highly of me. This demon hunter's land isn't that easy to survive. Every time I come to this demon hunter's land, I will at most go in and pick up some small gains. As for the big gains, it has nothing to do with us. The distance from the square to the demon hunter's main hall wasn't very long. Along the way, Lin Fei saw a lot of experts. Some of the experts here were especially strong. However, so far, Lin Fei hadn't seen any Emperor Lord experts. Most of them were Heaven Monarch Realm experts. This place seemed to be a gathering place. Groups of Heaven Monarchs appeared. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. They arrived at the Demon Hunter's main hall. Shukju website. Chapter 4696. The Demon Hunter Grand Hall was the most mysterious hall that Lin Fei had ever seen. Standing at the entrance of the Demon Hunter Grand Hall was like facing a prehistoric monster. It was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei was suddenly very interested in this Demon Hunter land. It was indeed different. Lin Fei walked into the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. There were also many people in the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. Just as Lin Fei and his group entered, someone came up. Brother Heaven Monarch, are you interested in forming a team? We already have 23 Heaven Monarch experts here. Lin Fei shook his head and rejected the other party's invitation. Lin Fei had no interest in such a team. Right now, he could single-handedly annihilate the entire team. It would be easy if they were Heaven Monarch experts. Unfortunately, they were just Heaven Monarch experts. They were dispensable in front of Lin Fei and weren't attractive at all. There are indeed experts here. I have seen 6 Heaven Monarch experts recently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He could sense the existence of the 6 Heaven Monarch experts. These 6 Imperial Lord experts were rather strong. They were not weaker than the Sky Demon Sex experts. Wait, there seems to be a familiar aura here. All of a sudden, Lin Fei frowned and walked towards a certain direction. This place looked like a leisure place. It wasn't on the first floor but on the second floor. On the way to the second floor, he was stopped by someone. Hello, Demon Hunter. The second floor is above. You need a certain identity to enter the second floor. Otherwise, you can only stay on the first floor. Lei Guang was also shocked. He didn't know why Lin Fei went to the second floor. That was not a good place, and not just anyone could go there. Lei Guang wanted to say something but didn't dare to. After all, the invincible city lord in front of him was extremely ferocious. I saw an acquaintance, so I want to go up and meet him. Can't I do that? Or do you have any requirements for going up to the second floor? Just tell me. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so troublesome to meet someone. There were actually people who stopped him. The other party was just a small Lord of Heaven. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Lord of Heaven realm was indeed not worth mentioning. He still abided by the Demon Hunter Thearka's rules. He didn't make a move or force his way in. Otherwise, even 100 Heaven Monarch experts wouldn't be able to stop him. The second floor is only accessible to those with the strength of a Dharch. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out that only sovereign emperors could enter. No wonder there were only 6 sovereign emperors up there and it was so quiet. It's fine if you can unleash the strength of a monarch. This person hurriedly explained, fearing that the other party would misunderstand again. There was a huge difference between being an Imperial Lord and unleashing the strength of an Imperial Lord. The former could be done casually, but the latter required the support of a certain secret technique. Do you see this pillar? As long as Your Excellency unleashes your strongest power, this pillar will react. Once it can withstand the power of an Emperor King, this pillar will light up, and Your Excellency will be able to enter the second floor. It was not troublesome at all. That's easy. Watch carefully. This person who came out to stop Jiang Yi naturally didn't want Jiang Yi to go to the second floor. After all, the people on the second floor could unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Most people who came to the Demon Hunter land wouldn't go to the second floor because they didn't have the strength. There weren't many sovereign emperors, but there were a lot of them. It wasn't that easy to see them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a beam of light instantly blasted on the pillar. Immediately after, the pillar instantly turned red. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the pillar changed. Originally, this person wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the blink of an eye, he was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, many people in the Demon Hunter land also noticed that the pillar began to light up. One by one, they exclaimed. Someone can activate this pillar again. Another guy who can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Wow, he's only at the Lord of Heaven realm, but he can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Another monster. Isn't that Lei Guang beside that person? When did Lei Guang get to know such an expert? Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. He had just casually used the great cutting technique. Now, do I have the qualifications to go up? The person hurriedly asked respectfully. Senior, you've misunderstood. If you're not qualified, who else is? Please come in, come in. At the same time, the people on the second floor also noticed this scene. The 6 sovereign emperors were sitting together with tea in front of them. There was a cup of tea in front of them, and they were originally chatting, but now their gazes were turned to the side. They also saw that the pillar had lit up. I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. He can actually unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. It seems that this is one of the 3,000 great Tao. People nowadays have quite good potential. It seems like they're walking towards us. They can't possibly be coming for us, right? Imperial lords like them were of very high ranks in the land of demon hunters. The sovereign emperors were well aware of the dangers in the demon hunter land. Indeed, Lin Fei was walking towards the sovereign emperors with Lei Guang. The 6 sovereign emperors all had different expressions. They were quite curious. They wondered what this young man was doing here. They were just a little surprised. They didn't think much about this person. Being able to unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor didn't mean that he could fight with sovereign emperors. It was nothing more than a proof of potential. In the future, he could easily step into the sovereign emperor level. Young man, this isn't a place for you. You're not strong enough. And sovereign emperor with a mustache laughed. His words were considered rather polite. If he encountered some unreasonable sovereign emperors, he would directly attack them, regardless of whether they were monsters or not. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the sovereign emperors. I'm here to look for this sovereign emperor. I wonder if you're interested. Let's have a chat. I think you should be quite interested. The sovereign emperor that Lin Fei pointed at was an ordinary sovereign emperor. He didn't have any eye-catching features. If it wasn't for the aura of an sovereign emperor, people really wouldn't dare to believe that it was true. Are you sure you're looking for me? The sovereign emperor also laughed. Yes, I'm looking for you. If you're not willing, then I don't mind telling some useful things to others. I think they should be quite interested. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, the sovereign emperor also stood up. Although I don't know who you are, I'll have a chat with you because you're brave. Alright, everyone, wait for me. Chapter 4697. In fact, even Lin Fei did not expect that this ordinary man would be the Thunder Leopard Emperor from the small world of heaven. Seriously. If it were not for the faint aura of the other party, Lin Fei would not have thought that he would meet the Thunder Leopard Emperor in the demon hunting land. Only Lin Fei could recognize the Thunder Leopard Emperor so clearly. Even if it were someone else, they would not be able to recognize him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at another empty room. A layer of runes flashed, and no one could see what was going on inside. I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. The other party sat down slowly and took the initiative to make a pot of tea. He looked very relaxed. People who did not know the situation would think that he had mistaken someone else for someone else. However, Lin Fei smiled and said, "You can say that to others, but it doesn't mean anything to me." "Don't you think so, Thunder Leopard Emperor?" The ordinary man was still making tea seriously, as if he did not care at all. The ordinary man who was making tea was still earnestly making tea, as if he didn't care at all. But Lin Fei could clearly feel that in that instant, the middle-aged man's hand, which was making tea, trembled, even though it was only for a moment. "I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. The Thunder Leopard Emperor is a big shot in the small world of heaven. I'm just an ordinary emperor. I can't compare to him." In the blink of an eye, a pot of tea was brewed and emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei laughed. "Are you sure? Your small world of heaven was almost destroyed by the people of the Sky Demon sect. Now, the people of the Sky Demon sect should be looking for you everywhere. If I'm not wrong, your injuries are not light." At this time, the ordinary man's expression finally changed a lot. "If you still don't want to talk, I don't mind spreading what happened today. I believe that those people will definitely be interested in you. After all, a dead Thunder Leopard Emperor is better than a living one." No one could deceive Lin Fei about his identity. Not to mention the Thunder Leopard Emperor. At this time, the Thunder Leopard Emperor's expression finally changed a lot. He leisurely took a sip of tea, then smiled and applauded. "I didn't expect my disguise to be seen through by you. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Invincible City Lord. You have amazing eyesight. I'm impressed." If Lei Guang was here at this time, he would certainly be shocked to find out that his father was actually here. Even he didn't recognize him at all, but Lin Fei managed to recognize him a step ahead. Lin Fei also sat down in front of him and casually poured a cup of tea. "To put it bluntly, I'm not your enemy. I'm just taking a stroll in the small world of heaven. I didn't expect to do such a good thing for you. How do you think you should thank me?" The ordinary person in front of him was really Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. Ever since he was schemed against by the Sky Demon sect and escaped death, he had used his disguise. Only then did he manage to escape. Even so, his injuries were still severe. It was impossible for him to recover within a short period of time. He set his sights on the land of demon hunters. At the same time, he arranged for people to understand the small world of heaven. Naturally, he knew that the people from the Sky Demon sect had returned without success. He heard that there was an invincible city lord there. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know about such an emperor at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In any case, the other party had indeed helped him a great deal. At the very least, his foundation was not destroyed by the other party, the Sky Demon sect. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the small world of heaven would have been long gone. However, I'm quite curious. I've already used a heavenly divine artifact in disguise, yet you were still able to discover me." This was the thing that Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao wanted to know the most. How could he be seen through so quickly, especially by such a young person? How could Lin Fei say it so easily? He smiled without saying anything and slowly took a sip of tea. "This actually has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you just have to believe that I have no interest in you. However, I'm quite interested in the Sky Demon sect. Are you interested in cooperating?" He was disappointed that he couldn't find out what was going on from the other party. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't sense any killing intent from the other party. In other words, the other party wasn't interested in him. Such a mysterious emperor was indeed quite surprising to Lei Bao. However, the other party actually proposed to cooperate at this time. Such a thing was really rare, so he couldn't quite believe it. "Are you also an enemy of the Sky Demon sect? If you are, then we can indeed cooperate. However, not now. Wait until I leave the demon hunting land." Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao was quite interested in cooperating with such an emperor expert. He was quite happy to make the Sky Demon sect unhappy. "I'm also interested in the land of demon hunters. I heard that we have to kill some experts from another world inside. I wonder what the details are like inside. Can you tell me about it?" Maybe we can work together inside. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't resist. Lin Fei was naturally willing to cooperate with Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. After all, Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao knew more about the Sky Demon sect. If he wanted to make the Sky Demon sect hate him, he had to make the Sky Demon sect suffer a little. Emperor Lei Bao also laughed and raised the teacup in his hand. Then we can have a pleasant cooperation. Why don't you join my temporary monarch team? Because you have the strength. Lin Fei had a rather good understanding of this Imperial Lord team. They were quite strong, although they were slightly weaker than the 5 from the Sky Demon sect. It wasn't that far off. In the land of demon hunters, it was indeed a powerful force. Now that Imperial Monarch Lei Bao had taken the initiative to invite him, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He was indeed unfamiliar with the demon hunter lands of the otherworld. Sure, as long as the 5 monarchs don't have any objections, I'm naturally willing to join. If they have any objections, then forget it. Anyway, I'm used to working alone. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed very serious. You don't have to worry about that. After all, they know that you're the invincible city lord. You chased away the 5 monarchs of the Sky Demon sect. In other words, ordinary monarchs aren't your match in a one-on-one fight. Invincible city lord, don't be modest. It can't be. I'm so famous now that even people like you know about me. It seems that there are really no secrets in this star field that can be hidden. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4698. Not long later. The 5 imperial emperors followed him into the private room. They had also received news of Emperor Thunder Leopard, and Emperor Thunder Leopard had a new identity in front of them. That was Emperor Hai Tian. This is the invincible city lord. I do know him, so I hope that he can join our team. After all, with one more emperor, our chances of killing otherworldly experts will be higher. The 5 emperors had naturally heard of the invincible city lord's name. He caused a huge commotion in the small world of heaven. He went up against the Sky Demon sect. He chased the 5 emperors away. Don't think that the news of the small world of heaven wouldn't spread. In fact, there were many spies placed here. Such a big piece of news spread like wildfire, causing many people to be interested in the invincible city lord. They didn't know where he came from, but he was so powerful. Not only did he master the Great Slicer technique, but he also mastered the Great Thunderclap technique and the 3,000 Great Daos. He could be considered a very powerful existence. Especially when he hadn't even reached the Emperor realm. If he stepped into the Emperor realm, he would definitely be very terrifying. He would at least have the strength of a late-stage emperor. Everyone recognized such a master. Then how can we prove that you are the invincible city lord? As long as you are the invincible city lord, we naturally have no objections. After the 5 emperors looked at each other, they naturally recognized the existence of the invincible city lord. Whether or not he was the invincible city lord had to be tested. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder if this will work. A ball of light appeared in his left hand, and a ball of light appeared in his right hand. When these 2 balls of light appeared, the expressions of the 5 emperors changed slightly. They felt a sharp aura, as well as an aura of destruction. If it wasn't the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap technique, then what was it? Welcome Invincible City Lord to our team. This way, our team's strength will be even stronger. Everyone knew what was going on. Naturally, they knew that this person was the real deal. The Invincible City Lord was younger than they had imagined. His strength wasn't weak at all. No wonder he could chase away the 5 emperors of the Sky Demon sect. This kind of strength was worthy of his name. Just like that, Lin Fei joined their team. They approved of Lin Fei's addition and were very grateful to see Sky Emperor for bringing an old friend. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei got to know these 5 imperial emperors. They were Emperor First Sea, Emperor 3 White, Emperor Watercloud, and Emperor Dragonblaze. The most powerful of the 5 emperors was most likely Emperor Dragonblaze. He was a late-stage imperial emperor. As for the rest, they were all mid-stage Imperial Lords. As for Imperial Lord Thunder Leopard, he was also a mid-stage Imperial Lord. This also allowed Lin Fei to have a comprehensive understanding of them. This lineup was not to be underestimated. Lei Guang was immediately sent away. This guy was really afraid of going to the demon hunting land. That place was fraught with danger, and he wouldn't be so lucky every time. Especially when following behind such a powerhouse, they wouldn't even know when they would die. This time, Lin Fei came a little early. The land of demon hunters hadn't opened yet, so they still had to wait for half a month. Lin Fei decided to stay in the land of demon hunters. The land of demon hunters was still very lively. Almost every day, one could see all kinds of people pulling people, which was the so-called team, to expand the strength of the team. This method was quite effective. At least with more people, the efficiency in the land of demon hunters would greatly increase. One trip would basically result in a lot of gains, and each person could get hundreds of thousands of crystals. Don't think that it was so easy to earn crystals. It was already quite good to get hundreds of thousands of crystals. After staying in the land of demon hunters for almost half a month. One day, Emperor Thunder Leopard suddenly came to find him, looking a little anxious. After all, the two of them lived next door, and this was specially arranged by Emperor Thunder Leopard. In his heart, he quite approved of this invincible city lord. I took the liberty to come here to inform you that the people from the Sky Demon sect are here. If I'm not wrong, they should be heading for the land of demon hunters. Actually, even if Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't say it, Lin Fei already knew. From the moment the Emperor entered, he felt the aura of the people from the Sky Demon sect. Isn't it good that they're here? Didn't we want to have a good chat with the Sky Demon sect? Now that the opportunity is here, we can send them on their way. What a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted the people from the Sky Demon sect to come. However, they didn't go to the small world of heaven. Instead, they came to the land of demon hunters. Without a doubt, they didn't come for him, nor did they come for Emperor Thunder Leopard. They were going for the land of demon hunters. Anything that could make these Emperor Thunder Leopard come to the land of demon hunters was naturally something that tempted them. If they snatched it from their hands at this time, it would definitely make the Sky Demon sect depressed for a long time. Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't expect the invincible city lord to play it down. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. To be able to chase away 5 Emperor Thunder Leopard, his strength was definitely impressive. He wasn't like Emperor Thunder Leopard, who was schemed against by the people from the Sky Demon sect and became a stray dog. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Compared to the Invincible City Lord, he was far inferior. Invincible City Lord, you have a good mentality. I'm not as good as you. When I heard that the experts from the Sky Demon sect came, I really panicked. I was afraid that my whereabouts would be exposed. It was very normal for Emperor Thunder Leopard to think this way. If even Lin Fei could see through him, what if the people from the Sky Demon sect saw through him? He had spent a lot of effort to hide here. Once he was exposed, he would really be unable to escape. You're thinking too much. It's natural that they can see through you. I've cultivated some secret techniques, so it's impossible for the Sky Demon sect to see through me. However, your mentality is a little bad, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect together. I think you'll be in a good mood. Lin Fei laughed. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if this matter is hung on my head. Anyway, I'm not afraid of the Sky Demon sect. If they come, I'll destroy them. If they come, I'll destroy them. I can increase my strength. Emperor Thunder Leopard had broadened his horizons. This invincible city lord was truly a capable person. If news of him disregarding the Sky Demon sect were to spread, it was unknown how many people would be shocked. Just because of what you said, I'll naturally cooperate with you and destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I'm an Emperor Thunder Leopard, but I was actually schemed against by them. This time, I have to seek justice no matter what. At the same time, I'll collect some interest. When I destroy the Sky Demon sect's Emperor Thunder Leopard, I don't want anything but their heads. This was Emperor Thunder Leopard's small request. Chapter 4699. Seriously. Lin Fei was quite surprised that the Sky Demon sect would come to the demon hunting land at this time. He also realized that the Sky Demon sect had quite a powerful background. Just look at Emperor Thunder Leopard. When the people from the Sky Demon sect came over, they were so scared that they couldn't sit still. If it weren't for Lin Fei's last few words, Emperor Thunder Leopard might have turned around and left. If I kill the experts from the Sky Demon sect this time, I believe that the Sky Demon sect will be very angry. When these people from the Sky Demon sect came over, Lin Fei's first thought was to kill them. This way, the Sky Demon sect would hate him even more. After thinking about it, he felt that although this method was feasible, it wouldn't be a good thing if it made the Sky Demon sect feel fear. Sometimes, he needed to pay attention to certain strategies and methods to farm hatred. Lin Fei had an idea of what to do. He could injure the Sky Demon sect's emperor, but he couldn't kill them. Once he killed them, the Sky Demon sect would be afraid. When that happened, it would be difficult to farm hatred. However, if he made the people from the Sky Demon sect suffer every time and made them helpless, this was the most effective way to farm hatred. This time, the Sky Demon sect had sent 4 Emperor Lords. This time, they wanted to enter the demon hunting land to collect some things. To them, this kind of thing wasn't a big deal. As they were in the demon hunting land, the situation was naturally a little different. However, they were more willing to deal with those experts. For example, the Invincible City Lord, who had some influence in the Sky Demon sect recently, actually chased the 5 Emperor Lords away to stop them from destroying the small world of heaven. Speaking of which, the Invincible City Lord really taught them a lesson. Until now, the Sky Demon sect still hadn't found out the origin of the Invincible City Lord. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This made people feel very inconceivable. The Sky Demon sect's intelligence department was still very large. However, even under such circumstances, they still couldn't find the Invincible City Lord. It was a little embarrassing just thinking about it. However, the more it was like this, the more they thought about the Invincible City Lord. Logically speaking, even the Crown Prince of a hidden faction and the others should be able to find clues. But this person had no clues at all. Without a doubt, there were only 2 explanations. First, this Invincible City Lord was indeed from a hidden force, and this hidden force was so strong that they didn't know about it. As for the second one, it was very simple. This Invincible City Lord must have received some sort of inheritance, which was why no one recognized him. After much analysis, they felt that the second possibility was more likely. This guy called Invincible City Lord must have gotten some kind of opportunity. From then on, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. For the time being, no one was able to find out the origin of the other party. They were actually quite interested in dealing with such a person. If he had a lot of treasures, whoever took down the Invincible City Lord first would be able to reap a small harvest. This was also a rule of the Sky Demon sect. No matter what they did, the person who did it would get 30% of the benefits first. As for 70% of the profits, even if they handed over 70% of the profits, there would still be a lot of benefits that would fall on their heads. I've just received news that there's actually an old acquaintance of ours in the Demon Hunter's land. It's definitely unexpected. The 3 emperors were drinking tea when an emperor came in from outside. He smiled at them. The 4 people present were all working for the Sky Demon sect. They were all wearing demon-subduing collars around their necks. To them, suppressing the Sky Demon sect wasn't bad for them. Instead, there were benefits everywhere. Even if they were wearing demon-subduing collars, they wouldn't have any thoughts about it. As soon as this emperor came in, the 3 emperors' expressions lit up. It can't be. You actually met an old acquaintance in the Demon Hunter's land? Tell me, which old acquaintance is it? The emperor who spoke was called Emperor Blazing Sun. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. I can guarantee that you won't be able to guess who this old acquaintance is. Do you know that the Sky Demon sect has caused a huge commotion recently? The old acquaintance I met is the Invincible City Lord. It can't be. This old acquaintance is actually the invincible city lord? Isn't he in the small world of heaven? Why is he here in the demon hunter's land? It doesn't matter if he came to the demon hunter's land or not. Isn't this a great thing for us? This invincible city lord is quite strong. I heard that he has mastered the great incision technique and the great thunderclap technique. His combat power is very strong. As the emperors of the Sky Demon sect, they naturally knew about this matter. The commotion he caused was quite big. Until now, they still hadn't found out where this invincible city lord came from. The only thing they could be sure of was that this invincible city lord had a high possibility of obtaining some sort of inheritance. That was why his strength soared and he wasn't included in their intelligence department. The intelligence department naturally had a target. Without a certain level of strength, one naturally wouldn't be targeted. This was the case for this invincible city lord. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. Originally, we came to the demon hunter's land to complete a mission. Now that we've met this invincible city lord, it seems like we can make a huge contribution. Emperor Blazing Sun was quite interested in this invincible city lord. If they could bring this invincible city lord back, that would be for the best. Then, they would have made a great contribution. When that time came, they would receive a lot of rewards. But this invincible city lord is quite difficult to deal with. It might be difficult for us 4 emperors. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed out loud. That's easy. We have a lot of treasures in our hands. We'll catch him off guard. The invincible city lord was indeed strong. However, they weren't to be trifled with. If the 4 emperors worked together, they would still be very capable. Just as Emperor Blazing Sun's voice fell. A voice that was neither light nor heavy floated in from afar. I heard that the experts of the Sky Demon sect are here. No, I should say that the Emperor of the Sky Demon sect is here. I'm here to pay a visit. How about we get to know each other first? Immediately after, they saw a figure walking in with a smile on his face. However, to the 4 emperors, this smile was a little provocative. They didn't expect this invincible city lord to take the initiative to look for them. Isn't this news a little too well informed? You're the invincible city lord. How dare you look for us at this time? Aren't you afraid that the 4 of us will join forces to suppress you? Chapter 4700. Ha 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 ha, the experts of the Sky Demon sect said that they can suppress me. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you 4 imperial lords are here? Even if I gave you a handicap, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. A stream of light flew in. The 4 imperial lords really didn't expect that the invincible city lord would take the initiative to look for them. Most importantly, he attacked without saying a word. That stream of light made them feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. They knew that this was the so-called great slicing technique. I've always heard that your great slicing technique is very domineering. I want to see whether your great slicing technique is more domineering or my true sun fire is more powerful. The strongest among these imperial lords was Emperor Blazing Sunday. He snorted coldly. A ball of flames appeared around his body. This flame was the true sun fire that he had cultivated. It was very domineering. It blocked in front of him and turned into a wall. He wanted to see whether the great slicing technique or his true sun fire was more powerful. One had to know that his true sun fire could burn an expert to ashes in a single exchange. This was also one of the techniques that Emperor Blazing Sun was best at. The great slicing technique and the true sun fire collided instantly. The intense heat seemed to want to disintegrate the great slicing technique. The great slicing technique was not an ordinary great slicing technique. It was a 2-star technique, so its power was naturally different. Even though the true sun fire kept blocking it, the great slicing technique still sliced through it. It broke through the defense of the true sun fire. It arrived in front of Emperor Blazing Sunday. Emperor Blazing Sun had suffered a great deal in just one exchange. As for the 3 imperial monarchs, there was no need to even mention them. Their faces immediately darkened. The great slicing technique had made them feel how powerful it was. This was an expert. It was obvious that he had the strength of an imperial lord. The invincible city lord really had the strength of an imperial lord. How is it? I was right, right? Even if the four of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. Lin Fei's figure had already walked in. He could clearly see that the expressions of the four imperial lords were a little different. To be honest, I haven't even gone to look for your Sky Demon sect. I didn't expect your Sky Demon sect to come. Do you think I should leave you all here, or? Lin Fei pulled out a chair and sat down in front of them. He swaggered around, not taking the four emperors seriously at all. The four imperial lords of the Sky Demon sect were infuriated. This was especially true for Emperor Blazing Sun, whose true sun fire had been broken, which made him feel extremely displeased. They are them, and we are us. Just because of what you said, we four imperial emperors will be embarrassed if we don't take you down. Lin Fei raised his hand and there was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Do it. Actually, I'm quite willing. As soon as the lightning struck, they quickly released their protective treasures. Following that, their protective treasures also trembled. As the lightning descended, it instantly turned into a storm of attacks. This caused the expressions of the four imperial monarchs to change once more. The great art of slicing was very powerful, so it was naturally not a problem. However, the great art of thunderclap was still so powerful. What the hell? With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, streams of light flew over. These were formed by the great art of slicing. Don't you want to suppress me? I'll give you a chance to do so now. Escape from my two great techniques first. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the strength of your Sky Demon sect's Imperial Emperor is really mediocre. This was equivalent to giving the Sky Demon sect a huge slap in the face. Looking at the four Imperial Emperors, they knew what the situation was like. They really knew why the five Imperial Emperors weren't a match for him. In the face of such an attack, they were like a storm. They had no right to resist at all. Furthermore, the other party's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. The strength of a late-stage Imperial Emperor. This was the result they had guessed. It seems like you can't suppress me. However, this is the demon hunting land. I won't see blood. Let me give you a piece of advice. This isn't a place for you to play. Scram as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll destroy you. A voice floated over. The streams of light from the great art of slicing and the great art of thunderclap instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. The four Imperial Emperors watched as Lin Fei left the place just like that. Both of them appeared to be in a very sorry state. It would be obvious if they were still alive after this exchange. You're going too far. You're going too far. We're the Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect. Imperial Emperor Blazing Sun cursed out loud. All of them had spent a lot of time to become Imperial Emperors. However, they were now being looked down upon by a fellow who wasn't even an Imperial Emperor. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was as if an invisible wound had been torn open in their bodies. Lin Fei kept rubbing salt on their wounds, constantly provoking them. It seems like we have to inform the headquarters and get them to send more experts over. It's best if they send a peak-level Imperial Emperor over to destroy Lin Fei. This was the only good idea. It would be quite difficult for the four of them to capture the invincible city lord. The other party's great art of slicing and great art of thunderclap were enough to make them feel a sense of danger. They still had to keep their faces. If they didn't want their faces anymore, they would be too embarrassed to return to the Sky Demon sect. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect to come to the right place. The four Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect had contributed tens of thousands of hatred points to him. And it was still rising. Killing people wasn't the best way to increase hatred points. Only by constantly slapping their faces was the most effective way. He hoped that he would meet them again in the demon hunting land. When the time came, he would be able to gain a lot of hatred points. Or perhaps, they couldn't take it lying down and found another Imperial Emperor expert. He reckoned that the expert this time should be a peak-level Imperial Emperor. The Sky Demons sect had always been famous. To other factions, the Sky Demons sect was considered a top-notch faction. It wasn't difficult to find a peak-level Imperial Emperor. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with him, it was very likely that they would find a peak-level Imperial Emperor expert. He believed that such an Imperial Emperor expert would have a lot of good items on him. Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. He silently waited for the day of the Demon Hunting Land's opening. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Demon Hunting Land's opening. The square was already filled with people. Everyone was preparing to enter the Demon Hunting Land. Chapter 4701. Until the Demon Hunting Land was opened. During this period, no one from the Sky Demon sect came to look for Lin Fei again. This hatred seemed to be constantly increasing. In a short period of time, it had almost risen to 200,000 hatred. This was also why Lin Fei hadn't been looking for people to attract hatred recently. So to be able to get these 200,000 hate points was a lot. The biggest contributor should be the experts from the Sky Demon sect. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei believed that the Sky Demon sect would definitely send an expert this time. It was very likely that they would send an expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord. An expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord could indeed sweep away all Emperor Lords. They were also recognized as powerful in the circle of Emperor Lords. It was very difficult to find an ordinary limit Emperor Lord. They wouldn't appear often, much less deal with a person easily. The limit Emperor Lords were busy breaking through to the Sky God level. As the accumulation of the limit Emperor Lords was too deep and too powerful, it was 100 times harder to break through to the Sky God level than ordinary Emperor Lords. However, once they broke through to the Sky God level, they would be terrifying. They would be a powerful existence in the Sky God level. As for how many stars they could become, they would be at least 5 or 6 stars or above. Above the Emperor Lord was the Sky God level. Sky Gods were also divided according to stars, from 1 star to 9 stars. Among them, 1 star was the lowest, while 9 stars was the highest. Rumor had it that there were even 10 stars. That was a true top-notch existence. Even ordinary 5 or 6 star Sky Gods wouldn't be able to see them easily, let alone the 7 or 8 star Sky Gods. It was also publicly acknowledged that an ultimate Emperor Lord was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend an ultimate Emperor Lord expert. Once they were offended, even if they had to spend all their wealth, they would find someone to help them resolve the matter. The Sky Demon sect's limit Emperor Lord didn't come. Instead, the Demon Hunting Land opened. The more he learned about the Demon Hunting Land, the more interested Lin Fei became. After all, there were experts from the foreign races in here. Although these foreign race experts had nothing to do with the Heavenly Demon clan, the relationship between them and the Heavenly Demons was more or less a cooperative one. It was normal to say that they were in cahoots with each other. Back when the Heavenly Demon clan invaded the Great Thousand World, these foreign race experts also had some thoughts. He had plundered a lot of resources from the small worlds. Because they had retreated relatively quickly, the other world experts were still very well preserved, and the losses were not many. On the other hand, the experts of the Heavenly Demon clan were either dead or injured. They were directly suppressed. It could be said that the experts of the foreign races were quite smart. One by one, the doors appeared on the square, which surprised Lin Fei. The other sovereign emperors laughed as well. The Demon Hunter Land isn't an ordinary Demon Hunter Land. It's impossible to enter the Demon Hunter Land from here and other places. It's only here. I heard that we're all inside a treasure, so we can easily enter these portals. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. However, the appearance of this door gave Lin Fei a deep impression of the Demon Hunting Land. At the very least, this Demon Hunter Land was a powerful force. Even the Sky Demon sect came here and behaved themselves. One could imagine the foundation of the Demon Hunter Land. Let's go to this other world first. We can only rely on luck as to which other world we end up in. Before entering, Lin Fei had already understood the situation of the Demon Hunter Land. Behind these portals were many other worlds. As for which other world they would enter, it would depend on luck. Other worlds were similar to the Great Thousand World, but there weren't as many worlds. If they entered an otherworld that wasn't considered powerful, they would naturally have a bountiful harvest. However, if they entered a powerful otherworld, it would be a little troublesome. They could only rely on luck. No one could guarantee what the otherworld they entered would be like. The sovereign emperors didn't hesitate and directly entered the portal. Lin Fei and Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao also entered. At that moment, Lin Fei felt that time was passing. This obviously contained the Time Great Tao, as well as the Space Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and he turned around. Then, he found himself standing in a different space. The situation doesn't look too good. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao and the other sovereign emperors seemed to have disappeared. Lin Fei stood in a forest surrounded by towering trees, exuding a peaceful aura. In this forest, Lin Fei could feel that the heaven spirit qi was unbelievably rich. This other world seemed to be similar to the world he usually saw. There weren't many changes. In any case, Lin Fei had arrived in another world. Swoosh. 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 Lin Fei was just about to check where the other sovereign emperors were when dozens of streams of light attacked from the forest in front of him without warning. These streams of light contained a complicated aura. Lin Fei didn't go forward and used the great slicing technique to block them. Torrents of energy came crashing down, but they were easily blocked. Intruders. Intruders. They're here. They're pretty strong. Following that, a voice was heard. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was beyond his expectations. If that's the case, I should have come to a more powerful otherworld, and I was targeted by them at the first moment. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie, and he had some understanding of these otherworlds. Small otherworlds would rarely be able to detect them. However, once he arrived in a stronger otherworld, it would be a different story. The first thing he did was to be targeted by others. Just look at the word, intruders, and you would understand what was going on. Clearly, this otherworld had dealt with many intruders. In other words, people from other worlds had come. A few breaths later, more than a dozen figures chased after him. These figures were all very tall. At first glance, they looked somewhat similar to humans. However, their bodies were filled with a domineering aura. These people brandished their scepters one after another, and a series of long-range attacks came crashing down. These long-range attacks included some hail, some fireballs, some flames, and even earth spikes. This seems to be comparable to spellcasters. They're all long-range attacks. The power of these long-range attacks was still very strong. However, they couldn't get close to Lin Fei at all. They were directly disintegrated by the great slicing technique. The power of a 2-star great slicing technique was still very strong. It was used to meet force with force. Chapter 4702. The dozen or so otherworld experts were all quite strong. To Lin Fei, they were still quite lacking. After dozens of great cutting techniques, only corpses were left behind. This also made Lin Fei realize that their physical bodies were very weak. However, their defensive spells were quite strong. These spell experts basically all had the defense of a heavenly monarch. If the human heavenly monarch experts fought against them, they would probably be beaten very helplessly. The magical techniques of these otherworldly beings were extremely profound and penetrative. It was truly difficult to defend against them. Lin Fei collected some rings from their hands. After looking through them, he finally understood what kind of small world he had come to. I thought my luck was pretty good. Now it seems that my luck is quite bad. I actually came to a powerful otherworld. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was really bad luck. This otherworld was called the world of 3 original demon gods. This world of 3 original demon gods was ranked among the top of the otherworld. Lin Fei was lucky enough to read up on the information. The otherworld experts in this small world basically all used long-range methods. In other words, they had all kinds of spells. However, in this small world, they called it magic. For example, just now, they had used magic to attack. Magic was very powerful and had a very penetrating power. It wasn't something that an ordinary powerhouse could resist. Lin Fei did not expect that he would actually get his hands on the world of 3 original demon gods. This small world was very powerful because there was a demon god in this small world. This demon god was about the same level as the heaven gods of the boundless world. It was said that this demon god was much stronger than the heaven gods. He just did not know how many stars this demon god was at. No one knew what level the demon gods of the world of 3 original demon gods were at. Anyone who encountered them would be left here. It seems that the world of 3 original demon gods hates invaders very much. I just killed a group of people. I did not expect them to come again. They seem to be even stronger. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to cooperate with Lei Bao and the others. It seemed that it was impossible now. The experts here seemed to have locked onto the invaders. After killing one batch, another batch would follow. At that time, their strength would also become stronger and stronger. With a thought, the sky was shrouded by dark clouds. Following that, bolts of lightning came crashing down. It seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. This time, its might was even greater, directly reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. What a powerful lock-on ability. This should be the means of a magician. No wonder no one likes to go to powerful otherworlds. The Great Slicer technique covered the sky, directly blocking the thunderbolts. Some of the lightning turned into arcs of light that penetrated down and landed on Lin Fei's body. However, these arcs of light only destroyed a lot of his body's defenses. They didn't really threaten Lin Fei. Even so, Lin Fei could feel that these thunderbolts were different. They were very strong. As expected of a triple essence demon god emperor. That guy is here. Chase after him. Don't let him hide. Damn intruders, there will be 1 or 2 every year. Unknowingly, Lin Fei's aggro value actually began to rise again. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight these magicians this time. He turned around and left. He had to take a look at this triple essence demon god world first. After all, this was the time to farm hatred. After Lin Fei left, more than 10 figures chased after him. These figures all had a golden halo around them. It was like a golden egg. This was the magic shield of their triple essence demon god world. It was very powerful. It was something that could only be cultivated at the sovereign emperor level. That guy just left, let's chase after him. I don't know how long this intruder can last. He probably doesn't even know that he has already been locked on by our Heaven's Eye in our triple essence demon god world. These magicians were all wearing magic robes that covered their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their faces, but they all exuded a sense of arrogance and nobility. These were the so-called magicians. Lin Fei's movement speed was extremely fast. Even so, there were still some magic techniques that kept chasing after him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I think it's very unlikely that I'll be able to shake them off. This 3-origin demon god small world is quite different. They must have developed some magical methods that can lock onto intruders. No matter how I try to run, I'll be locked onto. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei understood what was going on. This triple essence demon god world was indeed extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it here, they might die here. Lin Fei decided to meet these magicians. He might as well not leave. So he stopped. As soon as he stopped, the great slicing technique directly entered the void and disappeared without a trace. Intruder, why did you stop? I thought you would run all over the triple essence demon god world. In the blink of an eye, the magicians caught up. They surrounded Lin Fei in a large circle. Lin Fei finally saw these magicians. They were all wearing magic robes. These magic robes were not simple either. They were all extraordinary treasures. At the very least, Lin Fei could see the profoundness in them. Since you've already locked onto me, what can I do even if I'm in a hurry to leave? I might as well come down and have a good chat with you. I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? The mages all burst into laughter. This was the funniest thing they had ever heard. Shameless intruder, you still have the nerve to say such things. Don't think I don't know why you came to this world. Isn't it to slaughter and snatch this treasure? You'd better surrender. Seeing that you're not bad, you might even become a high-class slave. After all, our world welcomes intruders like you the most. The dozens of magicians present were all very strong. They all held scepters in their hands and were very confident. They were not afraid of the intruder in front of them at all. Then it seems that our conversation is useless. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, the great slicing technique hidden in the void flew out. One by one, it locked on to the magicians. The mages reacted very quickly, and all of them opened their magic shields, which shone with a golden light as bright as day. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his great slicing technique had met with a certain amount of resistance and a certain amount of rebound when it landed on the dazzling magic shields of the Jingguang. What a strong defense. It can actually withstand my great slicing technique. Chapter 4703. These mages were quite strong. At the very least, Lin Fei*'s great incision was met with a certain amount of resistance. It was not so easy to break their defense. And this was at the 2-star level. No wonder they said that the experts of the alternate world were quite terrifying. Lin Fei had learned something new. If it weren't /T for the fact that the power of the great incision had increased a lot, he would really be helpless against these mages. Lin Fei was a little shocked. The mages on the other side were also very shocked. This was because these crisscrossing rays of light carried a sharp aura, and when they landed on their magic shields, they felt deeply terrified. Everyone, be careful. Don/T take it head on. This thing is too sharp. Even my magic shield was shaken. Hurry up and pull away. We can /T let him get close to us. This guy should be a physique cultivator. If we use long-range means, we can naturally capture him. So he /S a physique cultivator. No wonder. But his means are quite powerful. I heard that this should be one of the 3,000 great ways. It exudes the aura of a great way. These mages were still very smart. They also knew what was the most reasonable method to use, and they all pulled away. How could Lin Fei let them pull away? Although the defense of these mages' /magic shields was quite good, how long could they last under the fierce attack of his great incision? Countless great slicing spells were flying around non-stop. The faces of the mages turned a little ugly. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. Bolts of lightning came crashing down, numbing them to the point of numbness. In that instant, the great incision swept in all directions and killed these mages. These mages were indeed quite strong. But they could not withstand the ferocity of Lin Fei**s great incision. In addition, the great thunderclap directly paralyzed them. For a moment, their long-range means were useless, not to mention their magic shields. This also allowed Lin Fei to instantly find a way to kill them. These mages were strong at long range, but very weak at close combat. Their bodies were also fragile. It was as if they had lost their eggshells. He could kill them as he pleased. Don/T kill me, Don/T kill me, I am willing to surrender. After the 3,000 great ways were activated, many mages were killed. There were very few who could stand. When the rest of the mages saw Lin Fei's methods, they were also terrified. Even their magic shields couldn't withstand the lightning bolts, and they were instantly shattered. After it was broken, it was their turn to be unlucky. The great slicing technique swept over and sliced their bodies into pieces. After witnessing this scene, the remaining mages no longer had any thoughts of resisting and chose to surrender one after another. Perhaps he could live if he surrendered, but if he didn't, he wouldn't even know how he died. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill all these mages, but he found that these surrendered mages contributed a lot of hatred. Not only did he surrender, but he was also angry at him. It was not a bad idea to keep him alive. At the same time, Lin Fei also knew that killing these magicians was not necessarily a good thing. But keeping them would be much more useful. Their long-range attacks were indeed quite good. You guys are pretty good. It just so happens that I'm lacking some slaves by my side, so I'll take you guys. With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, the lightning seeds directly hit their bodies. The current Lin Fei still had such strength and ability. Every time the great wave of lightning fell into their bodies, it made them tremble instantly. Their eyes also became a lot more hateful. However, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Lin Fei could easily feel that the hatred he gained had increased a lot again. As the natives of this place, take me to see the big city here. If he wanted to gain hatred, he had to turn the demon god world upside down. If he didn't do that, how could he gain hatred? Lin Fei was very concerned about this hatred. The more this thing, the faster his strength could increase. But before that, you have to tell me how to avoid the pursuit of those mages. This is the most important thing. I think you should have this method. At this moment, there were about 6 mages under Lin Fei's control, and their strength was quite good. Sir, you have been targeted by our world's Heaven's Eye. If you want to avoid the Heaven's Eye, you can only enter the city. Only in the city can the Heaven's Eye not lock on. Lin Fei finally understood why he had been targeted by the mages. It turned out that he had been targeted by this world's Heaven's Eye. It was indeed an interesting alternate world. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to the nearest city. We have to go to the biggest city. It's not easy to come to this alternate world, we have to broaden our horizons. These slaves were very dutiful. At the very least, they were still worried that Lin Fei would destroy them at any time. Therefore, they all behaved very respectfully and honestly. At the very least, they didn't dare to have too many thoughts. There was still quite a lot of hatred. Lin Fei didn't care. If they had any thoughts, he could detonate those lightning seeds with a thought. He could kill them more than 100 times. Moreover, even if he let them make a move, they wouldn't be able to break his defense. Just like that, Lin Fei shook off those mages all the way. When he arrived at the nearest big city. It was indeed a big city with a large population. As soon as he entered this big city, Lin Fei didn't feel the feeling of being watched. In other words, the Heaven's Eye had indeed lost its function. As for why there was such a setting, Lin Fei himself wasn't very clear. Anyway, to him, as long as he wasn't targeted by the Heaven's Eye, he could attract hatred in a short period of time. As soon as he entered this city, Lin Fei sensed the strongest existence. This was an emperor-level mage. It should be a late-stage existence. Here, they weren't called emperor, but demon lords. Those at the heaven god level were called demon gods, those who broke through to the emperor level were called demon lords, and the rest were called demon kings. It was very easy to divide them. The strongest in this city was the demon lords. There were as many as 8 such demon lords. Lin Fei also sensed it at once. As for how to deal with this hatred, Lin Fei didn't have any ideas for the time being. He would see the situation first. After all, this trip still took some time. Everyone, go and see, the 10 saintesses are here. I wonder which saintess is here. How can we miss such a good opportunity? We have to see it. A burst of voices floated over from afar. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He found something interesting. There are saintesses in your world. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4704. As soon as he heard the word saintess. With the addition of the 10 saintesses, Lin Fei's thoughts changed a lot. He asked the slaves around him. In any case, they would answer honestly. As Lin Fei imagined, the 10 saintesses were quite influential in the entire demon god world. They were the 10 saintesses with the most potential. They all had the chance to become demon god in the future. If it was just to become demon lord, it might not be a big deal. But it was different to become a demon god. In other words, their potential was extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei quickly realize that he might be able to farm a lot of hatred from the saintesses. Let's go and see the situation first. If it was really as he thought, then he could take action. Who knew when the demon god would take action? Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. While he could farm a little hatred now, he had to do it. The more hatred he had, the better his strength would be. Even if a demon god powerhouse came, he might be able to farm this demon god. Lin Fei decided to transform into a terrifying demon king first. Thinking about it, doing this kind of thing gave him a special sense of accomplishment. Along the way, what Lin Fei heard the most was about the saintesses. It could be imagined that these 10 saintesses were indeed quite influential. It couldn't be better for them to appear here at this time. When he arrived at the square, it was already a sea of people. Lin Fei could feel a lot of demon lord level experts. He didn't expect that a saintess would have such a big impact. Lin Fei looked forward and saw that there was a ball of holy light on the high platform in front of him. This holy light was very comfortable. This should be the saintess they were talking about. It seems that this saintess is called Lan Tianin. Lin Fei looked at her and felt that this saintess called Lan Tianin was quite different. She had a lot of potential. At such a young age, she already had the strength of a demon lord. No wonder she had such a big influence. No wonder these people ran over. Then I should have come to the right place. I'll take her down first. With so many people, I should be able to contribute a lot of hatred. One saintess was already like this. If all 10 saintesses were to be captured in one fell swoop, Lin Fei felt that it would be quite interesting. In this big city, Lin Fei felt that it was not difficult to farm 1,000,000 hatred points. At that time, as long as he found some means, he could easily avoid the pursuit of the Heaven's Eye. The group of magicians behind him was quite annoying, and it would also make Lin Fei lose his freedom. Lin Fei walked forward. Compared to the others who were wearing magic robes, Lin Fei's look was much simpler. After seeing the few slaves following behind Lin Fei, they didn't have any more thoughts. The further he went, the more Lin Fei felt that the holy light on Lan Tianin was very unusual. There was a feeling of being immersed in it. If this Lan Tianin was stronger, just the holy light alone would be enough to easily confuse people. This saintess Lan Tianin was waving her scepter. The holy light sprinkled down layer by layer, and all the magicians who were enveloped by the holy light had an exceptionally different spirit. Saintess, saintess. Saintess, saintess. The voices of the magicians became orderly and formed a certain rhythm. The entire square was almost filled with the voice of the saintess. When he was about to get close to the saintess, he saw that someone around him stopped Lin Fei's footsteps. They didn't let him go any further. Lin Fei could also see that these should be the servants of the saintess. All of them were quite strong. No wonder they stood in the outermost circle, an invisible form of protection. Lin Fei planned to farm hatred on Lan Tianin, the saintess. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to the other party's words. As soon as the great slicing technique was used, it was like a cold light that instantly swept over these people. These people had no time to react. One by one, they flew out and fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. This was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Seeing blood might not be a good thing. He was just here to farm hatred. The sudden scene caused everyone to stop and look over. Saintess, I don't know if you can help me with a small request. I think you should have no problem. The saintess Lan Tianin, who was waving her scepter, also stopped. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate face, and then she pointed with her scepter. Intruder, you're really bold. You actually dare to come in front of me. An intruder. This made everyone's eyes change. Endless anger directly surged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, to be able to become a saintess, she had to have some eyesight. It was indeed very normal for her to be able to recognize his identity as an intruder at a glance. What an intruder. He actually dares to break in here. Everyone, let's catch him together. That's right. Catch him. We can't let him escape. He's thinking too much about our saintess. Everyone, let's go together. The surrounding people began to move one by one. The few demon lord mages beside Lin Fei also began to move. Magic was blasted towards them one by one. At this time, if they didn't make a move, they were destined to die. They might as well make a move first. With the 5 demon lords here, they really couldn't stop these people. They directly broke all of their magic. The Saintess Lan Tianyin watched quietly just like that. It wasn't surprising that she could recognize the intruder, because she had already received the message earlier. Many intruders had come to the demon god world. The only thing she didn't expect was that this intruder actually dared to swagger in front of her. Wasn't he afraid of being recognized? One should know that she was one of the 10 saintesses. She could easily mobilize everyone with a single sentence. No matter how strong the intruder in front of her was, he would still be suppressed. I've never encountered an intruder after being a saintess for so long. I can take him down. When the time comes, I can also suppress the other saintesses. In the blink of an eye, Lan Tianyin had an idea. It seems that the saintess doesn't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only settle these troubles first. When the time comes, we can have a good talk. After all, I haven't seen many saintesses in my life, nor have I been served by many saintesses. I think you have quite the potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The Great Slicer spell swept out circle after circle. After the Great Slicer spell was cast, the brilliant magic shields of the Jingguang were opened one after another. This time, Lin Fei's choice of opportunity was excellent. He didn't give them any chance at all. One figure after another flew out. Now, I can only do it myself. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4705. Against these magicians, Lin Fei's great incision art was extremely useful. Not a single magician could withstand it. Step by step, Lin Fei walked toward Lan Tianyin. The Holy Maiden's expression also became a little serious. She could also sense the dreadfully sharp aura contained in this light. Even if she had a magic shield up, she would still be instantly hit by the dreadful power. And this was under the condition of having a magic shield. Without a magic shield, she wouldn't be able to hold on and would be sent flying. Her opponent seemed to have an extremely precise grasp of power. Even if she was sent flying, she would only be heavily injured and not dead. Angel of Sacred Light, do it for me. Lan Tianyin did not dare to lower her guard against such a powerful opponent. She had directly summoned a powerful angel of sacred light. It had a pair of large wings, but the moment this angel appeared, there was a flash of light. And then the angel was cut in two. Lin Fei also walked onto the platform. He was getting closer and closer to Lan Tianyin. In my view, this is your strongest move, summoning a demon lord level expert. Alas, you didn't summon a demon god level expert. I can kill as many of those as you come. Lin Fei turned his head. There was a massive rumble. Bolts of lightning descended over the plaza. No one was able to withstand the lightning. One by one, they fell to the ground. You lot, take away all their rings. With these words, the 6 magicians became spirited. They had never imagined that so many magicians would be no match for a single invader. They had all been knocked to the ground. And all of them had been heavily injured. All that was left were furious gazes. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went to collect these rings. Lin Fei also stood in front of the Holy Maiden Lan Tianyin. I think that you should be a smart Holy Maiden and should know what to do. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei's words struck a chord in the other party's heart. They could only summon the demon lord's angel of sacred light. Even this angel had been destroyed by a single blow before it could even attack. Lan Tianyin knew that there was a huge gap between her and this intruder. Not to mention the thunder behind it. Streaks of lightning enveloped the entire square. No magician would be able to withstand it. What do you want me to do? You can't possibly ask me to be your servant, right? After all, I'm the saintess. Everyone in the demon god world knows that. If you're not afraid, I can be your servant. However, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lan Tiannin's tone changed. To be honest, she couldn't believe that an intruder would find her as soon as he arrived. What was inconceivable was that this person, who had a very precise grasp of power, had not died so far. This was not something that just anyone could do. In Lan Tiannin's impression, those invaders were all incomparably domineering. Once they made a move, they would either die or be injured, unlike the person in front of her. Now, it was especially impressive. At the very least, it didn't seem like anyone else. Your guess is correct. I truly do plan on having you be my servant. Since you've come to your demon god world, you should properly enjoy yourself. What do you think? Since you've already said that, what else can I do to you? Then I can only be your servant. Lin Fei smiled. I rather like hearing those words of yours. Lin Fei turned his head to look at the fallen magicians and faintly laughed. I know that everyone is very angry at me, but who asked you to be so weak? I'll be taking away your holy maiden. This is only the first. I heard that your demon god world has 9 more holy maidens, so I've decided to take them all. Lan Tiannin was slightly stunned by these words. Taking away one holy maiden was one thing, but now he had his eyes on 9 other holy maidens? Was he not afraid of becoming the public enemy of the demon god world? Shameless scoundrel, release the holy maiden. The holy maiden can't be taken away. I'll fight you to the death. There were still some injuries on the scene, but they weren't very serious. They were all admirers of the holy maiden. When they saw that Lin Fei was going to take away the holy maiden and treat her like a servant, none of them could stand it. They were furious and rushed forward. As soon as they made a move, they were suppressed by Lin Fei. The more they came, the more they were suppressed. After suppressing them a few times, Lin Fei realized that the amount of hatred he gained was increasing. His idea was right. If he wanted to farm hatred, he had to start from them. The amount of hatred was indeed increasing quite quickly. He could really farm 1,000,000 hatred points here. This also made Lan Tiannin, who was at the side, a little unable to see through this intruder. It was really strange. Why did he seem to be very happy? This made Lan Tiannin, who was very smart, feel that she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Lan Tiannin could only follow him obediently. Don't do anything anymore. Lan Tiannin's voice was very comfortable. He won't do anything to me. It's nothing more than being a servant. It doesn't matter. The more Lan Tiannin said this, the more unwilling these people were, and they began to struggle. Lin Fei almost wanted to say a word to Lan Tiannin. She was really the holy maiden. With a few words, these people's emotions were stirred up again. The hatred that was being farmed became greater and greater. That's right. Didn't you hear what the holy maiden said? Do you still want to continue fighting with me? I'm in a good mood now and I don't want to kill in front of the holy maiden. If it were another place, you would have died 100 times. Lin Fei continued to walk forward with a smile. He walked out of the square just like that. The experts of this city also flew over one by one. Their movements were a little slow. When they saw the holy maiden following behind, their faces suddenly turned ugly. You don't have to make a fuss. I'm a little interested in the holy maiden. Are you not willing to be my servant? The more he said this, the more these mages couldn't keep their arrogant faces anymore. They directly attacked from afar. Anger was good. They could farm hatred points. By the way, you should know where the city lord's mansion is. It just so happens that we've been on the road for a long time. It's time to find a place to rest. What do you think? The holy maiden Lan Tiannin pointed in one direction. Lin Fei also went over there. The Great Slicer and Great Thunderclap came down directly in 2 layers. No one could stand in front of Lin Fei at all. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4706. This city was still very big. Of course, the Castellan's mansion was also very glorious and imposing. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he directly forced his way in. Everywhere he passed, people were thrown off their feet. No one was a match for him. Just like that, Lan Tianyin followed behind quietly. The castellan of this castellan's mansion was also quite powerful. Great magicians at the demon lord level were most proficient in wind magic. Like a machete, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. When encountering Lin Fei's great cutting technique, he could only retreat dejectedly. I heard that your saintess is quite powerful. It just so happens that I haven't tasted anything delicious since I came to the other world. Please prepare a table of food for me. I think you should have no problem. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, you can also try to see if you can escape from my hands. I think you should be a smart person. You definitely won't do that. Lan Tianyin nodded. She turned around and went to prepare. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave the city. In fact, it was very simple. Because the hatred had not reached a certain level yet. They could still be squeezed a little more. At the same time, let the news spread completely. Otherwise, how could he farm more aggro? The news of the saintess being taken away spread quickly. The people of this city were the first to know. Soon after, the news spread to the outside world, and several nearby cities also received the news. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. A foreign invader was actually so arrogant that he dared to capture the saintess of Lan Tianyin. And to be a maid by her side. This was completely disregarding the experts of the world of demon gods. One by one, the figures came over to this side. No matter what, they had to take down this invader first. And then rescue the saintess. Otherwise, their faces would have been slapped with a resounding pa-pa sound. It had always been them dealing with invaders. No one could be arrogant and domineering in the world of demon gods. Lan Tianyin was in a guild of magic, and she received the news immediately. The president was shocked. What an invader. I've never seen such an audacious invader. He dares to capture the saintess and wants her to be a maid by his side. He simply disregards our guild of magic. The president was furious. Inform the guild immediately. We're going to rescue the saintess. Lan Tianyin saintess was a representative. Now that she was brought along by an intruder and had to be a maid, who knew what would happen during this period? If they stayed for even a second longer, they would feel uneasy. No matter what, he had to free the blue sky sonar formation as soon as possible. Streaks of light headed straight for the city. On the other hand, Lin Fei was quite relaxed because Lan Tianyin really cooked a table full of delicious food. The delicacies of this alternate world were quite unique. Lin Fei was naturally not worried about what Lan Tianyin could do. Not bad, not bad. Now you have the awareness of being a maid. Indeed, Lan Tianyin didn't do much. He also knew that the news of him being taken away would spread immediately. Most importantly, this intruder didn't seem nervous at all. He didn't show any signs of panic or uneasiness. He was calm and didn't even look like he wanted to leave. Lin Fei continued to eat. Lan Tianyin was pouring wine at the side with a leisurely look on her face. Right then, the entire castellan's mansion was almost empty. The mages all ran out and stood outside the castellan's mansion. Each of them was furious, but they didn't rush in at the first instance. Even the castellan was the same. Moke, you came at the right time. That guy is still inside. Moke was the president of the Guild of Magic. He brought people here at the first instance. As soon as he arrived, he knew the situation. The saintess was in the castellan's mansion. He saw the castellan at the entrance. How is the saintess? That intruder didn't do anything to her, right? This was what Moke was most worried about. The castellan shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. I wasn't his match, so I was chased out. Now the entire castellan's mansion is empty. There's only the intruder and the saintess. This wasn't good news. Outrageous. He's too arrogant. No matter what, I have to go in and meet this intruder. If it was anywhere else, it would be fine. But in the Castellan's mansion, Moke really couldn't do anything. He could only go in and take a look first. As soon as he stepped through the door, countless rays of light flashed and turned into a ball of light. Moke, the president of the Guild of Magic, was blasted out and fell to the ground. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The mages behind him helped him up at the first instance. At this moment, the president of the Guild of Magic was covered with wounds all over his body. For a moment, they suspected if the other party had been merciful. Otherwise, just this method alone would be enough to cut the president into pieces. President, why don't we charge in together? I don't believe that he alone can stop the entire Guild of Magic. President, we are shadow assassins. Why don't you let us go in? I believe that guy won't be able to detect us. The mages of the guilds behind him couldn't sit still any longer. Other than anger, there was still anger. They had some self-awareness. This intruder was indeed not easy to deal with. Moke didn't expect to be seriously injured just as he was about to go in. The other party's method was really very overbearing. This light contained an incomparably sharp aura. It was similar to some of the magic they had mastered. It was even more powerful. His magic shield couldn't hold on any longer as soon as it was erected, and it was directly broken. This intruder is very strong. You guys have to be careful. No matter what, Moke still hoped that everyone would give it a try. They wanted to see if they could get close to the intruder. As for this time, he was really powerless even if he wanted to. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by the other party? Lan Tian stood beside the intruder. She could feel the strength of this intruder more and more. There were already a dozen shadow assassins lying in the corner of the wall. These shadow assassins were experts in concealment. To be honest, even mages were most afraid of these shadow assassins. These shadow assassins seemed to have nowhere to hide in front of this intruder. They were directly beaten out. One by one, they lay in the corner, wailing. You see, I'm pretty good, aren't I? I didn't kill them all. It shouldn't be easy for these assassins to cultivate, right? You probably haven't seen many invaders like me, right? Lin Fei smiled. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4707. Lan Tianyin didn't know what the intruder wanted to do. Lin Fei also stood up. Since I'm full, it's time to move around. Lin Fei swaggered out of the city lord's residence. Once he came out, the sky above the city was basically filled with mages. It was a majestic scene. It was really quite stressful. Lin Fei just looked up and instantly snapped his fingers. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lightning flashed in the sky above the city. The great thunderclap surged out. One by one, the mages were sent flying. The originally majestic aura instantly shattered into pieces. Actually, sometimes strength in numbers doesn't mean much. Instead, it becomes a burden. What do you think? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Lan Tianyin. Hundreds and thousands of magicians fell from the sky. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you on your way. Anyway, there are so many of you, you will have companions on the way. The thunder continued to sound, but those mages couldn't take it anymore. Intruder, aren't you afraid of being chased by our demon god? Moke, the guild leader, endured his injuries and coldly looked at the intruder. Lin Fei raised his hand and countless great cutting spells landed on Moke. They smashed into the ruins, causing dust to fill the air. You didn't say that. You don't have the right to say that. Wait until the demon god comes. The great cutting spell swept out and landed on Lan Tianyin. Lin Fei flew up to the city and headed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even if Moke guild leader wanted to sense him, he couldn't sense his presence. Not good. I can't sense the intruder's presence. This is impossible. Our heavenly eye of the demon god world is omnipotent. Mages at the demon lord level could use the heavenly eye's ability to track down intruders. But now, they couldn't sense him. He disappeared into thin air just like that. If it was before, it might not have been a problem, but now that they had lost track of the intruder, it was too difficult to find him again. Lin Fei had indeed shaken off the lock of the Heaven Eye. He exchanged hatred points for the shrouding the Heavens Avenue in the system shop. This great Tao was of little value, but its greatest effect was that it could fool a person's existence. In other words, Lin Fei could wander around the Fiend Celestial world freely without being locked down. Such a great Tao was not cheap, and it cost Lin Fei 500,000 hatred points. Fortunately, he had farmed 800,000 hatred points in the last city, which was not a small amount. There were still 300,000 hatred points left. Lan Tianyin followed beside him. She thought that all the mages would be able to keep up, but she didn't expect to see any of them along the way. She knew that the heavenly eye of the fiend god world seemed to have lost its effect. You, an intruder, can actually shake off the Heaven's Eye's lock. You are the first person in history to do so. Lan Tianyin was still very smart. In the blink of an eye, she knew what was going on. This intruder must have a powerful treasure on him. It could conceal one's existence. I think you should know where the other 9 saintesses are. Since there are 10 saintesses, I have to meet them one by one. I believe you don't have any objections, right? Lan Tianyin naturally had no objections, but she was even more shocked. Not only did he capture a saintess, he even wanted to capture the remaining 9 saintesses. Wasn't this going against the entire Fiend Celestial world? If it was any other time, it would be fine, but this was the Fiend Celestial world, which was completely different. Saintess Lan Tianyin couldn't stop him either. She knew that this intruder's thoughts were very firm. With Saintess Lan Tianyin leading the way, it would naturally be much easier to find the saintess. Saintess White Snow is here. Outside a city, Lan Tianyin pointed. Lin Fei summoned the great thunderclap. It landed in the sky above the city. In an instant, the entire city was shaken. The endless great slash technique attacked like a storm. For a moment, the entire city was like a lone boat in the vast ocean, which could capsize at any time. I'm not interested in your city, I'm only interested in your Saintess White Snow. If you don't want to be wiped out, let White Snow out. This way, it'll be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Oh right, I'm also an intruder. You should know what tricks an intruder has. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei's methods were more direct this time. The 2 great Daos clashed. For this city, it was naturally very strenuous. Moreover, this great slash technique could unleash its greatest power through the gaps. With a slight flaw in the formation, it could naturally allow the great slash technique's power to reach its limit. The people in this city were also scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. Their methods couldn't withstand these 2 great Daos at all. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the entire formation was broken. Lin Fei also came to the sky above the city. The great thunderclap shrouded the entire sky above the city. The endless great slash technique turned into a huge storm, and everyone didn't dare to breathe. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't see Saintess White Snow coming out, then I'm sorry, I'll completely slaughter the entire city. Lan Tianyin still underestimated the strength of this intruder. Even the city's great formation couldn't withstand it and was broken in a short period of time. At this moment, the hatred that Lin Fei gained increased crazily. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 1,000,000. The existence of the intruder made the mages deeply hate the existence of the intruder. Now, he wanted to steal their saintess and destroy the entire city. White Snow, for the sake of the entire city, you'd better follow him. Lan Tianyin's voice echoed in the sky above the city. Everyone naturally recognized Lan Tianyin. Then, a figure walked out. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her entire body was filled with a cold aura. She was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I didn't expect the saintess to have a special bloodline. Interesting, interesting. It's not bad to bring her along when the weather is hot. Lin Fei's words instantly made countless people feel angry. He simply didn't take their saintess seriously. The forcibly organized resistance was suppressed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei took Saintess White Snow and left directly. There were still 8 saintesses left. No matter what, he had to capture them all. Lin Fei's goal was still very clear. He had to take down all 10 holy maidens. That way, he would be able to gain more aggro. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4708. Damn it, another holy maiden has been taken away. This is already the 5th holy maiden. Too strong, too strong. How can the invader be so strong that our people can't stop him? Not good, not good. Just now, the 10 warriors of the Round Table appeared, but they couldn't stop him. Another holy maiden has been taken away. Is he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The entire Fiend Celestial world was completely moved. At first, everyone couldn't believe it. When did the invader become so rampant? But as the news came, everyone had to believe that there really was such a rampant invader. He even took the holy maiden away. If it was just one holy maiden, it would be fine. They could still understand it. After all, the holy maiden's existence was still very high. But they never expected that this invader would actually target the 10 holy maidens. He wanted to take all 10 holy maidens away in one go. Originally, they thought that this invader would never succeed. After receiving the news one by one, they felt their faces turn pale. How long had it been? So many saintesses had been taken away. Was he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The 8th holy maiden. The 9th holy maiden. Until the last 10th holy maiden. It took Lin Fei 3 days to finally capture all 10 holy maidens. Each of the holy maidens was a national beauty, graceful and luxurious, but full of arrogance. At this time, the expressions of the 10 holy maidens became a little strange. For Lin Fei, the biggest benefit of capturing the 10 holy maidens was that the hatred value kept increasing. In 3 days, his hatred value had accumulated to tens of millions in an instant. Such an increase in hatred value was really a mess. As for the 10 holy maidens, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. They were all a little too cold, so he really wasn't interested. Fiend Celestial City. The center of the entire Fiend Celestial world. Lin Fei swaggered in just like that. Even the array couldn't stop him. Lin Fei directly came in. After arriving, Lin Fei directly fought his way into the City Lord's mansion. Lin Fei already knew that the Lord Devil God was not here. He wondered if he had gone out to travel. This also gave Lin Fei a better idea of where to farm aggro. There is no better place than here. He moved into the City Lord's mansion. The 10 saintesses really became maids. The 10 holy maidens all had quite a temper in the beginning. Under Lin Fei's education, they naturally didn't have such thoughts, and all of them became extremely well behaved. Of course, the hatred in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it increased. For example, at this moment, Lin Fei was enjoying being fed by the holy maiden. Behind him, there were maids patting his shoulders, and from time to time, he could eat the fruits that were fed to him. It was truly unbelievably comfortable. This kind of life was really a bit rotten. The most important thing was that the hatred was still rising. Although their faces were expressionless, the hatred in their hearts was not reduced at all. They were all a little different. It was Lan Tianin. The amount of hatred he contributed was decreasing, which made Lin Fei a little puzzled. The 10 holy maidens stayed by his side, naturally hoping to use them as a foundation to farm more hatred. He didn't expect that the other holy maidens were all contributing, but he didn't. What was going on? Actually, this was also because Lin Fei hadn't thought it through. After all, he had attacked so many cities and brought out the holy maidens one by one. For Lan Tianin, her impression of him was constantly changing. Perhaps only Lord Demon God would be able to do such a thing. The 10 holy maidens lived in the City Lord's mansion, and the people outside also appeared in Demon God's city. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they handed over the holy maidens. After being beaten down several times, although everyone was still angry, they were no longer as impulsive. They were waiting for the return of the Lord Devil God. Once the Lord Devil God returned, it would be time for this kid to regret it. After Lin Fei farmed tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally didn't stay idle. He exchanged for some powerful methods. One had to know that Lin Fei was determined to learn all 3,000 great Daos. Tens of millions of hatred points also allowed Lin Fei to finally have the chance to learn a powerful great Dao. Whether it was the Great Slicing Technique or the Great Thunderclap Technique, they were only a few 100,000 hatred points. They could be considered powerful, but they were far from what Lin Fei had in mind. Lin Fei was looking for a technique that could allow him to move quickly. The previous spiritual descent was pretty good, but that was a method of attack, so Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with it. Now that he had tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally had to find a satisfactory movement technique. Moreover, according to the current method, his hatred points could basically reach a few million more. That wouldn't be a problem at all. If he didn't hand over the holy maidens for a day, those people would naturally be filled with hatred. Moreover, he had moved into Demon God City, so they naturally felt ashamed. How could they not hate him? Great teleportation technique, this is the real good stuff. Lin Fei had been paying attention to this great Dao for a long time. It was ranked in the top 1,000 of the 3,000 great Dao, so one could imagine how precious it was. Not everyone could cultivate it if they wanted to. This was also a great Dao that Lin Fei had been paying attention to for a long time. After all, Lin Fei was going to face the demon god. When the demon god returned, he would have to fight him no matter what. In case he couldn't beat him, he would have to prepare a powerful broken hand for himself. And this great teleportation technique was the best way to save his life. Such a great teleportation technique wasn't cheap. It required 5 million hatred points. Lin Fei didn't even blink and directly exchanged for it. The great teleportation technique actually had a certain connection with space. After Lin Fei mastered it, he knew the benefits of this great teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the demon god world. In the entire demon god world, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Even a celestial god powerhouse might not be able to do this, so it was better to travel honestly. With such a great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was quite satisfied, but the consumption was quite large. The 5 million spent was indeed worth it. I'm really grateful to the people of the demon god world for contributing so much hatred points to me. With this great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Next, he had to exchange for another powerful cultivation technique, which he had been thinking about for a long time. Whether it was the great teleportation technique, the great thunderclap technique, or the great slicing technique, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they consumed a lot of energy. Without a strong accumulation, they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to find a powerful cultivation technique to make up for this flaw. Infinite God Body. This was a powerful cultivation technique that Lin Fei had been looking forward to for a long time. The biggest advantage of this cultivation technique was that it could accommodate a huge amount of energy. Chapter 4709. Infinite Divine Body, as the name implied, meant that the physical body would become exceptionally strong. And after becoming stronger, it would be able to hold more energy. This was a divine body that Lin Fei had studied for a long time, and it was very worth cultivating. It was said that this infinite divine body had no ceiling. As long as one could continue cultivating it, their physical body would become stronger and stronger. However, this physical body cultivation was very useless, especially since it was too difficult to get started. For Lin Fei, it wasn't difficult at all. As long as he exchanged for it to level up, it would naturally be simple. Lin Fei had been saving the remaining honor points. He hoped to cultivate this infinite divine body in a short period of time. He used the remaining 6 million hatred points to finally exchange for this infinite divine body. That's right. This divine body also required hatred points, and it required 6 million, which was only 1 million more expensive than the great teleportation technique. However, the effect was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that it was useless, he wouldn't have been able to buy it at all. After learning the infinite divine body, a layer of light flashed around Lin Fei's body. In other words, he could be considered to have reached the beginner level of the infinite divine body. However, he still stayed at the threshold of the beginner level and hadn't reached the true first level. At this time, the honor points came in handy. Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of honor points just for this time. He also resisted the urge to cultivate the great slicing technique. The power of the slicing technique was indeed quite strong, but if the energy in his body didn't keep up, it would be very helpless when the time came for battle. The first level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The second level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The third level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The cultivation of this infinite divine body was indeed quite difficult. At the very least, after Lin Fei grasped the beginner level, he realized that if he wanted to completely cultivate this physical body, he would have to constantly shatter his body. He would have to accumulate his strength one by one, and this would take a long time. Not to mention anything else, just the first level alone, according to Lin Fei's calculations, would take at least 500 to 600 years to get started. During this period, the pain would get worse and worse, so anyone who wanted to cultivate the infinite divine body would not be able to endure the first level. Not to mention the next few levels. After spending a large amount of honor points, Lin Fei's infinite god body broke through to the 8th level in one go. Finally, it stopped. Lin Fei's physical body had obviously improved tremendously. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that an infinite grotto heaven had appeared within Lin Fei's body. This infinite heavenly grotto heaven continued to expand. The energy cultivated by Lin Fei was also continuously gathering in the grotto heaven. This was the core of the infinite God body. The fleshly body was just a way to protect the infinite grotto heaven. The stronger one's physical body was, the thicker the energy accumulated in the infinite grotto heaven would be. This infinite God body is indeed suitable for me. Now that my physical body has reached the 8th layer, my accumulation has become even more profound than before. When the time comes, no matter what I use, I can be more at ease. Lin Fei was relieved as soon as he succeeded in the 8th layer. As expected, there was a shortcut. Cultivating any cultivation technique was really no different from riding a rocket. This trip to the alternate world, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had gained nothing else, but his strength had really undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, I just have to wait for the demon god to return. No matter what, I have to farm on him. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The amount of hatred that he had gained was also reduced. It had reached about 7 or 8 million, which was still a little different from what Lin Fei had expected. Lin Fei was also quite satisfied. 8 million hatred points. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. He exchanged for a greater danger perception. Although it looked like a chicken rib, the effect was actually quite good. He could sense danger that belonged to him. This kind of perception wasn't within a certain range. As long as someone was targeting him, in the same area, no matter how close or far, Lin Fei would be able to sense it. For example, now, Lin Fei only felt a dangerous aura. There was no need to guess, it should be the demon god. And this dangerous aura was getting closer and closer to him, which meant that the demon god was beginning to return. Seriously. With this greater danger perception, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. In other words, if someone were to target him again, he would have absolute time to ambush and counterattack. It should be about 2 or 3 days before that demon god should arrive. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I can finally farm demon god. Although he didn't know how strong this demon god was, since he was here, he had to farm him no matter what. After all, Lin Fei had already made sufficient preparations and was just waiting for the demon god to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There was a loud rumbling sound. Dark clouds covered the sky and countless lightning bolts fell. Everyone looked up. Their hearts were also filled with excitement. Lord Demon God must be back. Ha ha ha, this time, this intruder won't be able to escape death. He can't be presumptuous in the demon god world. In front of the demon god, he only has 3 moves at most. A figure in black walked out of the lightning. With every step he took, everyone could feel his terrifying might. At this time, Lin Fei was sitting in the courtyard. He could see the figure of the demon god when he looked up. However, the other party's body was flashing with a special power, and he couldn't see his true appearance. But Lin Fei knew that this was the target of the greater danger perception. In other words, it was Lord Demon God. You're really bold to wait until I return. If those intruders were as bold as you, I would be easy to deal with. A faint voice came directly. Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard it. It was actually a woman. From the words, Lin Fei could tell that this demon god seemed to have gone to chase after the intruders. Without a doubt, it should be Emperor Thunder Leopard and the others. It seemed that they were being chased and were in a rather sorry state. As for whether they succeeded or not, it was unknown. In any case, they probably didn't have a good ending. The demon god world is so good and beautiful, and there are such charming saintesses. I feel that it's a pity that I don't stay here for a while. After all, it's rare to come to a different world. Don't you think so? In the blink of an eye, this figure in black came to the courtyard. The 10 saintesses also stood at the side. At the same time, they lowered their heads. They felt ashamed and helpless. You can let them go now. Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. With the return of the demon god, they are naturally useless. After all, no matter how good they are, they can't be as good as the demon god. He waved his hand lightly. The 10 saintesses arrived outside the city in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other, and even the technique on their bodies was released. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47:10. I think you should be satisfied now. After all, I really don't have any thoughts about the saintesses. Seriously. Lin Fei really didn't have any thoughts about these saintesses. It was quite surprising that the demonic god was a woman. Speaking of which, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect you to be a woman. It's no wonder your fiend celestial world has 10 saintesses. If I'm not wrong, they want to inherit your mantle. Previously, Lin Fei didn't understand what it meant. Now, he finally understood. This was definitely to groom a successor. However, this successor didn't seem to be that easy to groom. The 10 saintesses had great potential, but they still had a long way to go before they could step into the demonic god realm. At the very least, it was impossible for them to do so within a few hundred years. Just like that, the female demonic god came in front of Lin Fei. You're an interesting intruder, much more interesting than those other intruders. You're able to sit in front of me like this. However, seeing that you're able to release the 10 saintesses without doing anything to them, I can give you a choice. Just now, the female demonic god had indeed checked the 10 saintesses. There was indeed nothing wrong with them, and she didn't leave any tricks behind. She was quite surprised. Such a method was really rare. She had killed many invaders, and every single one of them was extremely cruel and merciless. Even though this intruder had caused a mess in the fiend celestial world, not many people had died from the beginning to the end. It was as if she was deliberately provoking these people. This was also the only thing that puzzled the demonic god. If not for that, the female demonic god would have long taken action. She wouldn't have sat down to talk to him, nor would she have given him a choice. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder what kind of choice you're giving me. Can you tell me? After all, it's really rare for a demonic god expert to give me a choice. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to farm hatred on the female demonic god. Now, it seemed like he had been expecting too much. She really didn't have much hatred for him. He also knew what was going on. If he had known it would be like this, he would have done something to the 10 holy maidens. It was too late now. Even though I don't know why you created such a huge ruckus in the demon god world, seeing that you didn't harm the saintess, I'll allow you to stay by my side as my guard for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll let you go. If the female demon god's words were to be heard outside, everyone would probably be shocked. Such a situation had never happened before. You're the only exception. I've killed more than 20 intruders, and I never give them a choice. I'll just kill them directly. That's because intruders have the right to be killed, but you're different. Very interesting. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually wanted to stay by the god fiend's side as a guard. Can I feel deeply honored? You've made me a little overwhelmed by your favor. If you want to start fighting and killing, Lin Fei would be more than happy to do so. But now, this female fiend celestial had made such a choice. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? Lin Fei felt a little helpless in his heart. It seemed like his performance wasn't that outstanding either. You're the only one who has such an opportunity. No one else has it. I can forgive everything you've done. Staying by my side as a guard is also a process for you to accumulate experience. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to break through to the demon god realm, which is also the so-called heavenly god realm. The female fiend celestial was indeed quite interested in this intruder. He didn't even have the slightest interest in the 10 sanuses, nor did he have any tricks up his sleeves. In fact, for a moment, the god fiend even thought that the other party was waiting for him to return. This also made the female fiend celestial extremely interested. She wanted to study this intruder carefully. Until now, she still hadn't seen through this intruder's strength. It was really rare. Then she could confirm one thing. This intruder was most likely an ultimate emperor expert. I appreciate your kind intentions. You want me to follow by your side for 10 years? I feel that as a man, I really can't do that. Why don't we change the method? Lin Fei also laughed. The female fiend celestial was also interested. Then tell me about it. It's very possible that I agree. I'm quite interested in the alternate world. Why don't you be my wife? Isn't that quite suitable? Of course, Lin Fei wanted to anger this female fiend celestial. How could he gain aggro without angering this female fiend celestial? One must know that the more arrogant a woman was, the more easily she could become someone else's wife. This female fiend celestial would be furious later. At that time, he would be able to have some fun with her and gain aggro. Originally, when he was over there, he was prepared to gain aggro from eldest senior brother. However, he never expected that eldest senior brother would never return. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. It seemed like he could only gain aggro from this female fiend celestial first. She was a genuine heavenly god after all. Do you know that you're quite daring? No one has ever dared to say such words to me. You're the first. Lin Fei laughed. I'm quite daring. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here waiting for you to return. If you think that I'm going overboard, then let's make a move. Actually, I also want to exchange moves with you, Fiend Celestial, to broaden my horizons. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Who gave you the guts? I'll kill you first. At this moment, a formless sword beam came out from the void. It stared at Lin Fei. This sword beam was extremely fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Even the female Fiend Celestial's expression changed. Lin Fei's defense instantly spread out. The loud rumbling sound was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The defense around his body actually shattered layer by layer, and it was almost at its end. He knew that a Fiend Celestial was coming. Just as the power was about to reach its end, another sword beam chased after him. It actually formed a situation where one was in front and one was behind, and it seemed like it was going to break through Lin Fei's defense. Lin Fei's great incision technique also attacked. At the same time, he also felt the aggro. He originally wanted to farm the female Fiend Celestial, but he didn't expect another Fiend Celestial to come. It seemed like he was attacking from afar, captivating all living things. An ice-cold voice followed. Lin Fei discovered that his surroundings had started to change. It became illusory. In the blink of an eye, he had actually arrived at an uninhabited small world of stars. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4711. Previously, Lin Fei did not use his great danger perception. He felt that only this female fiend celestial would be a threat to him, but he never expected that there would be another fiend celestial who could hide her strength and launch an attack in an instant. She even used a powerful secret technique. She was directly pulled out of the fiend celestial world. She even came to an uninhabited small world. The strength of this fiend celestial was indeed extremely strong. A stream of light almost destroyed all the defense of the treasure body. It was indeed the strength of a true fiend celestial. The more it was like this, the more excited Lin Fei became. Wasn't he looking for a fiend celestial expert? Only in this way could he farm more aggro. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. You ambushed me from behind and failed. Don't you think you're a disgrace to the demon god? I think you're quite disgraced. If I were you, I'd just kill myself so that I wouldn't be so disgraced. Standing not far away was a fiend celestial in black. His face was cold and he didn't look young. With every sentence that Lin Fei said, the other party's face darkened. Shut up, I'll let you die without a burial place. Streaks of flowing light instantly attacked him. Like a meteor shower, there were no gaps at all. It was very difficult to avoid them, especially when these streams of light covered a large area. Actually, I've wanted to see how powerful a fiend celestial is for a long time. I wanted to have a match with the female fiend celestial, but she has feelings for me, so there's nothing I can do about it. Fortunately, you're here. Lin Fei's great incision was directly cast. They collided with these streams of light one after another. This was also Lin Fei's first battle with a fiend celestial powerhouse. This exchange made Lin Fei feel that these streams of light were equally powerful and seemed to contain the aura of the metal element. It was obvious that this fiend celestial had cultivated metal element magic. During the collision, his great incision technique was still a little lacking, even though it was already a 2-star great incision technique. My great incision art should be as powerful as a demon god at the 2-star level, but it's still a little weaker than a real heavenly god. If I can upgrade it to the 3-star level, its power will naturally be a lot stronger. Without a battle, there would be no comparison. Now, Lin Fei finally understood the true power of the Great Slicer technique. The only advantage was that Lin Fei's great incision could be used continuously. So this is the power of a demon god? I don't think it's much. I can also block it. Lin Fei laughed. Meanwhile, another figure directly landed on this uninhabited small world. It was none other than the female demon god. Mike, this is my business, you don't have to worry about it. The female demon god's expression changed. The one called Mike was this male demon god. He turned around and called out to the female demon god. And Lon, don't worry, this guy only has that much ability. I will definitely help you kill him on the spot. No one can tease you, and no one can do evil in your world. At this moment, Lin Fei clearly felt that the power of these streams of light had increased by a large amount. At least 2/3 of their power had increased. He came all the way to him. So you're called Lon. This name is quite nice to hear. If I'm not wrong, this Mike should be your pursuer. But he's already so old, I think you should forget about it. He doesn't like you at all. How could Lin Fei not see that this Mike was purely a pursuer? Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked him after saying those words. Yes, you shut up. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. This Mike had become a lot crazier. This also caused Lin Fei to instantly gain a small amount of hatred. Don't say. It was better to kill demon gods than anyone else. This Mike in front of him could really contribute quite a lot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's great incision technique was completely broken. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. He knew that demon gods weren't that easy to deal with. Especially when this Mike's strength increased extremely quickly under his craziness. That and Lon, I think you should just watch from the side. After all, he wants to pursue you, so you have to give him a chance to show off. If you don't give him a chance to show off, Who knows when he will start to hate you? In a short period of time, just as he was about to break through, Lin Fei's figure instantly moved out. Those streams of light instantly missed. I didn't expect you to bring this kind of teleportation talisman. What a cunning guy. But I want to see how many teleportation talismans you have. Mike's expression also became much more ferocious. He was about to defeat the other party, but he actually used such a treasure. Treasures were considered quite common in the alternate world. This was because almost every invader would bring such a treasure, and they could escape at the critical moment. Fortunately, this time, he had completely sealed this uninhabited small world, so he wasn't afraid of the other party escaping. He moved the scepter in his hand. Figures flew out one after another. They were all puppets. These puppets didn't have any aura, but they clearly looked like they were not easy to deal with. Whoosh 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 whoosh. They caught up in no time. These are the puppet warriors that I accumulated with great difficulty. You should be proud that you can make me use them. These puppet warriors were instantly blessed with runes, and their speed increased in the blink of an eye. It turned out that they were all puppet warriors for close combat. In the blink of an eye, the saber light approached Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was already quite fast, but these puppet warriors weren't slow at all. They all caught up with him one by one. In this exchange, they actually had the strength of an ultimate emperor. They really couldn't be underestimated. No wonder they were qualified to pursue this female demon god of Enlon. You have quite a strong foundation. Maybe I will really die in your hands. Lin Fei's great cutting technique only left white marks on the puppet warriors. Your methods are indeed quite powerful, but these puppet warriors of mine are all made of top-grade materials. Don't even think about breaking them. It was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such good puppet warriors. His great cutting technique couldn't break them. In this way, Lin Fei's advantage became much weaker. Hence, he kept moving. The more he moved, the closer these puppet warriors were to him. Mike was also constantly casting supporting spells. The gravitational petrification and weakness kept coming. This was obviously a plan to wear him down. Enlon, actually, you should have told me long ago that no matter how powerful an invader is, I will still kill him on the spot. You also know that I have killed no less than 50 invaders. Chapter 47:12. This was one of Mike's more impressive achievements. One had to know that in this alternate world, he had killed quite a lot of invaders. He had killed 50 of them. He had looked forward to meeting demon god Anlon for a long time. He had confessed to him many times. Demon god Anlon didn't have much feelings for him and could only treat him as a friend. Naturally, this didn't satisfy Mike. To him, this was his chance. When he heard that an invader had caused such a huge commotion in demon god Anlon's world, he naturally couldn't sit still. This time, he wanted to leave a deep impression. Since demon god Anlon wasn't going to do anything, he would do it for her. First, he would destroy this invader. The only thing that Mike didn't expect was that this invader seemed to be quite strong. He was surprised that he couldn't take him down in a short period of time. That was fine. He had already used all his trump cards. As long as he used up the other party's teleportation talisman, the rest would be simple. He really wasn't afraid of him. Demon God, I think there's a problem with your words. Although you killed 50 invaders, to me, you will stop here. You can't do anything to me. Lin Fei kept moving and sensing the puppets' moves. One had to say that although the moves were crude, they were extremely strong. Each of them had about the strength of a peak emperor lord. If an invader encountered them, it would be hard for them to escape. This Mike was quite powerful. He might even be a veteran powerhouse. If Empyrean Lord Lei Bao and the rest were to encounter Demon God Mike, they would probably suffer greatly. Lin Fei was glad that he had exchanged for many techniques in advance. For example, the greater teleportation technique. That was a good thing. Even though this small world was covered in a layer of formations, as long as Lin Fei wanted to leave, he could do so easily. This formation couldn't stop the greater teleportation technique. He could ignore normal formations. Unless there was a top-tier spatial formation, there was no way to stop him. But there was no need to use it now. He would let Mike have a good time first. Just like that. Lin Fei kept moving. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat these puppet warriors. It was even more impossible to break through the barrier because Lin Fei was still lacking some divine weapons. If he had the time, he would definitely go and find a real divine weapon. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. If he did, he would be able to deal with these puppets much more effectively. Unlike now, when the Great Slicer technique was used consecutively, it still couldn't capture the puppet warrior. Only white marks were left. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. After I catch you, I'll definitely break all your bones and pull out all your teeth. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Rumble. Bolts of lightning fell directly towards Maxon. A huge protective barrier appeared around Mike's body. Just like the magic shield, this was a more powerful magic shield. Although it only had one more word, its defensive capabilities were naturally different from that of an ordinary magic shield. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. And Lon wanted to attack, but he stopped in the end. He had to see how this young invader would deal with Mike. To be honest, Lon didn't have any feelings for Mike. He felt that Mike was a little scheming and wasn't a perfect partner. This time, Mike's sudden attack made Lan's impression of Mike even worse. It was clearly his business, but he interfered. Lon had already made up his mind. Even if this invader was defeated, he wouldn't let Mike take the invader away. Time passed minute by minute. The puppet warriors chased from the east to the west, and from the west to the east, but they couldn't do anything to him. The other party's Great Slicer technique and defensive treasures were quite strong. Unless they attacked in an instant, they really couldn't do anything to him. Most importantly, the other party seemed to have a lot of instant teleportation talismans. Mike managed to seize an opportunity several times. He missed by just a little each time. He knew that he had really encountered a difficult invader this time. The other party wasn't very strong and was at most an ultimate sovereign lord. However, his relaxed attitude made Mike feel more and more embarrassed. It wouldn't have mattered if Lon wasn't beside him. At most, he would just waste some time with him. However, it was different this time with Lon beside him. The more he couldn't take down the invader, the more face he would lose. I've told you several times that you can find someone else to kill the invader. Don't use me, because that will make you fail. Look at you now. You can't do anything to me at all. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you will lose even more face. Lin Fei dodged again. Just as Lin Fei dodged, Mike shot out a treasure. This treasure was like a meteor hammer. It instantly broke through the void and nailed Lin Fei's body. Even though Lin Fei had the defense of his treasures and the protection of the Great Slicer technique, he was hit in an instant and a bloody hole appeared on his body. At this time, the effect of the infinite divine body came into play. Now, Lin Fei's infinite divine body had reached the 8th level. Countless cracks spread out along the wound. It was easily suppressed by the infinite divine body. The puppet warrior broke out of the encirclement instantly, but Lin Fei dealt with it and teleported again. I didn't expect your trump card to be so powerful. I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. I was happy for nothing. The meteor all was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei could also feel that if it weren't for the infinite divine body, his entire body would have been torn apart in an instant. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the shattering all. In that case, you're a good puppet material. The more Mike said this, the angrier he became. It had been so long, yet he still couldn't take down an invader. He had lost all his face. Just look at Lon next to him. Mike, let's forget about this matter. You don't need to deal with this invader. He saw clearly that this invader was really different. He could withstand the shattering all, which was a true demon god's treasure. No matter what, I have to kill him here today. Otherwise, Mike, will lose all my face. Endless hatred shrouded the place and the shattering all was launched again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. The shattering all missed. You fool, I let you succeed the first time. Do you think there'll be a second time? Oh right, I'll let you have a taste of my new technique. You can't keep attacking me. Chapter 47:13. Mike's shattering all was indeed very powerful. It had a 100% destructive effect on one's physical body. However, he realized that he couldn't do anything to the invader in front of him. The other party dealt with him easily, but he was the one who was consuming more and more energy. After all, it wasn't easy to use his shattering all. Every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. In other words, if he couldn't kill the other party in a short time, it would be a huge burden for Mike. After using it 7 times, Mike couldn't hit the other party at all. The scariest thing was that the other party looked very relaxed. Mike couldn't believe it. How could the other party have such a strong accumulation? When did the invader become so strong? He had never seen an invader that was so strong. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move and used spiritual projection. This was a good move. Especially at such a close distance, unless it was a special situation, Lin Fei wouldn't use the great teleportation technique. It was best to keep such a technique to protect his life. If the other party knew about it in advance, they would be on guard. Even if it was just a spiritual projection, not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei came to Mike's side. With him as the center, a great slicing technique attack was set off. In an instant, Mike fell into a frenzy of attacks. Lin Fei stretched out his palm and slapped Mike's body. A layer of Jingguang erupted from Mike's body, and then his entire body became illusory. Just like that, Mike disappeared. What a pity, I couldn't kill him. This guy's life-saving treasure is pretty good. Such a simple attack let Lin Fei know that Mike wasn't simple. Especially this life-saving treasure, it was really domineering. He instantly took Mike and left. It was like a long-distance teleportation technique. Of course, there was an additional layer of defense. Demon God Anlin stood not far away. He thought that the invader wouldn't be Mike's match. Now, it seemed that he had been thinking too much. Mike had actually been able to get close to his opponent and was beaten away in an instant. Even Mike's most important treasure had been unleashed. I'm very sorry, this Mike's strength seems to be a little weak. He was beaten away by me in close combat. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Fiend Celestial Anlin. If you have any thoughts about me, you can also make a move. I can still persist. After all, my accumulation is not bad. Demon God Anlin burst into laughter. At this moment, he was no longer as serious as before. You're the first invader to make Demon God Mike suffer. You've even used his most precious teleportation talisman. In Lin Fei's opinion, Mike's life-saving treasure was similar to a teleportation talisman. Of course, it was far inferior to his great teleportation talisman. It was just that Lin Fei was too lazy to chase after it. If he really did chase after it, he would still be able to sense its existence. For example, the other party had used something similar to a teleportation talisman twice in a row and escaped in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that no one killed him. Don't you think it's a pity? I see that this guy has been chasing after you for a long time. It's just the right time to get rid of this eyesore. Don't you think you should thank me properly when the time comes? In any case, I've done a good deed for you. Who asked me to be a good person? I can't bear to see this kind of thing happen. Demon God Anlin laughed again. He felt that this invader was rather interesting. There's really no one else who can say things like this. May I know your name? Lin Fei laughed softly. It seems that my performance is not bad. You even asked for my name. It's a pity that I can't fight with you. I'm a person who doesn't change my surname. My surname is Lin Fei. Lin Fei is my name, although it's quite ordinary. Demon God Anlin had naturally never heard of Lin Fei. But now he knew. I wonder if you're interested in coming to my place. I think we should have a good chat. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. This demon god Anlin was completely different from other demon gods. If it were other demon gods, they would chase him to the ends of the world. Why would they say something like this? It just so happens that I'm also tired. I can indeed sit down and rest. The two of them left the small world one after the other. At the same time. In a small world. Mike spat out blood. This despicable and shameless intruder actually has such a secret method. He can actually break through my defense and appear beside me in an instant. I've really suffered a big loss this time. I even had to use my most precious teleportation talisman. To be honest, Mike really didn't dare to believe that he couldn't beat an invader. Even that demon god Anlin didn't treat him with any respect. This made his hatred grow stronger and stronger. Especially now that he was injured. His killing intent also grew. All that was left in his mind was this young man's figure. This invader is quite strong. I probably can't do anything to him alone. I have to find help. Mike knew quite a number of people. No matter what, he had to take care of this invader. Mike was also very concerned about the other party's close combat secret technique. This guy might even have many good things on him. He couldn't miss out on such a big fat sheep. He would treat it as making up for his losses. And demon god Anlin, I'll let you know what regret is sooner or later. Lin Fei and demon god Anlin returned to the palace. Demon god Anlin personally brewed a pot of tea. At this time, Lin Fei could also feel a wave of hatred transforming into aggro. There was no need to guess. It should be that Mike's. For a demon god like him, the angrier he was, the better. The hatred he generated was indeed not something a demon lord could compare to. I see that you're in a good mood. An invader like you is really rare in our great world. Demon god Anlin sat down and poured a pot of tea for Lin Fei. A faint fragrance filled the air. Anyway, I'm not afraid of being bitten when there are so many lice. That demon god Mike won't dare to come alone. If he really dares to come, I have plenty of ways to take care of him. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't go all out. So if demon god Mike dared to come again, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. A magician's physical body was a huge flaw. If he didn't have those puppet warriors protecting him, demon god Mike's strength would be even lower. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47:14. Anlin did have an impression of the invader in front of him. He was bold and powerful. Up to this point, he had yet to determine the level of strength Lin Fei's invader had. If he was not mistaken, he was at the peak Empyrean Lord level. In the words of their great world, they were called Ultimate Fiend Lords. Of course, although Lin Fei's strength was at the peak Empyrean Lord level, his means were something that even a Fiend Celestial would be helpless against. Especially the mystic techniques that he used in close combat. They were extremely lethal to magicians like them. At the very least, Anlin had yet to come up with a good solution to deal with it. It was too sudden and impossible to guard against. You seem to have something on your mind. You can tell me. After all, you are the only Fiend Celestial that has not attacked me since I came to this great world. Lin Fei could obviously tell that Fiend Celestial Anlin definitely had his reasons. If he was not mistaken, it was likely something troublesome. The strength he had displayed was still very strong, especially that close-range attack that had come without warning had really caught Mike off guard. That's right. I do have something on my mind. I wish to seek your help, Lin Fei. And I will give you a price. I guarantee that it will be a price that will tempt you. Anlin took a deep breath. Lin Fei laughed as well. Actually, I'm rather surprised that someone would cooperate with an invader like me. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized by the other Fiend Celestials? Lin Fei wasn't too sure about the rules of this alternate world, but he knew that the Fiend Celestials here would definitely not interact with invaders. Invaders were no different from street rats in this alternate world. Anlin chuckled and sipped a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat. Then you are sorely mistaken. Not all invaders become rats that everyone wants to beat when they come to this alternate world. In fact, some invaders will choose to cooperate with us. And we Fiend Celestials will act according to the person we are dealing with. That explained everything. Why didn't Anlin do anything to him? Clearly, he acted according to the person he was dealing with. That demon god Mike was different. He probably treated all the invaders as targets to be killed. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to kill 50 invaders. If you want me to cooperate with you, it won't be difficult. You have to give me something that can move my heart. However, I won't be interested in ordinary things. Lin Fei did not plan to return to this world in a short period of time. He might as well take a stroll around the other world. He also knew how long the land of demon hunters would last. It was almost 10 years, so Lin Fei had plenty of time. The current Fiend Celestial was one thing, but Anlin was different. At the very least, Lin Fei found him rather pleasing to the eye. No, it should be said that he was more pleasing to the eye. There were probably not many demon gods like him. Just look at demon god Mike. If I tell you that you can help me complete my task, I'll give you my entire body. Do you think that's enough to move you? Fiend Celestial Anlin said this very calmly as though he was speaking of an extremely ordinary matter. This left Lin Fei a little shocked. To think that such words would come out of Fiend Celestial Anlin's mouth. Could it be that she knew what he was thinking? To be honest, Lin Fei still had some thoughts about Anlin. After all, a fair lady was a good match for a gentleman. Furthermore, she was from another world. To be honest, what you said is quite shocking. For a moment, I even suspected that you were deliberately saying that, but on second thought, I don't think that's possible. I really wouldn't be interested in anything else, but I'm quite interested in what you offer. Lin Fei was also telling the truth. Since the other party had said so, he wouldn't be hesitant. Most people would find it difficult to resist the benefits you offer. However, I'm more curious. Why don't you seek out that demon god Mike? I think he would be very willing. Anlin's eyes revealed a look of disdain and even mockery. Forget about that fellow. Although his combat strength is rather strong, he's still not your match, right? Since he's not your match, why would I seek him out? If I want to find someone, I have to find the most cost-effective one. With that said, Lin Fei found it difficult to refute. Then tell me what's going on. It's very simple. I want you to help me kill someone. This person is very strong. I'm now a 2-star Fiend Celestial, and the person I want to kill is a 4-star Fiend Celestial. Although it was only a difference of 2 stars, Lin Fei knew that it was an insurmountable gap. It was no wonder Anlin sought him out for cooperation. It's no wonder you sought me out for cooperation. I never expected you to want to kill a 4-star Sky Celestial, no, a 4-star Fiend Celestial. Although it's only a difference of 2 minor realms, it's enough to crush you. Lin Fei had a hunch that Anlin's realm was not high, but he never expected it to be true. He was only a 2-star Fiend Celestial. What about Fiend Celestial Mike? Don't tell me he's a 3-star Fiend Celestial. Anlin shook his head. Mike is a 2-star Fiend Celestial like me, but he's a peak 2-star Fiend Celestial. I'm only a mid-stage 2-star Fiend Celestial. They were both 2-star Fiend Celestials, but the difference was rather obvious. Lin Fei knew the difference after exchanging blows. If Anlin wanted to deal with a 4-star Sky Celestial, it was basically a one-way trip. Furthermore, Anlin was a female Fiend Celestial. Naturally, it would not end well for him. If it were anyone else who made such a request, I would definitely reject it. After all, I'm not a Fiend Celestial. However, since it's you, Anlin, it's different. I can risk my life and join forces with you to deal with that 4-star Sky Celestial. Lin Fei's strength was definitely inferior to a 4-star Sky Celestial, but after the battle with Mike, he felt that he could hold his own against a 3-star Fiend Celestial. As for a 4-star Fiend Celestial, he would have to consider it carefully. In fact, Anlin had only mentioned the root of the problem. He did not think that the intruder, Lin Fei, would agree. One had to know that a 4-star Sky Celestial was not easy to deal with. Even 3 to 5 Sky Celestial love gods could not defeat a 4-star Sky Celestial. You are really willing to help me? Furthermore, you are willing to kill this 4-star Fiend Celestial. Anlan's breathing had clearly changed significantly. Lin Fei nodded. If this 4-star Fiend Celestial isn't considered very strong, there's still a 70 to 80% chance of killing him. As you know, I'm an intruder. I have more means than you imagine. A 70 to 80% chance of success was much higher than what Anlan had imagined. From her point of view, a 30 to 50% chance of success was not bad. A 70 to 80% chance was a sure-death situation. Book Dweller's website. Chapter 47:15. Since Lin Fei had agreed to help demon god Anlan, he definitely wanted to see how it felt to kill a demon god. 4-star demon gods weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. If he hadn't activated the leisurely leveling system, Lin Fei would have to think twice before killing a 4-star demon god. But before that, Lin Fei also wanted to know if he could gain hatred in this alternate world. He believed that demon god Anlan should be very clear about this. It's okay to help you kill a 4-star demon god, but I have to prepare in advance. I don't think you're in too much of a hurry. Demon god Anlan shook his head. I'm not in a hurry, I'm really not in a hurry. I've endured for thousands of years, not to mention this short period of time. I don't know what you need to prepare, but I can still help you during this period. Lin Fei could easily sense the boundless hatred in demon god Anlan's words. Clearly, this 4-star demon god had done the most heinous thing in the world. He was hated by someone until now. This was the scariest thing. As the saying goes, if one doesn't remove the roots, the spring breeze will come again next year. This was exactly what it meant. I want to know if there's a similar method to absorb hatred in your great world. You can also treat it as a kind of evil method. Lin Fei was more direct. Even if he said it, demon god Anlan wouldn't be able to guess that he was using this method to increase his strength. Demon god Anlan frowned slightly. He was quite surprised. He didn't sense any evil aura from demon god Anlan, but why was he interested in this method? If there isn't, it's fine. I'm just asking anyway. Demon god Anlan shook his head. If it's something else, I might not be able to help you. But I do know a little about this. It's a little similar to the cultivation of dark magicians. I heard that they all collect some hatred, which is the so-called resentment bead, for cultivation. If you want, you can go and see if it's this resentment bead. Lin Fei was just asking casually. After all, this was an alternate world. It was hard to say if something like this really happened. Of course, this also depended on luck. If he was lucky, he could encounter it. If he was unlucky, he could only watch helplessly. But he never expected that Fiend Celestial Anlan would actually tell him about this. As soon as he heard the words, grudge prayer bead, Lin Fei felt that it should be similar to his own hatred. As for whether it was useful or not, that was another matter. Apart from that, we also have faith orbs. A grudge bead was enough to make Lin Fei very happy. Lin Fei's expression changed a lot when he saw the faith bead. Lin Fei felt that he had come to the right place. Perhaps these grudge beads and faith beads would allow him to gain a lot of honor and hatred. If this was really the case, then this trip was really not in vain. He had found a way. Then I'll have to trouble demon god Anlan to take me to see the resentment beads and faith beads. They might really be of help to me. Demon god Anlan did not hesitate at all. Just like that, he left the world with Lin Fei. There were quite a few worlds along the way. Relying on the great sky shrouding technique, Lin Fei managed to fool himself. The heavenly I could not find him anymore. This also surprised demon god Anlan. This method was not something that any invader could master. Otherwise, there would not be so many invaders coming here and being hunted down by the demon gods on their side. It was as tragic as it could be. If we want to find the resentment prayer beads and faith beads, we have to go to the territory of the dark magicians. Along the way, Lin Fei also understood the background of these dark magicians. They were all people who cultivated evil magic. In the great world, they were considered rather unpopular people. However, at least they were not treated as street rats and hunted down by everyone like invaders. In front of us is the largest gathering place for dark magicians. It's called Dark Heaven. You can only try your luck here if you want the things you want. Demon God Anlin took out a magic treasure. It's definitely impossible for you to enter Dark Heaven like this. This is a treasure I obtained from a treasure land in the past. It's called a soul pearl. It can change a person's soul aura. After entering Dark Heaven, naturally, no one will be able to recognize you as an invader from the outside. When he first heard about this soul pearl, Lin Fei thought that it was a soul pearl from the outside world. Later on, he thought that was not right at all. After all, this was an alternate world. As expected. After obtaining this soul pearl, Lin Fei felt different. Now, in order to see the resentment prayer beads and faith beads, Lin Fei naturally did not plan to do anything. It was better to keep a low profile. Thank you. When we come out, I'll return this soul pearl to you. This thing is useless to me. It's very weak, but it's still quite useful to you invaders. It's just that it consumes a lot of energy. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei had already cultivated the infinite god body and reached the 8th level, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. After activating the soul pearl, he instantly felt that his entire body had become different. He actually imitated the aura of a native. However, the consumption was indeed quite large. The soul pearl was like a bottomless pit. Ordinary people really couldn't handle it. It was no wonder that it was said to be useless. Demon God Anlin was quite worried that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to control the soul pearl. The consumption was too great. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hold on for a while. However, on the way here, he knew that he was thinking too much. Lin Fei was indeed quite powerful. He could even control the soul pearl. This is Dark Heaven. A huge black whirlpool appeared in front of him. There were figures constantly appearing in this whirlpool. This made Lin Fei quite surprised. There was actually a world hidden in the black whirlpool, and this whirlpool was more like a treasure. The thing outside is called Dark Samsara. It's usually useless, but once a demon god comes to attack, Dark Samsara will become an extremely terrifying treasure. Not everyone can withstand the power of Samsara. I heard that Dark Samsara can also summon powerful dark creatures. The most powerful one was an 8-star demon god. This also made Lin Fei secretly shocked. It seemed that he had really underestimated Dark Heaven. Such a powerful treasure was placed at the door. It was really rich and overbearing. That's why I brought you here. Apart from here, it's very difficult to find resentment prayer beads and faith beads anywhere else. Lin Fei was quite grateful to Demon God Anlin. Thank you. Bookhouse website. Chapter 47:16. Dark Heaven's world was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. The entire Dark Heaven was filled with all sorts of darkness elements. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. For people like Lin Fei who didn't cultivate magic, the darkness elements that floated in the air were very thick. The strength of the dark magicians here would become exceptionally strong. They could absorb the darkness elements here. During this period, Lin Fei saw people constantly entering and exiting. Most of the people going in and out were dressed in black cloaks, making it impossible to see their faces. As Anlin explained, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. In Dark Heaven, all sorts of things can be traded. That's why Dark Heaven has always been unpopular. But once you're here, you have to follow the rules. When he entered, Lin Fei could sense that Dark Heaven was different. There were quite a few experts, especially Dark Samsara, who was at the entrance. He was simply a killing machine. Anyone who dared to act rashly would be suppressed. Not long later, Lin Fei and Demon God Anlin arrived at a huge city. This city was extremely huge, spanning over 1,000,000 miles. This was the only city in the entire Dark Heaven. Hence, the population was huge. It was normal for it to be over 1,000,000 miles in size. The city's name was also very simple, Dark Heaven. After arriving, one could see experts everywhere. Demon god Anlin had been here a few times. He brought Lin Fei to a place in the center of the city. This is the Samsara auction house. It is also the largest auction house. Even in the whole macro world, it is considered to be in the top 5. With such a huge auction, there would indeed be grudge beads and faith beads. The two walked into the venue side by side. After entering, there was a huge hall. In this hall, Lin Fei could even see many bounty missions. Each mission represented a reward. Demon god Anlin didn't look at these bounty missions. He brought Lin Fei to a workbench. "Hello, Lord Demon God. How may I be of service?" Demon god Anlin didn't hide his aura. He appeared as a demon god. The people in the hall seemed to be used to it and didn't even give it a second glance. Demon god Anlin's body was blocked by magic, so no one could see clearly. "I want to know if anyone is selling grudge beads or faith beads here today." Lin Fei didn't come, so he could only let demon god Anlin do it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of magical crystals on him. He was right. The common currency used in this great world was something called magic crystal. Although it was only one word different from origin crystal, there was still a big difference. This was because the mana gathered in the mana crystals could be absorbed quickly, but the mana crystals didn't have it. "Please wait a moment, I'll go check it out." The person on the workbench turned around and went to investigate. Anlin sent a voice transmission. Things like the grudge beads are quite popular in the Dark Haven. They're very helpful to dark magicians. Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that it would be quite troublesome to get a large number of grudge beads. No matter what, this was a chance. Although he could get it by farming aggro, it was more or less dangerous. However, it was still more or less dangerous. If he was not careful, he would become the public enemy. At that time, everyone would be his enemy. Thinking about that sour feeling, he felt that it would be better to obtain the resentment prayer beads and not have to be chased all the way. "Lord Demon God, I've just checked. We don't have many resentment beads left. We only have 100,000 resentment beads left. I wonder if you want them?" Demon God Anlin said without hesitation. "Then hand over 100,000 grudge beads." At the same time, he took out a card. This was a card with Dark Samsara on it. This is the Dark Samsara card created by Dark Haven. You can store magical crystals inside, so you just need to use the card. It's quite convenient and simple. The 100,000 resentment thought beads cost Anlin 10 million demonic crystals in total. 10 million magical crystals might not seem like a lot, but it wasn't that easy to earn them. An ordinary demon lord's net worth was only about 20 million to 30 million. It would be good if they could reach 50 million magical crystals. As for demon gods, they were basically worth 300 million to 400 million magical crystals. The more powerful ones could earn 700 million to 800 million, but most people didn't have that many magical crystals. 10 million could only buy 100,000 grudge beads. To be honest, it wasn't cheap at all. After obtaining the 100,000 resentment thought beads, Anlin handed them over to Lin Fei. He was looking forward to it. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. If it worked, he would have found a shortcut. At most, he would work hard to earn those magical crystals himself. After causing a ruckus in the great demonic world, Lin Fei had earned quite a lot of magical crystals. He now had a net worth of at least 100 million. Lin Fei obviously wouldn't hand over what was in his hands. In the Dark Samsara Hall, there was a private room for that. The two of them opened one. Once they sat inside, they were isolated from everything else. Lin Fei took out a grudge bead. It looked like a black bead. As soon as Lin Fei held it in his hand, he felt a strong sense of hatred. This kind of hatred was rare. These grudge beads were collected by dark mages through all kinds of cruel methods. Or rather, they were obtained by massacring an entire city. People don't like them. Lin Fei held it in his hands and felt it silently. There was indeed hatred. It was very intense. Just as demon god Anlon had said, they must have been tortured and collected. He had to admire the methods of these dark mages. It was indeed impressive. Compared to them, he was really lacking. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't do something like that. Ding, discovered intense hatred. Should I absorb it and convert it into hatred? There was a ding. Lin Fei heard the most beautiful sound. He could finally put down the thing he was most worried about. It turned out that this grudge bead could really be converted into hatred. Now, Lin Fei could finally relax. Demon god Anlon was also quite anxious. After all, Lin Fei's strength as an invader increased. Or rather, this thing was useful to him. When the time came, he would naturally have more confidence in destroying that 4-star demon god. How is it? Is it effective? Lin Fei smiled and nodded. I'm quite lucky. This thing is useful to me. However, this grudge bead isn't cheap. Demon god Anlon heaved a sigh of relief. We don't need to buy it here. We can go to the dark mages and ask them. I believe they will take it out. Chapter 47:17. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that demon god Anlon would say something like that. If he wanted to get the resentment beads, other than buying them, he would have to rob them. Lin Fei also believed that demon god Anlon should know where many dark magic casters lived. When the time came, the two of them would go there openly. They would definitely be able to contribute the resentment beads. This was a good thing. For example, when the system absorbed the resentment beads just now, although he only bought 100,000 resentment beads, the amount of hatred he gained was a little beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This ratio was a little high. 100,000 resentment beads. He contributed 1,000,000 hatred points to Lin Fei in one go. This ratio was really quite high. It was even a little scary. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had made a mistake. It wasn't easy to gain hatred points. Now that he had the resentment beads, Lin Fei felt that it was much easier. Without a doubt, the other type of faith beads was honor points. In any case, there was something similar. In other words, be it the resentment beads or faith beads, they would be of great help to Lin Fei's cultivation. He really came to the right place. Lin Fei bought another 100,000 faith beads. He wanted to see how many honor points he could exchange for. This was a little worse than the resentment beads, but it also allowed Lin Fei to obtain 800,000 honor points. This ratio was a little worse, but it was still within Lin Fei's acceptable range. Lord Demon God, if you want the resentment beads, you can attend the auction in half a month. I heard that there will be a batch of resentment beads or faith beads for sale. The staff member suddenly said. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. I wonder how many there will be in general. Can you give us a number? That way we can be mentally prepared. Lin Fei asked. The employee thought that Lin Fei was demon god Anlon's subordinate, so he didn't have any doubts. The number of resentment beads and faith beads for sale this time is quite large, so we need a huge amount of magic crystals. I remember there are about 100 million resentment beads. Even Fiend Celestial Anlon was surprised. Such a large amount of resentment beads was truly rare. Usually, a large sum of money was only tens of millions. 30 to 50 million resentment thought beads were hard to come by, but this time, it was 100 million resentment thought beads. That was different, and anyone would be tempted. Especially for dark magicians. Yes, it is indeed 100 million grudge beads. Lin Fei had originally planned on going out with demon god Anlon to rob those dark magic casters, but he didn't expect to hear such good news in the blink of an eye. 100 million resentment beads, if all of them were absorbed, it meant that he could get 10 billion hatred points. That was a huge number. If he could obtain such a large amount of grudge thought beads, Lin Fei had every reason to believe that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a top-notch expert in another world. He could exchange for all sorts of 3,000 great Daos to strengthen himself, and his strength would become even stronger. This made Lin Fei decide in an instant. No matter what, he had to obtain this resentment prayer bead. Demon God Anlin and Lin Fei left dark samsara. I think you have an idea. Of course, Demon God Anlin could feel the subtle change in Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. I do have an idea. This batch of resentment prayer beads is really to my liking. I have to get them no matter what. However, these 100 million resentment prayer beads are definitely not cheap. They might be able to be auctioned for more than 1 billion magical crystals. This was just a simple estimate by Lin Fei. He would definitely be able to get them for at least 1 billion magical crystals. At that time, it would be unknown whether the final price would be 1.5 billion or 2 billion magical crystals. To any dark magic caster, this was definitely a huge attraction. I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. Such a huge amount of magical crystals should be taken by those top-notch forces. Only they can take it out. Demon God Anlin shook his head helplessly. It was really a huge number. It would be fine if this number was a little smaller. However, it was more than 1 billion, so he could only watch helplessly. It doesn't matter. Moreover, I can't take out more than 1 billion magical crystals if I really go to the auction. However, that doesn't mean that we can't have an idea for these resentment prayer beads. Lin Fei would definitely not participate in the auction. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to take out more than 1 billion magical crystals, and that was just a simple estimate. For those dark magic casters who wanted to improve their strength, this was a chance to do so. They would definitely bid crazily. When that time came, not just any force could participate in it. Are you waiting for the auction to end before ambushing them? But it's quite difficult to ambush them. After all, they will definitely be fully prepared when they come. Even if they leave, you might not be able to catch up. Demon God Anlin didn't think that the ambush would succeed. With such a huge amount of magical crystals, they could also buy resentment prayer beads. They would definitely be able to safely evacuate. Ambushing them and successfully leaving was no different from reaching the sky. If it was Lin Fei in the past, he would really be helpless and could only watch. However, he now had the leisurely leveling system. There were 3,000 dazzling great paths, and there would definitely be one that was suitable for Lin Fei. Of course I know what I'm doing. Since there's still half a month left, I think you should do me a favor, and that is to collect some resentment prayer beads first. Lin Fei didn't have many magical crystals in his pocket, and neither did Demon God Anlin. Magical crystals were all useful, so he could only ask the dark magic casters for them. To Lin Fei, ambushing the last bidder was very simple. As long as he could lock onto the other party's tracks, it would be a success. Hence, he had to exchange for a powerful great path, and one that could track people. That way, no matter how far they went, they wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Fei's pursuit. By then, it would be very possible for him to obtain 100 million resentment prayer beads. The problem was that in this half a month, Lin Fei had to obtain enough resentment prayer beads to exchange for a powerful great path of tracking. That was the only way to obtain 100 million resentment prayer beads. Hence, he really had to count on Demon God Anlin to participate in this matter. This was the only way he could easily obtain it. As long as it's helpful to you, I naturally won't refuse. After all, your strength has increased. When the time comes, you'll have a higher chance of killing that 4-star demon god. Lin Fei and Demon God Anlin left the dark heavens again. This time, after they left, quite a few things happened in this alternate world. For example, dark magic casters were frequently robbed, and they didn't even recognize who the robbers were. It was a crushing defeat. Chapter 47:18. Dark Samsara welcomed another lively auction. Compared to previous auctions, this time's auction was much more intense. That was because the main event this time was the 100 million grudge thought beads. As for who sent them up for auction, no one knew. In any case, it was a mysterious person. After the news spread, it was like a huge pie fell from the sky to those dark mages. As long as they obtained this batch of grudge thought beads, it would definitely greatly increase their strength, or it could be said that they would be able to refine powerful treasures. Those powerful dark mages also came one after another. To them, this was a huge attraction. It was really rare to see 100 million grudge thought beads appear at once. Isn't that the skeleton demon god? I didn't expect him to come too. I heard that his skeleton summoning technique is very terrifying, able to topple mountains and overturn seas. The skeleton demon god is a famous person, he's best at using numbers. If you fight with him, you won't even see the skeleton demon god before being torn to pieces by his skeleton army. Isn't that the Baihai demon god? He actually came too. I heard that he's ranked 9th among the dark mages. One by one, the dark great mages also came. They sat in dark Samsara's auction house. Any one of the dark grand magicians here would be able to give people a great shock. Everyone didn't dare to say anything, they just sat there obediently. In a corner nearby, there were 2 people sitting there. These 2 people were demon god Anlin and Lin Fei. They had been busy for 13 days, there wasn't a single moment when they were free. They were really tired. Luckily, they managed to rush back before the auction. There are too many dark mages who want to buy the grudge thought beads this time. There are already 6 demon gods in this private room. They should all be supporters of dark mages. Demon god Anlin sat there without moving, but he had already retracted his aura. It really wasn't easy to find out that she was a demon god. Demon god Anlin could see traces of demon gods in the surrounding private rooms. Lin Fei also sensed that there were indeed 6 demon gods. Other than that, there were also some powerful dark aura experts. He didn't need to guess to know that they were dark great mages. It was even more difficult for a dark magician to become a demon god. Because this step was too difficult. The path of dark mages was a little different from that of ordinary mages, so it was more difficult for them to break through. Anyway, let's just watch the show. No matter who wins the grudge prayer beads, we'll just take action. They're in the open while we're in the dark. Naturally, we'll have a great chance. 13 days. Lin Fei didn't work in vain. He plundered a lot of resentment beads and accumulated almost 30 million hatred points. In one go, he exchanged for a great Tao ranked in the top 500. The great Tao was called the Great Tracking Technique. As long as he was locked onto by Lin Fei, he would naturally be able to pursue him all the way to the end. In fact, even Lin Fei would not have a chance to detect him. Originally, Lin Fei planned to get a more powerful one, but the higher the ranking, the higher the hatred, so Lin Fei gave up on that idea. As long as he got the 100 million resentment beads, he would have 10 billion hatred points. At that time, he would be able to learn the true top 3,000 great Taos. It was not like these, which were all medium quality goods, which were the so-called mainstream goods. Are you sure you can follow the final winner? Demon god Anlin also knew Lin Fei's method. That was to follow the final winner. It was easy to say, but it was difficult to do it. Not everyone could follow a fiend celestial powerhouse like this. When the time came, they would leave quietly. Even if they wanted to follow them, it would be too difficult. Moreover, not everyone could follow a demon god. My plan works. No matter who takes away the 100 million resentment beads, I'll be able to catch up to them. They won't be able to refine something like this immediately. They'll definitely need to find a safe place to do so. This is our chance. Demon god Anlin agreed with this point. After all, not everyone could refine something like the resentment prayer beads. It was indeed an opportunity. Soon, the people who entered the venue arrived. In the end, there were 10 demon gods. They were all in the private rooms, and their bodies were shrouded in layers of power. It was very special. Lin Fei directly used the great tracking technique and left a mark on them. This great tracking technique was very mysterious and very special. One had to know that it was exchanged for 30 million hatred points. It was ranked in the top 500 of the 3,000 great Tao. Indeed, you get your price for the goods. There was no comparison. Lin Fei also heard some other topics. That was about the 2 shameless fellows who had been appearing recently. They were secretly dealing with the dark magicians and robbing them of their resentment prayer beads, causing a huge commotion. Until now, no one had been able to find out. Today's auction will be the most intense in history. It's also a rare scene because today's finale treasure is 100 million resentment prayer beads. The auctioneer quickly went on stage. First, he stirred up the mood before starting today's auction. Everyone knew the finale treasure, so the competition for the items in front wasn't very intense. The deal was quite good. Lin Fei looked along the way and felt that these things were okay, but he had no interest in making a move. All he needed to do now was watch the show. Most importantly, which demon god had the 100 million grievance beads? That was the most important thing. 2 hours later. Finally, it was time for the finale treasure to be auctioned. The 100 million resentment prayer beads were also sent up. The 100 million resentment prayer beads were stored in a treasure. Everyone could see the hatred gathered together. Those without any strength had their pupils dilated on the spot, and their faces turned pale. They couldn't withstand the attack of that kind of resentment. This must be the destruction of a large city from another world. This resentment is too strong. It's really too fascinating. It's a pity that we can only see it and not buy it. I wonder which demon god will buy these 100 million resentment prayer beads today. It'll probably be sold for more than 2 billion magic crystals. Everyone's eyes never left it. All dark magicians know the use of resentment prayer beads. This is the first time we've seen such a large number of resentment prayer beads. The starting price is 1 billion magic crystals. The starting price was 1 billion magic crystals. This price was what many people had guessed. Actually, it wasn't surprising. After all, there had to be a threshold for such a large number of resentment prayer beads. It wouldn't do if there wasn't a threshold. Then anyone could compete for the resentment prayer beads. The threshold of 1 billion magic crystals was enough to stop most people. Chapter 47:19. The starting price of 1 billion magical crystals wasn't surprising at all. To be honest, the starting price was rather low. However, it was enough to stop 99% of the people. At the very least, they could only watch helplessly. They didn't have the strength to compete for this batch of grudge beads. 100 million grudge beads. Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this batch of grudge beads was very important to him. Whether he could improve his strength or not depended on it. Wanting to kill a 4-star demon god was both easy and difficult. As long as Lin Fei's strength increased again, he would naturally be able to survive in this alternate world. At the very least, he would be able to obtain more grudge beads or faith beads. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what, Lin Fei wanted to take a gamble. He couldn't miss this opportunity. When the price was announced, the people in the private room started fighting over it. Even though Lin Fei wasn't very familiar with the demon gods in these private rooms, things were different with demon god Anlin beside him. He started introducing them. He introduced them in great detail. By the time they finished their rounds, Lin Fei knew who the people in these boxes belonged to. Everyone in this private room was a powerful force, and their financial resources were also very strong. In a short time, the price had exceeded 2 billion magical crystals. This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It was much faster. It was much faster, and it made the others feel different. Indeed, dark mages loved grudge beads. The price had actually exceeded 2 billion magical crystals in a short time. It seemed like it could even exceed 3 billion magical crystals. That was an astronomical figure. Private room 6 bids 1 billion magical crystals. Private room 7 bids 2 billion magical crystals. After observing for a while, Lin Fei felt that private rooms 3 and 6 were the most impressive. The price had also skyrocketed. Their contributions were indelible. I reckon that the winner of this batch of grudge beads will be between private rooms 3 and 6. These 2 forces are the top forces in our world. Only they can take out so many magical crystals so quickly. Demon god Anlin understood these 2 factions very well. It was also a very acknowledgement. For example, right now, private room number 3 had already bid 2.9 billion. The people in room number 6 seemed to be hesitating. After all, this number was quite large and could be considered an astronomical figure. Not just any fiend celestial could bring it out. An ordinary demon god would only have 200 to 300 million magical crystals, while the more powerful ones would only have 400 to 500 million magical crystals. As for the 2 billion magical crystals, that wasn't something that could be easily earned. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. For demon gods, most of them would be tempted if a huge amount of magical crystals were to appear somewhere. Earning money was not easy. As long as there was a chance to make money, he would not miss it. This is just my personal guess. It's hard to say whether there will be people in other rooms who will bid for it when the time comes. Demon god Anlin added. Lin Fei smiled. That doesn't really matter. Anyway, as long as the results are out, I will naturally be able to lock onto the winner. We can just follow slowly when the time comes. After a short moment of silence, private room number 6 started bidding again. Number 3 and number 6 were engaged in another intense game of catch-up. In a short period of time, it broke through to 3.5 billion magical crystals. It was a terrifying number that far exceeded everyone's expectations. The auctioneer was also very excited. This price was indeed a little beyond imagination. No one could have imagined that 100 million resentment beads could be sold for such a high price. Private room number 3 has bid 3.5 billion magical crystals. I wonder if there are any more rooms. If no one else bids, then the 100 million resentment beads today will belong to private room number 3. Private room number 3 was quite fierce. After all, the faction that private room number 3 belonged to was also quite strong. They also had the ability to take out 3.5 billion magical crystals. Private room number 6 seemed to be much worse off. Private room number 3 once, private room number 3 twice. The auctioneer had already decided to announce the final winner. The final winner would be private room number 3. Just as he was confirming for the third time, a man in black suddenly raised his hand, and a faint voice floated over. You can't even take out a mere 3.5 billion magical crystals. How dare you bid for this resentment bead? I bid 4 billion magical crystals. It was like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded in everyone's hearts. No one had expected that someone in the individual seats would actually bid 4 billion magical crystals after the bid from the private rooms had been reached. Even the auctioneer was alarmed. Sir, are you sure you want to bid 4 billion magical crystals? You should know that 4 billion magical crystals is not a small number. If the private rooms had bid 4 billion magical crystals, the auctioneer definitely wouldn't have thought much of it. However, it was different for the individual seats. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a card flew over and stopped steadily in front of the auctioneer. Do you believe me now? It was another faint voice. The auctioneer's gaze instantly became respectful. It turned out to be a purple gold card that emitted a layer of hazy light. The auctioneer was instantly alarmed. It also moved the people present. Wow, it's actually a purple gold card. What's the name of this purple gold card? Why can't I remember it? I remember now. Isn't the purple gold card called the Supreme Card? I heard that a Supreme Card can only be made with 10 billion magical crystals. There are only a handful of purple gold cards in the entire Dark Samsara. Someone exclaimed on the spot. It was really hard for them to believe. They actually saw a purple gold Supreme Card today. He could easily get 10 billion magical crystals from it. It was no wonder that the auctioneer started to be moved. It was a Supreme Card. He hadn't even looked at it more than a few times. Sir, you're too polite. You have a Supreme Card. I'm sorry for offending you. The purple gold card slowly flew back and landed in the hands of the man in black. At this moment, many people were observing the man in black. They were surprised that no matter how they observed, they couldn't see his face clearly. There was a layer of power blocking their view. Lin Fei was also very shocked. He had the great danger detection spell, but he didn't sense any danger. He also didn't know that the man in black was an expert. Seems like there's a change in the situation. There's a strong person here. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 47:20. Actually, Lin Fei was very surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a tiger blocking the way halfway through? He directly raised the price to 4 billion. He even flashed a purple gold Supreme Being card. One could imagine what the outcome would be. It's quite surprising. This man in black is very strong. He's at least a demon god. I don't know how many stars he is exactly. I can't tell how strong he is. It's too vague. Demon god Anlin was also very surprised. An unfamiliar expert had appeared and brought a Supreme Being card with him. The last 100 million resentment beads might really end up in his hands. Demon god Anlin couldn't help but worry for Lin Fei. He didn't know why Lin Fei was so interested in the 100 million resentment beads. It might not be a good thing for such a person to appear now. It was definitely a bad thing. Lin Fei obviously didn't want any powerful demon god to appear. If a powerful demon god appeared and reached the level of 5 or 6 stars, it would be too difficult to obtain this resentment thought bead. Even Lin Fei wasn't confident. For example, right now, Lin Fei was speechless. Was his luck really that bad? He had everything planned out, but someone came to block his way and even flashed a purple gold Supreme Being card. Wasn't he just telling everyone one thing? I'm interested in the 100 million resentment beads. You guys don't need it. His only hope now was for Room 3 to put in more effort and compete with this mysterious person. I can only leave it to fate. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. If there's really no hope, I'll have to find another way. Lin Fei was helpless when he encountered such a situation. He didn't have any demonic crystals in his pocket. The other party kept calling for 4 billion demonic crystals and the Supreme Being card could get 10 billion demonic crystals. No matter how he looked at it, the other party was a winner. Our Room 3 is interested in the 100 million resentment beads. I hope you can give it to us. We'll owe you a favor then. A voice came from Room 3. They were very interested in the resentment beads. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to speak up, hoping that this black-clothed man would give them face. The black-clothed man said coldly, "How much is your face worth? If you don't have the money, then don't come to the auction. I've taken a liking to these 100 million resentment beads. If you have the ability, then bid. If you don't, then shut up." When everyone heard this, they knew that room number 3 was probably done for. This black-clothed man was not going to give way at all. Room 3 struggled for a moment before calling out the highest bid. 4.5 billion magic crystals. Hopefully, he could suppress this black-clothed man. In the end, the man in black came up with a price of 4.6 billion, suppressing the other party again. Although it was not a lot, only 4.6 billion, it was enough to make Room 3 completely lose their chance. 4.6 billion magical crystals going once, 4.6 billion magical crystals going twice, 4.6 billion magical crystals going thrice. Congratulations on obtaining 100 million grudge beads, sir. The auctioneer was the happiest. The price was much higher than he had expected. It was a premium. He was not interested in the background of this black-clothed man. He only wanted to sell the resentment beads for a high price. That was his job as an auctioneer. Everyone present was also sighing. No one had expected that the person in the room would not get the resentment beads in the end. Instead, it would be bought by a black-clothed man. Lin Fei also knew that this would happen, so he quietly used the great tracking spell. Fortunately, it did not disappoint Lin Fei. His great tracking spell had really been cast on the black-clothed man. Even the black-clothed man did not notice it. You get what you pay for. If it had been a normal type, the black-clothed man would have noticed it long ago. Then, He would not be able to follow the black-clothed man, unlike now. I'm guessing that room 3 will definitely not let this go. The 100 million grievance beads are like a big piece of meat. This black-clothed man is definitely in trouble. Lin Fei did not think that the black-clothed man would have an easy time in the future. With such a fortune in hand, everyone would definitely move. I feel that this black-clothed man came without any warning. He came so openly, as if he did not care about his life at all. When the time comes, we have to be careful if we really want to follow him. Let's observe him first. I feel that this black-clothed man is a little different. Demon God Anlin frowned slightly. He also felt that this black-clothed man was a little different, but he could not put his finger on it. Lin Fei nodded. Naturally, he could hear Demon God Anlin's cautiousness. Don't worry, I will be careful. If I really can't get it, then forget it. We'll be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At the same time, the expressions of the two demon gods in room 3 changed a little. They were originally in a winning situation, but such a huge change suddenly happened. It was snatched away by a black-clothed man. This made them unable to sit still. Contact someone immediately. No matter who this guy is, as long as he has the 100 million grievance beads, we have to take action. Although the black-clothed man had a purple gold supreme card, they did not really care. Who knew where this card came from? Without strength, anyone could deal with it. They were determined to get the grievance beads. If they could snatch it from the black-clothed man, they would save 4 billion demonic crystals. No, it was 6 billion demonic crystals. That was an astronomical figure. Who wouldn't be willing to make such a deal? Room 3 was not the only one who had their eyes on the black-clothed man. The people in the other rooms also moved upon hearing the news. They could not tell the black-clothed man's cultivation realm immediately, but they were still confident that they could get their hands on this batch of grievance beads. By the time Lin Fei and Demon God Anlin came out, the black-clothed man was nowhere to be seen. Lin Fei did not care much. This black-clothed man is quite fast. My great tracking skill has been locked onto him. We can just take our time and rush over. There's no rush. With the great tracking skill, Lin Fei was really not in a rush at all. He had to admit that the black-clothed man was indeed quite fast. If not for the great tracking skill, he would definitely be watching helplessly. The black-clothed man's speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. He was about a 4-star heavenly god or even a 5-star heavenly god. This really surprised Lin Fei. This kind of strength was indeed quite top-notch. It might not be a good thing to be so ostentatious. He might suffer a huge loss at any time. Just catching up to this black-clothed man took Lin Fei almost half a month. What made Lin Fei relieved was that this black-clothed man had actually stopped at the same place for almost half a month. To be honest, Lin Fei was quite worried that this black-clothed man would refine the 100 million grievance beads. In that case, it would really be a waste of time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47:21. When they were still very far away, Lin Fei stopped. Fiend Celestial Anlin was rather surprised. He did not know why Lin Fei had stopped. Could it be that he had sensed that something was wrong? Is there something wrong in front of us? I don't feel anything. As a demon god Anlin really didn't sense any danger. He believed that this intruder called Lin Fei was much more mysterious than him. Perhaps he saw something different. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. You're right. It's indeed a little unusual. That person hasn't moved at all. Also, I sense a dangerous aura. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't underestimate him, so he kept his eyes on him. Along the way, he felt that something was amiss. He even used the great danger perception and really sensed danger. The danger was all around that man. This meant that this black-clothed person wasn't as simple as he thought. He might have even set up a super huge trap. As for why he had such a thought, it could be considered an instinct of Lin Fei. He felt that there was definitely something wrong with that black-clothed person. Coupled with the great danger perception, he was even more certain. There was no danger in any direction. There was danger in the black-clothed person's position. That was the most unbelievable thing about it. Lin Fei believed in the mystic arts produced by the system more than anyone else. Demon God Anlin frowned slightly. Then what should we do? Don't tell me we don't go over. You've always wanted those grievance beads. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be. Demon God Anlin wanted to kill that 4-star demon god more than anyone else. He also knew that it wasn't easy to kill a 4-star demon god, so he really needed Lin Fei's help this time. Lin Fei indeed sensed danger. Even with his current strength, he would definitely be in big trouble if he could sense danger. Luckily, Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence was the leisurely leveling system. There were many cultivation techniques in it. In addition, he had some hatred points on hand. He could really give it a try. Let's just watch from afar. If it doesn't work, we'll leave. This was also the solution that Lin Fei came up with. The two of them continued flying forward. After a few days, they finally got close to the area. It was also very quiet. But for Lin Fei, he felt that the danger was getting greater and greater. Demon God Anlin also saw the changes in Lin Fei. Did you feel something again? Lin Fei suddenly laughed bitterly. No matter how hard we tried, we really couldn't defend against it because we accidentally fell into this big trap. Whoosh! The surroundings instantly changed. There was an earth-shattering change. He had arrived at an uninhabited small world. It was even more powerful than Mike's heaven and earth reversal. The strong smell of blood permeated the air. The entire uninhabited small world was littered with corpses. And in the middle of this corpse stood a man in black. Who else could it be other than the person who bought the resentment prayer beads? That's right. That's right. Another demon god came, a 2-star demon god. Although his strength is a little weak, he can still be counted as hundreds of thousands of resentment prayer beads. He should be able to make do with it. Lin Fei and Fiend Celestial Anlin's expressions changed. Even though Lin Fei already knew that there was danger here, he still sensed it with his great danger perception. He had also sensed it with his great danger perception, but he hadn't expected to fall for it despite being so far away. Demon God Anlin thought more than Lin Fei. He suddenly exclaimed. I know who you are. You're that demon. You were the one who took out the 100 million resentment prayer beads. Lin Fei was a little confused. But he soon understood what was going on. Perhaps this was deliberately set up by the man in black. The man in black laughed loudly. I didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered my existence. That's right, I am the king of 10,000 demons. This trap was also set up by me. It can't be helped, I lack the resentment prayer beads. You are the 8th demon god who has entered this trap. Demon God Anlin sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. We are in a very bad situation now. We have encountered a big demon, the king of 10,000 demons in front of us. This guy is the most terrifying of all the dark magicians. He has mastered a powerful technique that can create hatred, which is the so-called resentment. He then uses this resentment to cultivate, so he is the strongest dark magician. This was really not a good news. Lin Fei also knew what was going on. This guy probably took the 100 million resentment prayer beads to the auction house and exposed his identity, attracting the pursuit of countless experts. Then, he set up a trap here. No matter how many came, he would be killed. No wonder this guy came here after coming out and didn't move anymore. He was obviously waiting for people to come and kill them. The corpses here were the best proof. Quite a number of demon gods had died. Demon God Anlin was the 8th. Lin Fei knew that they had encountered trouble today. This troublesome matter was not an ordinary one. Do you know how strong this guy is? Fiend Celestial Anlin sent a voice transmission. This fellow was a 6-star Fiend Celestial at his peak. Later on, he was besieged by Fiend Celestial experts. I heard that he was nearly killed. He disappeared for 2,000 years. I didn't expect him to come out now. But I don't think he is that strong. At most, he is a 4-star demon god. He probably borrowed the power of this array. Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Another 4-star demon god. He hadn't even fought with a 4-star demon god, and a 4-star demon god came. He even ran into someone else's array. That was indeed quite powerful. Lin Fei knew his own strength. There was still a gap between him and a 4-star demon god. Especially this king of demons. In the past, he had once reached the peak of 6-star demon god. His strength had decreased, but he was still not someone ordinary people could fight against. The two of you can stop struggling. A 2-star demon god and an ordinary Empyrean lord. Although their strength is not bad, they are too weak in front of me. Just obediently accept your fate. There was a loud rumbling sound. 2 colossal figures walked out of the void. These 2 colossal figures looked like humans, but they exuded a cold and gloomy aura. It's really over this time. That fellow actually managed to refine this thing. Demon god Anlin was shocked once again. This is the war god of demons. Chapter 47:22. Actually, there was no need for demon god Anlin to say it. Lin Fei could already tell that this black giant creature was extraordinarily strong. I didn't expect someone to recognize this 10,000 demon war god. That's right, this is my 10,000 demon war god. Each one of them is invincible and has invincible close combat strength. They are specially used to deal with you demon gods. The moment he said that, 2 10,000 demon war gods flew over. He pulled out a huge axe from the void and swung it down just like that. With just this move, both Lin Fei and demon god Anlin knew how terrifying it was. Lin Fei instantly put up his defenses and used the Great Slicer technique. The 10,000 demon war god was too fast. With just one slash, he chopped down on Lin Fei's body. Voila voila. Countless layers of treasures instantly collapsed. Following that, a ferocious torrent of energy came crashing down. Lin Fei's entire body was sent flying. In midair, the void behind him also rumbled. With just one attack, Lin Fei experienced how strong the 10,000 demon war god was. The 10,000 demon war god had already surpassed the limit of the Emperor Lord level and had the strength of a heavenly god. Demon god Anlin didn't have it easy either. After all, the 10,000 demon war god was very strong. He was a close combat expert. In just one battle, demon god Anlin was pinned down. Beams of cold light surrounded fiend celestial Anlin. If it weren't for the formidable treasures he possessed, he would have been killed by the myriad demon war god in just a few exchanges. I've already told you to stop struggling. It's useless. In front of my war god of 10,000 demons, you'll die without a doubt. But don't worry, I'll only let them chop off all 4 of your legs so that you'll be filled with hatred. I'll also let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Only then will I be able to squeeze out resentment from your bodies and refine the bead of resentment. Lin Fei finally understood. Why were the corpses here so incomplete? So they were all tortured. At the same time, he seemed to understand why the 10,000 demon king didn't attack. If there was no accident, it should be absorbing and extracting this resentment. Then refining it into grudge thought beads. Lin Fei waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above the 1,000 Devil King, directly smashing down. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Even the eyes of the 10,000 Demon King turned cold at this moment. I've underestimated you. To think that you have such means. You're not a sovereign emperor, but your strength is close to that of a demonic god. Lightning was something that possessed the power of great destruction to begin with. Dealing with the king of 10,000 devils already made him feel somewhat disgusted. He waved his hand. A dark cloud flew over and directly blocked the sky above their heads. At the same time, the myriad demon war god launched an even faster attack. The runes on the war god all demon's body kept flashing, increasing its speed and power. Instantly, Lin Fei found himself in a difficult position. We can't continue like this. This myriad devil king is truly quite strong. Just 2 myriad devil war gods are enough to kill a demon god. Now that they're separated, they're already feeling the pressure. And when they join forces, they're even more terrifying. Just now, Lin Fei had suffered a bit of the opponent's attack. Even his treasure body was almost completely destroyed. Even his infinite god body was shaken. This caused Lin Fei to be even more afraid to take it head-on. He knew that this axe was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. You guys can forget about escaping from here. This formation of mine isn't an ordinary formation. It's an ancient formation that has been lost for generations. I spent 500 years to repair it. Once you enter, there's no need for you to leave. No one will notice the commotion here. The king of 10,000 demons looked over coldly. As Lin Fei continued to attack, the great slicer technique enveloped the king of 10,000 demons. Above his head was lightning, and on his left and right were the sharp great slicer technique. For a moment, the king of 10,000 demons was in a bad mood. Lin Fei, the king of 10,000 demons, should be refining and absorbing the grudge thought beads. If he's free, you and I won't be a match for him. Anlun transmitted over. Actually, even without demon god Anlun saying it, Lin Fei could see it. The king of 10,000 demons was indeed very strong. For example, the great art of thunderclap and great slicer technique were very strong. In front of him, he was easily forced to use them. If not for Lin Fei's deep accumulation, he really wouldn't be able to continue attacking. Even so, it didn't affect the king of 10,000 demons too much. This also made Lin Fei realize that if he had enough hatred, he had to exchange for a powerful Dao. The great slicer technique was still a little lacking compared to the great art of thunderclap. In front of a 4-star demon god, it was like playing house. Which means to say, now is the only time we can counterattack. Right, I have a powerful treasure here that can suppress him for a short period of time. However, it's just a breath of time. I wonder if you have a way to heavily injure him. Demon god Anlun couldn't take it anymore. There were already many wounds on his body. This 10,000 demon war god was too strong. His body wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's, so Lin Fei's body was still very well maintained. If you can suppress him for a breath of time, then I can also try to heavily injure him. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If he could make this king of 10,000 demons not move for a breath of time, then he would naturally be able to injure him. Lin Fei didn't think that this king of 10,000 demons' body was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially refined 10,000 demon war gods. One could imagine how weak this guy's body was. This was Lin Fei's chance. He wanted to use spiritual projection to send it over, but he was afraid that his opponent was too strong and his spiritual projection wouldn't work. Now that he heard demon god Anlun's words, he seemed to understand. If he could suppress him for a breath of time, that meant that his spiritual projection would be able to heavily injure him. Don't underestimate Lin Fei's full power. He would definitely be able to let this king of 10,000 demons experience true terror. At the very least, he would be able to heavily injure his body. When his body was heavily injured, how long would he be able to stay here? I can make him stay here for a breath of time. However, after that, I won't have much strength left. Demon god Anlun went all out. If he didn't go all out, it would be over. Fortunately, this invader was stronger than he had imagined. He actually had some tricks up his sleeves. As long as you can suppress him for a breath of time, I have an 80% chance of heavily injuring his body. As long as his body isn't very strong, he won't have a chance to attack us again. Chapter 47:23. Lin Fei knew that he had to go all out now. Demon god Anlun also knew that he had to go all out now. If he didn't go all out now, he would really be finished. I think the two of you should just accept your fate. In front of me, you have no right to resist at all. The king of 10,000 fiends sneered and once again controlled the war god of 10,000 fiends to attack. His power seemed to have exploded. Demon god Anlin gritted his teeth and took out a treasure. The treasure looked very inconspicuous at first glance. It was a black ball. Under Fiend Celestial Anlin's control, the black ball instantly tore through the void. It arrived above the King of 10,000 Fiends' head and instantly released a terrifying power. In that instant, the King of 10,000 Devils was unable to move. Demon god Anlin quickly said, "Hurry up and do it." Although the black ball was activated, Lin Fei could feel Demon god Anlin's aura rapidly plummeting. In other words, activating the black ball consumed too much energy. The King of 10,000 Fiends also saw the black ball. He was stunned at first, then he was completely immobilized. He already knew what it was. Good. Really good. I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure. It's just that this treasure can't be used in your hands. At most, it can only last for a breath's time. Thank you for giving me such a powerful treasure. With this treasure, it's more than enough for me to kill a 5-star demon god. The King of 10,000 Fiends naturally knew what it was. That was the legendary body securing pearl. It was a rare treasure and extremely rare. And this was only one of them. It was said that there must be a total of 24 body securing pearls. Once all 24 body securing pearls were gathered together, it would become a super killing weapon. Unfortunately, no one had been able to gather all of them. It was already good enough to obtain one. This was a true heavenly god treasure. According to the grade, it was at least a 6-star heavenly god. However, it wasn't something an ordinary person could activate. Just look at Demon God Anlin. A single move would drain almost all of his energy. Lin Fei didn't waste any time at all. Just as the black bead released its terrifying power, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Lin Fei moved. Spirit projection. He knew that if he wanted to deal with this King of 10,000 Devils, he would have to heavily injure his physical body. But now, he could only take a gamble and see if he could succeed. With a spirit projection, Lin Fei instantly entered the body of the King of 10,000 Fiends. There was a loud bang. Just the time of a breath. The fleshly body of this insufferably arrogant King of 10,000 Demons was instantly blasted apart by Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei did not hesitate at all. He erupted with all his power. Spirit projection was a close-range technique to begin with. Coupled with Lin Fei's terrifying accumulation, all the power in his body was consumed in an instant. Lin Fei didn't even think about whether he could succeed or not. So, he could only go all out. He didn't believe that the fleshly body of this King of 10,000 Demons would be so unbelievably strong that it could withstand all of his power. There was a loud rumble. The King of 10,000 Demons' body split into pieces and turned into a pool of blood. Then, a Jingguang came out. One could vaguely see that this Jingguang was a human figure. However, that human figure was extremely panicked and didn't stop at all. He just ran away and disappeared. Lin Fei sat on the ground, paralyzed. Then, Demon God Anlin did the same. Luckily, he took out a pill and ate it immediately. Demon God Anlin had recovered some of his strength. He immediately came to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei, are you okay? We succeeded, we finally chased the King of 10,000 Demons away. Devil God Anlin knew that Lin Fei was very strong and was filled with mysteries. However, he didn't expect that Lin Fei would be able to destroy the body of the King of 10,000 Fiends in an instant. Without a fleshly body, the King of 10,000 Demons was like a fragrant steamed bun. This was also why he left in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and find out if he left that thing here. At this moment, Lin Fei was crazily swallowing pills. This was because his great danger perception had already sensed danger. Demon God Anlin was here too. Demon God Anlin didn't think much and immediately searched. He really did find a ring in the surroundings. This ring was the King of 10,000 Demons' ring. He handed it over to Lin Fei. Our luck is not bad, he left his ring behind. I don't think he could take it away in time. Seeing this ring, Lin Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, it's great that both sides are injured. All the benefits are mine. A voice came from afar, it was filled with laughter. Lin Fei apologized to demon god Anlin. He directly hugged demon god Anlin and with a swoosh, they left this place. After Lin Fei left, a figure appeared without any warning. When he arrived, the smile on his face instantly froze. What's going on? Where are they? They were clearly here just now, both of them are injured, where did they go? Did they hide? There were still people who knew about the commotion here. Thus, someone was lurking in the dark, unaware of the aureole behind. But who knew that the moment they appeared, the two auras disappeared just like that? Luckily, Lin Fei brought a lot of pills. After continuously swallowing, he was finally able to use the great teleportation technique. Just like that, demon god Anlin leaned on Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a lush forest, which meant that they were in a new small world. Lin Fei used his full strength to fly as far as he could. Anyway, they should still be in this alternate world, this was something he could be sure of. All the energy in his body was also used up at this moment. A demon god came, he couldn't wait to do this, don't mind him. Explained Lin Fei with a smile. Demon god Anlin shook his head. You don't have to explain, this is very normal. If not for you, I would probably be dead by now. He used the great danger detection technique to sense around, luckily there was no danger around, it should be quite safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he took out pills and started to recover his energy. At the very least, he had to have some strength. Actually, I really didn't expect that you could actually injure the king of 10,000 demons' physical body. I guess it's too late for him to regret now, without his physical body, his strength will probably drop even more. Although demon god Anlin believed that Lin Fei could injure the king of 10,000 demon, he never expected that his vitality would be directly injured, even his physical body would be destroyed. I also didn't expect the king of 10,000 demons' physical body to be so weak, I guess this is a common problem of you sorcerers. Chapter 47-24. A golden stream of light shuttled back and forth. He was the king of 10,000 demons. He never expected that his physical body would be destroyed by someone one day. That torrent-like power didn't allow him to resist at all and destroyed his physical body directly. If he didn't have a life-saving method, he would have been turned into ashes just now. My physical body, my treasures, they were all destroyed by that bastard. Luckily I cultivated a special technique and cultivated a spiritual body. Otherwise, I would have died immediately. However, I can't expose this spiritual body to the outside world. I have to snatch a body as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm finished. The king of 10,000 demons really didn't expect to lose so badly. He was instantly hit by a killer move. Coupled with the body-securing bead, he didn't have time to resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. His vitality would have been greatly damaged, and his vitality would have been severely depleted. He originally wanted to use the 100 million resentment beads to dig a big hole and reap a huge harvest. He never expected it to end up like this. There seems to be someone coming. Forget it, I have to hide first and snatch a body. Lin Fei naturally didn't know what the king of 10,000 demons was thinking. Even if he did, this guy probably needed to find a body to hide in. Otherwise, he would be like a walking golden doll outside. He wouldn't even know when he was captured. After recovering, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could use the great teleportation technique. This was the strongest life-saving method. Do you have a safe place here? We can't just stay outside like this. If we get chased by a demon god, we really won't be able to hold on. It's the same for you. Although demon god Anlin was a native, he had expended a lot of energy and couldn't recover in a short period of time. If he met a demon god with evil intentions, he would really be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. If I want to find a safe place, it should be middle ground. That's the only safe place. He didn't have any impression of middle ground. Since demon god Anlin said so, it must be a safe place. Without another word, Lin Fei left with demon god Anlin. He used the greater teleportation technique. After figuring out the general location, Lin Fei's greater teleportation technique became much more accurate. For the next few days, finally, they arrived at a big world. This world was called the Middle Continent. As expected, experts are everywhere. Ordinary demon gods wouldn't dare to fight and kill in a place like this. Lin Fei had already used the great sky shrouding technique to conceal his aura. Naturally, he was not afraid of being recognized as an intruder. For Lin Fei, he needed to find a safe place to crack the ring and see if the 100 million resentment prayer beads were inside. If he was, he would have become rich overnight. This was what Lin Fei hoped for the most. Even if the king of 10,000 fiends returned, Lin Fei had plenty of methods to beat the other party into submission. Just like that, Lin Fei and demon god Anlin arrived at a big city in Middle Continent. This is the Middle Continent Chamber of Commerce. There are many secret rooms inside. It's very safe there. We can rest there for a period of time. Lin Fei liked this. Fiend Celestial Anlin also covered his face. Lin Fei followed beside him like a servant. They arrived at the Middle Continent Chamber of Commerce smoothly. Demon god Anlin's identity as a demon god was also very useful. They directly stayed in a secret room. Just like that, the two of them stayed in this secret room. After arriving at the Middle Continent Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei realized that this Chamber of Commerce was quite capable. It was no different from when he was cultivating in other chambers of commerce. This place seemed to consume a lot of magic crystals. Not everyone could afford to stay here. We're finally safe now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. There was no other way. He used up too much energy. Especially when he used the great teleportation technique, he nearly used up all the energy in his body. Moreover, in order to deal with the king of 10,000 fiends, he emptied all the energy in his body. He wouldn't be able to recover in an instant. That would take time. Only with enough time could he recover all the energy. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in Middle Continent was quite dense. Especially in the secret room, it was boosted. Lin Fei used half a month's time to recover all the accumulated energy in his body. He also saw that demon god Anlin was really shocked. His accumulation was really unbelievably thick. It only took him 3 days to recover. Lin Fei took out the king of 10,000 fiends ring. The seal on it was still there. This proved one thing. The king of 10,000 fiends didn't die. He should be living a good life. Of course, he wasn't in a bad mood. Previously, he was only a 4-star demon god. After this, it would be good if he was a 3-star demon god. Let me see how strong the power of his seal is. I hope that his strength is affected, so the power of the seal will be much weaker. Lin Fei was prepared to make his move. But demon god Anlin took out a talisman. Why is it so troublesome to break this thing? I can just use this seal-breaking talisman. It's very domineering. This was refined by a 6-star celestial god and is used to break seals. It's more than enough to do this. After a flash of light, it landed on the seal on the ring. Lin Fei heard it clearly. After a loud sound, the seal was cleared. It was so fast that even Lin Fei was surprised. You really get what you pay for. Now we can see what good things are inside. I hope the 100 million grudge thought beads are still there. Lin Fei smiled. I feel that my luck is quite good. It should be inside. When the time comes, I don't want anything other than these 100 million grudge thought beads. I'll give them all to you. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten this thing. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Then, he poured out everything he had. He wanted to see if there were any treasures here. Demon god Anlin was also looking forward to it. After all, this was the king of 10,000 fiends. His collection should be very rich. Clatter clatter. Clatter clatter sounds could be heard. A huge pile of things appeared in front of him, like a mountain. Ha ha ha, looks like my luck is really good. The 100 million grudge thought beads are really here. Lin Fei saw the grudge thought beads at first glance. There seemed to be more than he expected. Demon God Anlin also saw something. Heavens, I didn't expect the lost sun scepter to be in his hands. I heard that this sun scepter can increase one's strength by 100%. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47-25. Demon God Anlin was very happy. He actually found the sun scepter. It was a powerful treasure. Back then, it fell into the hands of a great demon god. With his own strength and the boost from the sun scepter, he ruled an entire era. But then, the sun scepter disappeared. Demon God Anlin didn't expect that the sun scepter would appear here. It would be kept by the king of 10,000 demons. Anyway, these things are useless to me. You can have them. Lin Fei smiled and said. He was only interested in the grudge thought beads. He wasn't interested in anything else. This scepter could boost one's strength. Once his strength was boosted, he would become even stronger. For example, if you were a 5-star demon god, you would be able to unleash the strength of a 6-star demon god after the boost. The higher your realm, the greater the strength you would be able to unleash. Are you really willing to give this sun scepter to me? It isn't something that one can come across all the time. There are only a few treasures like this in the entire world. Demon God Anlin was in disbelief. Lin Fei said casually, so what if it can boost my strength? To be honest, I don't lack treasures that can boost my strength. So this treasure and these things are all yours. I only want the grudge thought beads and faith beads. This guy probably doesn't have any faith beads and only has the grudge thought beads. Just like that, Lin Fei and Demon God Anlin started to split the spoils. He didn't want anything else. He only wanted the grudge thought beads. Fiend Celestial Anlin was truly taken aback as he held the ring. He didn't expect to gain so much from this trip. Was this his fortuitous encounter? Demon God Anlin couldn't help but have a thought. At this moment, Lin Fei started to absorb the grudge thought beads. There were quite a lot of them. Originally, there were 100 million of them. After adding them up, it actually reached 130 million. In a short period of time, he gained another 30 million grudge thought beads. Without a doubt, it must be those unlucky bastards. Lin Fei was impressed by the king of 10,000 demon. He had dug such a big hole and obtained another 30 million resentment prayer beads in the blink of an eye. If he had a little more time, wouldn't he be able to obtain another 100 million resentment beads? It was very normal for someone like him to be hated by everyone. Lin Fei rejoiced at his absolute strength. With the help of his spiritual projection and demon god Anlin, he was able to destroy the king of 10,000 fiends' body. If it was any other place, perhaps there wouldn't be any way to deal with it. Unfortunately, due to a freak combination of factors, the king of 10,000 demons suffered a huge loss. It took a long time just to absorb 130 million grudge thought beads. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't need to exert much effort at all. He just had to rely on leisurely leveling up the system. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. How much hatred would he gain in the end? One had to know that this was a very large proportion. He received a total of 15.3 billion hate points. This number surprised Lin Fei. It was beyond his imagination. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. I've really struck it rich this time, I've really struck it rich. I didn't expect to get 15.3 billion hate points all of a sudden. I've really gotten rich overnight. This feeling is really great. Lin Fei also knew that the more hatred he had, the greater his chances of improving his strength. At that time, whether the king of 10,000 demons came back or the demon god of this world targeted him, he had nothing to worry about. At that time, it was unknown who would be killed. At this time, Lin Fei really wanted to thank the king of 10,000 demons. He dug such a big hole. If it wasn't for him, where would he have found so many resentment thought beads? This guy would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. When the time came, he would definitely come to find him, so he had to repay him no matter what. That was to make one's own strength stronger. Lin Fei felt that this king of 10,000 demons was still of some use. At the very least, this guy would collect resentment thought beads. Anyway, this was a different world, so Lin Fei didn't care much about it. When he took this king of 10,000 demons, there would naturally be someone to collect resentment thought beads for him. This way, he would have a stable path to improve his strength. Who knew, he might really be able to completely cultivate the 3,000 great Daos. After being excited for a while, Lin Fei retracted his thoughts. He had to find some powerful great Daos. In the past, he could only look at the ones ranked at the bottom. Lin Fei could finally look at the top 100 of the 3,000 great Daos. Demon God Anlin was sitting quietly in the room next door. He also set up a layer of formation and began to refine this sun scepter. After refining this thing, he was now at the level of a 2-star demon god. At that time, he would be able to easily explode with the power of a 3-star demon god. This was the so-called increase in strength. Of course, this was because demon god Anlin's realm was too low. If his realm was higher, the increase in the sun scepter would be greater and greater. In addition, this sun scepter could also release the light of the sun. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but a killer move. Wherever the light of the sun passed, it was definitely a killer move that mages couldn't bear. Lin Fei began to check the top 100 of the 3,000 great Daos. Previously, Lin Fei only glanced at it. The price was too scary, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Otherwise, the more he looked at it, the less interested he would be. It was different now. After all, he had 15.3 billion hate points on hand, so he could be considered rich. After all, he was a local tycoon. Finally, he had the right to choose. Great Reincarnation Technique, ranked 100, 3 billion hate points. Just the last place made Lin Fei's eyes move slightly. Good lord. This was only the bottom of the top 100, and he actually had 3 billion hate points. As expected, it wasn't something that could be earned at any time. With his 15.3 billion yuan, he could only buy something that was a little bit more expensive. But that was the truth. Even if it was at the very front, it was still extremely lethal. Great Immobilization Technique, ranked 99, 7 billion hate points. Great Frost Technique, ranked 98, 10 billion hate points. Slightly closer to the front, Lin Fei felt the price of these great Daos, and he felt that there was no need to look at the ones in front. He really couldn't bear to do it with 15.3 billion. Lin Fei decided to choose a powerful one from the 90 to 100. He believed that the 15.3 billion hate points were enough. Fortunately, Lin Fei's judgment was still correct. Between 90 to 100, he really needed more than 10 billion hate points. Now, what Lin Fei lacked was a powerful killer move. But now, the top 100 of the 3,000 great Daos were naturally different. This was a truly great magical power and method. Great 5 Thunders ranked 95th, 13 billion hate points. Shuk Ju Reading Website. Chapter 47-26. The 3,000 great Daos were just that casual. They didn't need any attributes at all. As long as they could master the popularity, they would naturally be able to master the 3,000 great Daos. What Lin Fei needed now was a powerful one. Whether it was the Great Slicing Technique or the Great Thunderclap Technique, the power was much weaker. Especially in this alternate world, there were many treasures of these demon gods, so Lin Fei had to find a powerful attack. For example, this Great Frost Technique attracted Lin Fei's attention. This kind of attack was also very strong. No matter how strong his body was, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of cold. The most important thing was that he needed to spend 13 billion hatred points to master it. It was ranked 95th in the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Fei didn't hesitate too much and directly started this 3,000 great Daos. This was also the first 100 great Daos that he had mastered. At the same time, it also told Lin Fei one thing: that was, if he wanted to improve his strength faster. He also had to constantly earn this resentment bead. Without the resentment bead, it was nothing. Lin Fei quite agreed with this point. Once he mastered the Great Frost technique, Lin Fei felt that this 3,000 Great Daos was indeed terrifying. Traces of coldness were released from his body, and his entire person became a little different. Even the void seemed to have been frozen. Traces of coldness seeped through. It's too worth it, these 13 billion hatred points are really used in key places. If I had this Great Frost technique back then, how could the king of 10,000 demons have been able to withstand it? He would have been frozen directly. Lin Fei didn't try it out, but he could tell how powerful the Great Frost technique was. It was indeed a rare technique. Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache spending 13 billion hatred points at once. There were only 3 billion hatred points left on hand. Lin Fei didn't plan to use these 3 billion hatred points for the time being, because it was enough for him to master the Great Frost technique. Take advantage of this time. Lin Fei also looked back. After all, 3 billion hatred points could still be exchanged for some powerful Great Daos. Who told Lin Fei to be idle at this time? If only he had a short period of time, Demon God Anlin would definitely have some ideas. He might as well see what other 3,000 Great Daos were more suitable for him. The 3,000 Great Daos after the 100 were indeed much cheaper. It would also require billions of dollars. All the way to the 200th to 300th place. The hatred here was really about 3 or 4 billion. Lin Fei's 3 billion could be considered to be able to find some of the 3,000 Great Daos. This seemed to be quite suitable for him. Lin Fei looked all the way down. When he was ranked 315, he finally saw a Great Dao, which made his eyes light up. Great Plunder Technique, ranked 315, 2 billion hatred. It would have been fine if it was anything else. However, this 3,000 Great Dao was really to Lin Fei's liking. Before this, Lin Fei had used his spirit projection. In addition to his strength, he had heavily injured the king of 10,000 devils. He was extremely tired. He was also lucky that he didn't meet any other opponents. If he had met some powerful demon gods, he would have really become their captive. Lin Fei still had lingering fears about this matter. Even though Lin Fei had cultivated the infinite god body to the 8th level, he realized that the energy consumption was a little fast. It would take some time to recover, so when he saw this Great Plunder technique, Lin Fei was immediately energized. After looking through it, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect there to be such a Great Plunder technique that can plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for my use. This 3,000 Great Daos didn't need to consume a lot of energy. It could be said to be very economical and also very unconventional. This made Lin Fei fall in love with her immediately. With this Great Plunder technique, it meant that he could instantly replenish the energy consumed. This was much faster than taking any divine pill or miraculous medicine. The infinite god body was a useless cultivation technique, but this Great Plunder technique was different. It could instantly replenish the absorption ability of the infinite god body. This was a perfect match. Lin Fei didn't hesitate and directly exchanged for it. 2 billion hatred points were spent just like that. The Great Plunder technique was also in his hands. Lin Fei only had 300 million hatred points left. I was a tycoon a while ago, but in the blink of an eye, I became a poor person again. Lin Fei shook his head, but he was still in a good mood. With the Great Frost technique and the Great Plunder technique, Lin Fei's attack and energy were instantly solved. At this time, Lin Fei was no longer afraid of any demon god. His foundation was strong to begin with. The limit of the power was not stated at all. It was purely self-exploration. In this aspect, it was indeed not very authentic, so he had to give it a bad review. At the same time, a group of people were heading in one direction, and this direction was the direction of the middle state. There were 8 people in this group, and all of them were demon god powerhouses. One of the demon gods was holding a compass in his hand as he headed in this direction. If there are no surprises, this invader should be hiding in the middle state. This guy is quite bold. The demon god who spoke was a 4-star demon god, and he was best at tracking people. This was one of the helpers that Mike had hired. It was the same for the few behind him. Mike couldn't take this lying down at all. When he returned, he told the Alliance. With this, there were immediately demon gods who were willing to attack together. That's quite bold. He actually dares to hide in the middle state. This is a bit difficult to deal with. It seems like this invader has a lot of treasures. He can even enter the middle state. I have never seen an invader enter the middle state. I don't like other things, but I like big fat sheep. This should be a big fat sheep. I can definitely eat a piece of meat after killing it. Mike also felt that this guy was quite wealthy. He really wanted to eat him alone, but he had no choice as he wasn't a match for him. This invader is indeed quite wealthy, and he has a lot of treasures. When the time comes to take him down, I don't want all the treasures. I only want him. I hope everyone can help me. The few demon gods' eyes lit up a lot. After all, an invader's foundation was quite solid, and they liked to chase and kill invaders. It wasn't easy for them to catch a big fat sheep, so they naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Mike, don't worry. We will definitely capture this person alive. With the few of us demon gods taking action, do you think he can escape? These demon god powerhouses were very confident. Taking down an invader wasn't something in the bag. It was the same even if he hid in the middle state. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47-27. The moment Mike entered Zhongzhou, he found Zhongzhou young master right away. The Central Plains was different from other places. Even if they were demon gods, they wouldn't dare to fight here. Mike didn't want that fellow to escape. He could only say that it was early. Then, he could only rely on this young master. Zhongzhou young master had a really high status. With the approval of this young master, it would be much more convenient and efficient for them to do anything. The moment Mike and the other demon gods came, Zhongzhou young master was moved. After all, these were 8 demon god experts and not some small demon god. If it was any other demon god, then it was okay. These 8 demon gods came from the Alliance. Their influence couldn't be underestimated. Zhongzhou young master personally met the 8 demon gods and was really polite. Everyone gave each other face. When he heard that Mike wanted to capture an invader, Zhongzhou young master naturally agreed without hesitation. Well said, well said. I also don't like intruders. These intruders only know how to cause trouble in our macro world. I didn't expect that there are still people hiding in our central continent. This is absolutely not allowed. If it was someone else, Zhongzhou young master might have some thoughts. If it was an invader, then he wouldn't have any thoughts at all. Invaders were like rats on the streets that everyone wanted to kill. He didn't know why Mike had to chase this invader and why so many demon gods came. But no matter what, invaders had to be killed. Mike and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They took out another gift before turning around and leaving. Zhongzhou young master also arranged for people to capture the invader. With a trusted aide, his journey in Zhongzhou was smooth. Lin Fei was consolidating the Great Cold Technique and Great Plunder Technique. Although he didn't use these 2 techniques, in a small area, Lin Fei knew how amazing these Daos were. Especially the Great Cold Technique, it was really terrifying. Someone is heading towards us. It should be our old friend Mike. He even brought help. Lin Fei's great danger detection wasn't a joke. He sensed it right away. He interrupted Demon God Anlan's cultivation. Demon God Anlan had been refining the Sun Scepter. The effects of the scepter were quite good. Now, he could already unleash 70% of its power. The rest required time, and it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. The increase in strength allowed Demon God Anlan to become a bona fide 3-star demon god. He was not far from the peak of 3-star. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Fiend Celestial Anlin wasn't surprised at all. His expression sank as well. I knew that Mike wouldn't take this lying down. I didn't expect him to find a demon god. He should have found someone from the Alliance. Lin Fei didn't expect Mike to arrive so quickly and even bring 7 demon gods with him. The 7 demon gods were not weak. A few of them were at the 3-star level. They were more than enough to deal with the 2 of them. Unfortunately, they came too late. Even if they come, it's useless. We can use them to test our strength. What do you think? Actually, I also want to practice on them. At the very least, this guy Mike has been showing off in front of me a lot. Today, I have to have a good spar with him and let him know that I am not so easy to provoke. Fiend Celestial Anlin had a lot of feelings for Mike. This fellow had come to pester her many times, but he was stronger than her. It was no longer the same as before. The sun scepter wasn't as bright as Jingguang and it became really ordinary. If one wasn't familiar with it, one wouldn't be able to tell. This was a small way of hiding the sun scepter. Lin Fei and demon god Anlin walked out. At the same time. After Mike gained the recognition of the Middle Sky Young Master, along with the help of others, he found out where Lin Fei and demon god Anlin were right away. Actually, he found out from demon god Anlin. After all, demon god Anlin was a demon god, so it was much easier to find out. As for the invader, it was a little problematic. Her methods were really strong and even if they used their methods, they weren't able to find her. After changing directions, they found her. When we see demon god Anlin, there is no need to show any mercy. Just take her down. Mike didn't want to give demon god Anlin any more chances. They should take advantage of this chance to take her down. They had a good reason. Demon god Anlin colluded with the invader to harm a demon god. Just this point alone was enough. The other 7 demon gods had a tacit understanding. No one knew better than them that demon god Anlin was asking for it. No one could help her. No problem, it is a small matter. With so many of us attacking, do we need to be afraid of demon god Anlin and that invader? I haven't killed an invader in a long time. This is a good opportunity to see how capable this fellow is. Mike suddenly stopped. There is no need for us to find them. That invader and demon god Anlin are already here. They are quite bold. For an instant, Mike thought that the 2 of them had discovered them. Then, he shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Or rather, the 2 of them were very confident in their hiding methods. Tens of breaths later, a man and a woman appeared in front of them. If it wasn't Lin Fei and demon god Anlin, who else could it be? Mike and the rest had stopped long ago. They met them just like that. Hong. A giant Jingguang landed. It covered this small area. The trusted aide of the Middle State Young Master floated out. Middle State Young Master is handling matters. His words were neither light nor heavy. Everyone's heart jolted and they instantly retreated. In a short time, the surroundings became silent. Everyone in Middle State knew that this Middle State Young Master was said to be the most qualified person to take over as the Lord of Middle State. He had the most potential. No one dared to not give him face. Mike's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei. You didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, right? Demon god Anlin, you too. Lin Fei smiled faintly. To be honest, I really didn't wish to meet you. Because if I did, I can only say that you are unlucky. Don't you think so? Shut up. Today, the 2 of you won't be able to escape. Demon god Anlin, you colluded with the invader to harm the Alliance's demon gods. Today, I will bring the 2 of you back to investigate. I will dig out all your accomplices. Mike, you are really amazing. You are even able to twist the truth. A cold intent appeared on demon god Anlin's face. No, it was killing intent. Lin Fei was right. This fellow really did something. He actually twisted the truth and slandered her, saying that she colluded with the invader. That was a huge crime. Chapter 47-28. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If Mike didn't play some tricks, it would be very abnormal. It could only be said that Mike's luck wasn't good. It just so happened that Demon God Anlan's strength increased greatly. Needless to say, Demon God Mike would definitely suffer a lot later. Who asked him to spout nonsense? I'll give you another chance now. Explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy later. Demon God Anlan was really infuriated. His rage points were rising. Mike didn't think much of it and snorted coldly, Demon God Anlan, you know very well that you colluded with the invaders. Do you still need me to explain? The huge storm rumbled loudly. Instantly, a huge storm appeared and enveloped Michael. In an instant, Demon God Mike sensed the danger. Streaks of light continued to attack him, and they were extremely powerful. He hurriedly slapped his palm and released a protective treasure. Even after he took out his protective treasures, they still made crackling noises. Fortunately, he finally had the time to open this master magic shield. But after opening it, he felt that Demon God Anlan's attack was too strong. It actually caused his master magic shield to continuously distort as if it would break at any time. Such a scene had never happened before. After all, Mike's strength had always been much higher than Demon God Anlan's. But he never expected that his master magic shield would actually be unable to withstand it at this time. Impossible. Impossible. I must be thinking too much. No matter how strong he is, he's still weaker than me. There was a loud bang. The master magic shield suddenly broke and streams of light landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 wounds were left on his body. The master magic shield was opened again. Mike was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. The 7 demon gods were also a little surprised at this time. They didn't expect Demon God Anlan to be so strong. It seemed like he had broken through, but he was just a 2-star demon god. The demon god Mike was a little embarrassed. Previously, Fiend Celestial Anlan wasn't his match, but now, he couldn't beat him. He pointed at Lin Fei. He's the invader. You guys take him down first. I'll do it myself, God Fiend Anlan. The 7 demon gods also looked at Lin Fei. He looked ordinary and harmless. The 7 Fiend Celestials instantly attacked. Outside the big shield, there were many people who noticed this scene, and they were also a little surprised. Isn't that Fiend Celestial Anlan? How did it suddenly turn into collusion with the invaders? Why is Demon God Mike's strength inferior to Demon God Anlan's? This is a little unbearable. This intruder is quite calm. He's not panicking at all. There were quite a number of experts in the Middle Plains. Of course, there were also Fiend Celestials who were paying attention to the situation here. He was indeed very surprised by Demon God Anlan's increase in strength. They were both 2-star Fiend Celestials, but Demon God Mike was no match for his opponent. As for this invader, they couldn't tell what he was up to. From their point of view, with 7 demon gods dealing with this invader, it was as easy as grabbing a snail with 2 fingers. It was impossible for any accidents to occur. Whoosh! A vast expanse of white mist instantly enveloped this small area. All the attacks that were aimed at Lin Fei instantly came to a halt. The expressions of the 7 demon gods changed instantly. But in the blink of an eye, they realized that they couldn't move. The frost instantly enveloped them. Even the trusted aide of the Middle Plains young master who was standing by the side had a drastic change in expression. All the treasures on his body were activated, but he still couldn't withstand the penetration of the frost. Instantly, he was sealed in ice. I'm done here. You can slowly fight. It's all right, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Fei smiled at Demon God Anlan. At this moment, Demon God Anlan was shocked. Although he didn't know how Lin Fei had increased his strength this time, he never expected this guy to have such a trump card. He was able to seal 7 demon gods in ice in an instant. The strongest among them was a 4-star demon god. In the face of this frost, they actually couldn't put up any resistance at all. Don't worry, I'll take care of this guy very soon. I haven't even used my ultimate trump card. Demon God Anlin heaved a sigh of relief. If even these 4-star demon gods couldn't withstand a single blow, then he had even more confidence in killing the 4-star demon god. The fiend celestial experts who had been observing in secret drew a cold gasp at that moment. They looked down on this invader, but at this moment, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This invader was too strong. He was able to seal 7 demon gods in an instant. Although these 7 demon gods didn't die, they had completely lost the ability to fight. How could this person be so strong? Could he be a 4-star celestial? This meant that he was an even stronger 4-star celestial. If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was a 4-star celestial, then they would really be in big trouble. But now that they were facing this frost, they didn't have the courage to withstand it, even if it was their treasures. Something big had happened. No matter which demon god it was, the same thought popped up in their minds. Demon god Mike was also scared out of his wits. He had brought 7 experts with him, but in the blink of an eye, they were sealed in ice. Even he could feel the terrifying implications from far away. He knew that he was really in big trouble this time. What he couldn't believe the most was that demon god Anlin was actually much stronger than him. Under the sky full of attacks, a wind blade broke through in an instant. Just as his master magic shield shattered, the wind blade instantly pierced through his body. Demon god Mike staggered and fell to the ground. Countless wind blades gathered and wrapped around Mike tightly. Mike, you've lost. Tell me, should I kill you now? I'll let you suffer first. In the blink of an eye, demon god Anlin seized the opportunity and severely injured Mike. It was already very difficult for Mike to resist, let alone when the other party seized the opportunity. Demon god Anlin, how dare you? If you dare to kill me, all the demon gods in the Central Plains won't let you off. You're colluding with an invader. Demon god Mike's eyes darted around and he instantly roared. The expressions of the demon gods who were observing in secret changed. This demon god Mike was really despicable. He was trying to pull the demon gods of the Central Plains into the pot. Bookhouse website. Chapter 47-29. Mike, who was captured, rolled his eyes and decided to attract the attention of the surrounding demon god experts. He hoped that they would make a move. When that happened, it would not be a small matter. A slight movement in one part would affect the rest. Zhongzhou would make a move too. Demon god Anlin threw a spell at demon god Mike and completely immobilized him. He couldn't speak at all. Lin Fei did not care much. He knew that with the commotion he caused, people would come very soon. It's okay. I'm here. Even if experts come, they will think twice. Anyway, we did not do anything to Zhongzhou. They were just too much. How would the hidden demon gods make a move? They really did not have the courage to do so. Didn't they see that these 4-star demon gods were frozen? Luckily, they were still alive. This meant that this young man did not go all out. Otherwise, these demon gods would have been turned to dust. In the current situation, the experts of the Central State Prefecture City would definitely appear. At that time, they felt that the situation would definitely end peacefully. At the same time, somewhere else, Zhongzhou young master was drinking tea leisurely. To Mike and the rest, coming to Zhongzhou city to capture someone was a small matter. It was really not a big deal. He applauded the capture of the intruder. Such a person had to be captured and killed. What's the commotion? Why do I feel a dangerous aura? Zhongzhou young master was extremely strong. He had also broken through to the demon god level. Although he was only a 1-star demon god, his potential was limitless. At this moment, he actually felt a dangerous aura. Eldest young master, something bad has happened. Mike and the others have been frozen. The eldest young master of the Central Prefecture also received the message. His expression changed immediately. He moved and instantly left the place. He used the rarely seen minor teleportation. Of course, this minor teleportation only moved within a small area. It consumed a lot of energy. But young master really could not sit still at this moment. Who would have thought that Mike and the others would actually cause such a huge commotion when they caught an intruder? Even they were frozen. He knew that he was in trouble. This was because he allowed this trip. Moreover, he had arranged for his trusted aide to come along. Now that something like this happened, it was definitely not a small matter. If his father blamed him, then he would have to bear a huge responsibility. The other brothers and sisters would not let go of such a good opportunity. At that time, his authority would be greatly reduced. He was getting closer and closer to the source of the chill. Before he even got close, he could already feel the chill. He immediately cast a spell on his body. Only then did the chill slow down, and he finally saw the figures on the street. It was Mike and the others. They were all sealed. Only Mike was fine, but it seemed that he had become a captive. As for his trusted subordinates, they were also directly frozen. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that these people were not dead at all. At this moment, there were many people surrounding them. These were all magicians with full weapons, and each of them had a vigilant look on their faces. This was the magician group of the Central Province. However, they did not do anything. Even a 4-star demon god had been frozen. They did not dare to do anything. Now that the eldest young master had arrived, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. As long as the people present were not idiots, they could tell that this young man was at least a 4-level demon god. That was just a simple guess. If he was a 4-star demon god, then it would be really terrifying. Are you here to deal with us? If so, then I'm going to do something. I'll freeze all of you and end it once and for all. Lin Fei's indifferent voice floated over and landed directly in the ears of the eldest young master of the Central Province. Demon god Anlin also sent a voice transmission to him. He is the eldest young master of the Central Province. I heard that the Central Province is managed by him now. He can be considered the successor of the city lord, and the most popular candidate. Of course, Lin Fei could guess that this person was not weak. Of course, his status was not low either. Because he had an expert protecting him in the dark. He was a 4-star demon god. This kind of treatment was not something that just anyone could receive. The eldest young master of the Central Province was a little unhappy when he heard this. This was the Central Province city. Although this guy was quite strong, he was not to be trifled with. He had a 4-star expert by his side. Do you know that you are causing trouble in the Central Province city? This is not a small crime. Moreover, you are an invader. The eldest young master of the Central Province naturally knew that this matter had to be handled properly. As long as he handled it well, his status would be more recognized. In other words, it would not be a problem for him to take over the position of the city lord in the future. But if he didn't handle it well, then it would be different. The eldest young master of the Central Province directly threw out a piece of heavy news. This person was an invader. He had to get everyone to agree with him first. Of course, everyone present knew about it. After all, Mike had said at the start that this person was an invader. At the start, everyone did have the thought of fighting. But after the ice was released, they no longer had such thoughts. At least this invader was not as cruel as they imagined. Otherwise, the people present would not have such a good ending. Demon god Anlin sneered, I am Demon god Anlin. He is indeed an invader, but he has never done anything wrong to our alternate world. Can't we cooperate with invaders? As far as I know, there were many invaders who came and cooperated with us. Don't tell me that the eldest young master of the Central Province doesn't know about this. After taking down Mike, Demon god Anlin had a certain level of confidence in his strength. Although he did not completely refine the Sun Scepter, the increase in strength was very obvious. Most importantly, Lin Fei's strength could already deal with a 4-star demon god. The eldest young master of the Central Province was even more embarrassed. Everyone in the Central Province city was polite to him. Even outside, everyone was polite and courteous to him because of his status in the Central Province. Now, a 2-star demon god actually dared to talk to him like this. Young master, this young man's strength should be around that of a 4-star demon god. He must have used a large area of effect technique. I reckon he won't be able to use such a killing move a second time. Why don't you let me take him down? When the time comes, I can make eldest young master proud. An expert in the dark transmitted his voiceover. Why shouldn't he take such a credit? It was also a good thing for the eldest young master.